across the shifting tapestry of time, entire worlds have risen and vanished. Civilizations once vibrant with life echo now only through broken stones and buried walls. But in the most unforgiving places on Earth, the sun-scorched deserts, something ancient stirs beneath the sand. Here, in these silent wastelands where the wind whispers secrets, lost cities sleep beneath dunes that have swallowed centuries. Their temples, their streets, their stories, hidden from sight, waiting to be unearthed. Some were abandoned without explanation, their people vanishing as if into thin air. Others were consumed slowly, the sand creeping in like a tide of time. Who built them? Why were they left behind? And what knowledge might still lie buried in their ruins? From the arid plains of Mesopotamia to the golden sands of the Sahara, we journey to uncover 7 of the most mysterious ancient cities buried beneath desert sands. Places erased from maps, but not from memory. These are not just ruins. They are remnants of forgotten worlds, and they may yet hold answers to questions we've barely begun to ask. Join us as we uncover what the desert tried to keep hidden. Chapter 1. Ubar. The lost city of 1,000 pillars in the emptiness of the Rub al-Khali. The empty quarter. The silence is complete. Here, the desert stretches with a weightless vastness, unbroken for hundreds of miles by anything but wind and time. Beneath the waves of sand, stories sleep, some thousands of years old, buried by the very elements that once gave them life. Among these lost echoes is the city of Ubar, known in Islamic tradition as Iramdat al-Imad, Iram of the Pillars, a city that, according to the Quran, defied the heavens and was swallowed by the earth. It is said in Surah Al-Fajr that Iram was unmatched in the world, built by the tribe of Ad, a people of immense strength and arrogance. Their towering columns reached skyward, a civilization forged in wealth and pride. But their defiance brought wrath. Rain ceased, winds rose, the sands gathered like silent armies, and one day they vanished. For centuries, scholars dismissed the tale as allegory, moral instruction rather than historical record, a cautionary fable, not a memory. But the desert does not forget so easily. In the early 1990s, a new kind of explorer joined the search, not one with spade and brush, but with satellites orbiting above the Earth. Using infrared imaging, a team led by NASA scientist Dr. Ronald Blum traced ancient caravan routes threading through the Arabian Peninsula. These tracks, long buried beneath dunes and invisible to the naked eye, converged on a single desolate point in southern Oman, near the modern village of Shisr. When archaeologists arrived, what they found at first seemed modest: the remains of a stone fortress, defensive walls, and the mouth of an ancient well. But beneath this structure lay something far more unusual: a massive sinkhole, the result of a collapsed limestone cavern. Around its rim, broken columns and fractured stone suggested a dramatic and sudden event. Had the earth opened, swallowing a city whole? Local Bedouin oral traditions had long spoken of a city that once stood here, a city that fell into the earth as punishment for its sin. For centuries, their tales were dismissed. Now, the ground itself whispered confirmation. Archaeological layers revealed evidence of long-term habitation, pottery shards dating to the early Bronze Age, tools, and perhaps most significantly, frankincense burners. These were no ordinary desert dwellers. This had been a hub, a node on the lifeline of ancient trade that carried frankincense, the sacred resin of rituals and kings, across the ancient world. Caravans once moved from southern Arabia to the Levant, to Mesopotamia, to Egypt, their camels loaded with the smoke of the gods. But what kind of city was Ubar? The fortress at Shisr was no sprawling metropolis. It may have been a caravanserai, a fortified way station along the incense route. Yet, if this was the legendary Iram, why did Islamic tradition speak of towers and splendor? Had the city been larger than what remains? Was this just one part of a greater whole? Some scholars suggest that Ubar may have been not a single city, but a regional term, referring to an entire network of settlements, oases, and fortresses that facilitated incense trade. Others argue that the name was conflated over centuries, a collapsing of multiple histories into a single legend. The Quranic reference, after all, is brief but evocative. A city, unlike any other, built with lofty pillars. Was the metaphor mistaken for a literal ruin? What complicates the picture further is the geological fragility of the region. Beneath much of the Rub al-Khali lies a labyrinth of limestone caverns, prone to collapse under weight or erosion. The sinkhole at Sais may have swallowed more than a fort, perhaps entire quarters of a larger settlement. Yet the desert covers its secrets quickly. The wind does not mourn. It buries. Still, excavations revealed intriguing finds. Stone inscriptions in South Arabian script, remnants of ancient irrigation systems, and structural patterns unlike nearby settlements. These suggested a hybrid culture, one both nomadic and semi-urban, tied not only to trade, but to a cosmology that elevated the city itself to near-mythic status. It wasn't merely a place of commerce, it was a sacred threshold. The figure of the Ad tribe, said to have built Iram, remains elusive in the historical record. No definitive mention of them exists in cuneiform or Egyptian texts, and yet references to them permeate Arab poetry and legend. Some modern researchers have attempted to connect them with known ancient groups, such as the Thamud or even the Amalekites, but the truth drifts beyond the reach of certainty. Were they historical, symbolic, or both? The deeper layers of Shisa have yet to be excavated. Political and environmental constraints limit the scope of current research. Sandstorms reclaim sites almost as fast as they are opened. In some seasons, excavation teams must abandon the area altogether, leaving their trenches to be reburied by nature's unrelenting hand. And perhaps, within that rhythm, lies a warning. The desert reveals only what it chooses. Today, Ubar exists in a strange liminality, neither fully discovered nor wholly imagined. Its name is now mapped in satellite imagery and echoed in scholarly debate, but it has not surrendered its identity. The fortress at Shaisa may be a fragment, or merely the gate to a larger unknown. Much remains beneath the sand: walls, relics, memories, perhaps even truths we are not yet prepared to face. In our age of scanning technologies and remote sensing, we are learning to look deeper than ever before. Yet even now, the most powerful instruments cannot fully penetrate the desert's veil. Beneath those golden dunes, shaped by wind and time, cities may still sleep, cities once thought to be fables, their stories dismissed by those who had forgotten how to listen. And so, we stand once more at the edge of myth and history, of scripture and archaeology, a place where stones may speak, if only we learn to hear their language. What else lies hidden beneath the sands of the empty quarter? What other cities, named only in whispers, wait beneath the weight of centuries, patient and untouched? The road to Ubar, it seems, does not end. It only deepens. Chapter 2, Pi-Ramesses, Pharaohs Vanished. Capital in the shimmering haze of the Nile Delta, there once rose a city so radiant it was said to rival the dawn. Its name was Pi-Ramesses Anachtu, the House of Ramesses, great in victory. It was the jewel of Egypt's new kingdom, the imperial heart of the mightiest pharaoh who ever lived, Ramesses II. Around 1300 BCE, Pi-Ramesses was the stage upon which Egypt's divine kingship reached its zenith, a city not merely built, but conjured from power, ambition, and the will to defy time itself. But time, as always, answered back. Today, Pi-Ramesses no longer gleams in the sun. The winds that once carried the scent of lotus from its gardens now whisper over empty fields near modern Kontir, a quiet stretch of farmland in the eastern delta. Beneath that soil, no more than a few meters down, lies the ghost of a vanished empire. Avenues, temples, chariot workshops, stables for war horses, and palaces whose stones once echoed with the footsteps of a god-king. For centuries, no one knew where Pi-Ramesses had gone. Ancient texts spoke of it in reverent tones, a city fit for the living gods. But by the time the Greeks wrote of Egypt, even its location had been forgotten. The earth had swallowed it whole. The story of Pi-Ramesses begins in the reign of Seti the Fern, Ramesses' father, but it was Ramesses II who turned it into legend. Around 1279 BCE, soon after ascending the throne, the young pharaoh sought to move Egypt's center of power from the ancient Thebes to a new northern capital closer to the empire's frontier. The decision was both strategic and symbolic. The eastern delta was Egypt's gateway to Asia, the route of armies, merchants, and emissaries. It was from here that chariots would roll out toward Kadesh and beyond, where the Hittite Empire challenged Egyptian dominance. To rule from the delta was to place one's hand directly on the pulse of empire. Pi-Ramesses rose rapidly on the foundations of an older city, Avaris, the former capital of the Hyksos, those mysterious foreign rulers who had once conquered Egypt centuries earlier. Ramesses' choice to build over Avaris was no accident. It was reclamation, a statement of eternal supremacy. Where foreign kings had once ruled, now stood the son of Ra, the master of both time and earth. Within decades, Pi-Ramesses became a marvel. Contemporary inscriptions describe broad avenues lined with colossal statues, temples glittering with electrum, and gardens fed by canals branching from the Nile. Its palaces bore names like the House of Millions of Years, echoing the pharaoh's divine claim to eternity. Archaeological evidence paints a picture almost mythic in scale. Magnetic surveys have revealed a city grid stretching over 30 square kilometers, an expanse that dwarfs Thebes. To the north lay immense stables capable of housing thousands of horses. Chariot parts, wheels, linchpins, harness fittings have been unearthed in abundance, suggesting industrial-scale production. Pi-Ramesses was not just a seat of government. It was a military machine, a city built for conquest. Here, diplomacy and divinity intertwined. It was from Pi-Ramesses that Ramesses II marshaled his forces for the Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE, one of the earliest battles in recorded history to be described in detail. In grand reliefs carved across Egypt, Ramesses is shown alone in his chariot, charging into the ranks of the Hittites, his divine strength scattering enemies like sand before the wind. The truth was less glorious, of course. The battle ended in stalemate, but from the gates of Pi-Ramesses, Ramesses forged the illusion of eternal victory, a vision the world would remember long after his bones turned to dust. Yet for all its glory, the life of Pi-Ramesses was fleeting. Barely 2 centuries after its founding, it began to die. By the 9th century BCE, the city had disappeared from history's pages, not destroyed by war or invasion, but quietly, mysteriously abandoned. Ancient records fall silent. Temples ceased to function. Administrative texts shifted southward to a new city, Tanis. For generations, scholars puzzled over the sudden move. Why would Egypt's greatest metropolis be deserted so soon after its rise? The answer, as modern science would reveal, lay not in politics, but in the river itself. The Nile, the great lifeline of Egypt, is not a constant thing. Over centuries, it shifts its channels, carving new paths through the delta's soft earth. Around 1100 BCE, the Pelusiac branch that had once nourished Pi-Ramesses began to dry up. The waters receded, canals filled with silt. Without the river, no city in Egypt could live. And so the priests, the artisans, the charioteers, and the court of Pharaoh packed what they could and moved eastward, stone by stone. Massive blocks bearing Ramesses' cartouche were transported to Tanis, where they were reassembled into new temples. In time, even those who came after forgot the city's original name. The stones of Pi-Ramesses became the stones of Tanis. For centuries, explorers searched for the lost capital in the wrong place. When early European travelers discovered colossal statues and temples at Tanis in the 19th century, they believed they had found Pi-Ramesses itself. But the ground told a different story. The soil of Tanis was dry and high above the old riverbeds. It had never been a delta port. Something was missing. The truth began to emerge only in the 20th century. In the 1940s, Austrian Egyptologist Labib Habachi found inscriptions at Tanis referring to Ramesses' monuments, but realized they had been reused. Following clues in ancient texts, he looked west toward the village of Kontia, and there, under the farmlands, he found fragments that changed everything. Pottery sherds, foundation bricks stamped with Ramesses' name, and traces of monumental architecture hinted that this quiet landscape had once been royal ground. Subsequent excavations in the 1970s confirmed it. This was the true Pi-Ramesses. Modern technology has since unveiled the city in ghostly detail. Ground-penetrating radar and magnetometry have traced outlines of palatial courtyards, temple complexes, and industrial zones. A network of canals and harbors once laced through the delta mud, connecting the capital to the Mediterranean. Massive bronze foundries and workshops suggest an advanced level of organization, the heartbeat of an empire humming beneath the surface. And yet, only a fraction of Pi-Ramesses has been excavated. Much of it lies beneath a high water table, locked away in anaerobic layers of silt. To dig there is to fight the Nile itself. Archaeologists work carefully, uncovering one brick, one fragment of pottery at a time, in a race against modern development and the shifting delta sands. Each discovery feels like an echo, a whisper from the age of the pharaohs, a chariot wheel preserved in clay, a horseshoe nail, the foundation of a granary still scented with earth from 3,000 years ago. What remains most haunting, though, is the silence that followed. How could a city so mighty, so central to Egypt's identity, vanish so completely from memory? Some suggest the abandonment was gradual, a slow migration as the river withdrew. Others wonder if there were deeper forces at play, political fragmentation, climate change, or even divine symbolism. In Egyptian thought, a city's vitality depended on divine favor. When the gods turned away, the living followed. Perhaps Pi-Ramesses was not merely left behind, but ritually closed. Its spirit transferred, its temples deconsecrated, its memory deliberately veiled. Such rituals are known from other sacred sites. The erasure itself may have been an act of reverence, ensuring the king's city remained eternal in the realm of the gods. Even as its earthly walls crumbled, today, the landscape of Kantir appears deceptively ordinary, a patchwork of crops, irrigation ditches, and quiet villages. But beneath the surface lies a buried metropolis, frozen in time. A place where kings once plotted the destiny of empires, where artisans cast bronze for divine statues, where horses trained for war beneath the delta sun. Standing there, it is difficult to imagine the scale of what once was. The ancient canals are now ghost rivers, their courses traced only by subtle dips in the terrain. The Nile that once sustained the city now flows miles away, and yet every fragment unearthed seems to breathe, as if the city still remembers itself, waiting for the archaeologist's hand to awaken it. Pi-Ramesses is a reminder that even the greatest works of human ambition are bound to the shifting rhythms of nature. The Nile giveth and the Nile taketh away. What remains is the memory, scattered stones, buried walls, and the faint resonance of power that refuses to fade. Perhaps that is what Ramesses intended all along. Not permanence of stone, but the immortality of myth. His city may have vanished from the earth, but its spirit endures. In the stories we tell, in the mysteries we chase, and in the silent sands that guard the truth of a forgotten capital. The river moved, and the city died. But the name of Ramesses still whispers through the delta wind, as if waiting to rise again. And beyond the silence, another shadow stirs, another city yet to be found, deeper still in Egypt's labyrinth of lost horizons. Chapter 3. Hattusa, capital of the forgotten. Hittites, high upon the Anatolian plateau, where wind carves whispers into the rock and the horizon blurs into ochre dust, lie the silent stones of Hattusa. From a distance, the ruins seem like the bones of a sleeping giant, scattered walls, broken gates, and terraces fading into the hills. Yet beneath this stillness once beat the heart of one of the Bronze Age's most formidable empires. Between 1600 and 1200 BCE, Hattusa was the capital of the Hittites, a people powerful enough to challenge Egypt, mysterious enough to vanish almost without a trace. The plateau is harsh, summers burn, winters bite. Few would have chosen this place to build an empire, but the Hittites were not ordinary settlers. Their choice of Hattusa, nestled within the bend of the Halis River, now the Kazulamak, was deliberate. It was a fortress of isolation, protected by cliffs, encircled by walls of stone and secrecy. The city stretched across the ridges of Bukale and Bukaya, with ramparts that still, after 3,000 years, cling to the rock like the ribs of an ancient beast. When German archaeologist Hugo Winkler first arrived here in 1906, the land offered little promise. The nearby village of Boazkoi was quiet, its people unaware of what lay beneath their feet. But Winkler, following fragmentary inscriptions that spoke of a lost great king of Hatti, began to dig. And what he unearthed would rewrite history. Within months, clay tablets began to emerge, thousands of them, inscribed in cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script of Mesopotamia, but in a language never seen before. Among the broken texts, one name appeared again and again: Hattusa. The city, once thought myth, was real. These tablets formed the state archives of the Hittite Empire. Letters, treaties, religious hymns, royal decrees. Among them was the famed Treaty of Kadesh, signed between Pharaoh Ramesses II of Egypt and the Hittite king Hattusili III, the earliest known international peace treaty in human history. It spoke of a world once balanced between two mighty powers, Egypt to the south, Hatti to the north, two suns sharing the same sky. But who were the Hittites, really? The tablets told of gods and kings, of empires and wars, but little of origins. They seem to appear suddenly, around 1600 BCE, already literate, organized, and imperial. Archaeologists trace their roots to earlier peoples of Anatolia, perhaps the Hattians, an older, pre-Indo-European culture whose name the Hittites adopted. The Hattians had worshipped the storm god Taru and the sun goddess of Arina, deities the Hittites would later claim as their own. Was this assimilation or inheritance? Some scholars suggest that the Hittites arrived not as conquerors, but as successors, inheriting the sacred geography of a land already ancient. Beneath the citadel of Buyukala, layers of older occupation hint at settlements that predate Hittite power by centuries. Pottery fragments, ritual stones, and traces of fire suggest that Hattusa was built upon an even deeper legacy. Perhaps the Hittites themselves once dug into ruins they did not entirely understand, weaving their identity into a tapestry already half forgotten. Within Hattusa's walls, the city unfolded in deliberate grandeur. The upper and lower cities were divided by massive fortifications, over 6 kilometers of stone ramparts punctuated by colossal gates. The most famous of these, the Lion Gate, still stands, its guardian beasts carved in relief from massive blocks of limestone. Their eyes, weathered but watchful, gaze eternally across the barren hills. Further along the southern rampart lies the King's Gate, where a warrior god is carved in full armor, emerging from the rock as if frozen mid-step. And to the east stands the Sphinx Gate of Yerkapi, an artificial ramp where the city wall ascends the hill in a great arc. Beneath it runs a corbelled tunnel, dark and narrow, perhaps once a ceremonial passageway. To walk through it, even now, feels like entering the lungs of the earth. A breathless journey from sunlight into shadow and back again. At the city's heart rose the great temple, dedicated to the storm god and the sun goddess. Its foundations still outline a vast courtyard where offerings were once made, and where priests walked barefoot over sacred stone. The temple complex held storerooms packed with tablets, statues, and ritual vessels, a bureaucracy of faith and power intertwined. The Hittites believed the gods required constant attention, and their rituals, preserved in extraordinary detail on clay, describe processions, libations, and incantations with the precision of legal documents. One ritual text describes a ceremony of renewal, performed when omens turned dark or the king fell ill. Priests led a bull to the river, washed it, anointed it, and offered it to the gods of the underworld. The king himself would be symbolically purified, his sins transferred to the animal, his fate renewed by sacrifice. Such rituals reveal the Hittite mind, orderly, procedural, yet deeply spiritual. Their world was one of balance, between chaos and order, heaven and earth, life and the shadow beyond, and yet, for all their record-keeping and piety, the Hittites seemed to vanish as swiftly as they appeared. Around 1200 BCE, the empire collapsed. Hattusa was burned. The archives fell silent. The reasons remain uncertain. Invasion, rebellion, famine, or perhaps the vast systemic collapse that swept across the eastern Mediterranean at the end of the Bronze Age. The so-called Sea Peoples ravaged coastlines. Trade routes disintegrated. Cities from Mycenae to Ugarit turned to ash. When the smoke cleared, Egypt limped on. Assyria survived, but Hatti was gone. Centuries later, Greek historians mentioned a people called Syro-Cappadocians, but the memory of the Hittites as an empire had already faded. For nearly 3,000 years, their name disappeared from human memory, until Winkler's spade struck clay in the Anatolian dust. Even after rediscovery, questions lingered. The Hittite language, eventually deciphered by Czech linguist Bedřich Hrozný in 1915, turned out to be Indo-European, distantly related to Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. The phrase he decoded first, "Nu ninda an ezateni, watama ekuteni," "Now you will eat bread and drink water," proved that this forgotten tongue belonged to the same vast linguistic family as much of Europe and India. But how had an Indo-European language taken root in the heart of Anatolia so early? Some researchers trace it to migrations from the north, perhaps from the steppes, perhaps from the Balkans. Others believe the Hittites represented an indigenous Anatolian development, merely sharing ancient linguistic roots. Beneath these academic debates lies a deeper question. Where did civilization truly begin to fracture and spread? The story of Hattusa sits at that crossroads, between East and West, memory and oblivion. The city's architecture itself hints at a dual legacy. Its stonework, massive and irregular, evokes older Anatolian fortresses like Alakahoyuk, while its temples and archives show Mesopotamian influence. The Hittites borrowed the cuneiform script of Babylon, but filled it with their own myths, stories of disappearing gods, divine storms, and cosmic renewal. In the myth of Telepinu, a god vanishes in anger, plunging the world into famine. Only through ritual and remembrance can he be restored. Perhaps, in some quiet way, the Hittites foresaw their own fate. Beyond the city walls, the sacred sanctuary of Yazilikaya still preserves the empire's spiritual essence. There, in a natural rock gallery, processions of deities are carved in relief. Rows of gods and goddesses striding toward each other, led by the storm god Teshuv and his consort, Hebat. The carvings seem alive, as if caught mid-step in an eternal ritual. Some scholars see Yazilikaya as a calendar of the heavens, each deity representing a celestial cycle. Others view it as a symbolic journey into the underworld. When the last Hittite priests left these sanctuaries, they left behind no idols, no treasures, only stone. But within those stones, a strange continuity endures. The mountain gods of Anatolia echo in later Phrygian and Lydian traditions. The storm deities of Hatti whisper through Greek myth as Zeus, through Persian myth as Ahura Mazda. Civilizations fade, but archetypes remain, reshaped, renamed, reborn. Standing amid the ruins today, the silence of Hattusa feels heavier than time. The grass grows where kings once walked. The wind moves through the empty gates as though carrying forgotten hymns. Beneath the soil, older layers still wait, undisturbed, perhaps containing the traces of the Hattians, or something even older still. Every empire believes itself eternal. Yet Hattusa reminds us how easily eternity can be buried. For the Hittites, history was cyclical. Gods disappeared and returned. Chaos rose and fell, and from the ashes came renewal. Perhaps their capital follows the same pattern, sleeping now beneath the plateau, waiting to awaken once more in the memory of those who listen. The stones keep their counsel. The wind carries no answer. Only the question remains, what deeper story lies beneath the silence of Hattusa? Chapter 4, Mohenjo-Daro, the deserted metropolis of the Indus beneath the vast plains of Sindh, where the Indus River once meandered like a silver vein through fertile earth, lies a ghost city, a city so meticulously built, yet so mysteriously silent, that it challenges every notion of how civilization began and how it ends. This is Mohenjo-Daro, the mound of the dead. Its ruins rise gently from the dust, the baked bricks still holding the geometry of a vanished world. Here, among walls aligned to cardinal directions, among avenues wide enough for carts that no longer roll, one can feel an absence that is almost alive. The memory of a people who built a miracle and then simply disappeared. Archaeologists first uncovered Mohenjo-Daro in the 1920s, led by the British archaeologist Sir John Marshall. What they found astonished even the most seasoned explorers of ancient worlds. Beneath layers of alluvial silt, they uncovered a city planned with mathematical precision. Streets intersected at right angles, forming a perfect grid, a concept thousands of years ahead of its time. Each home, no matter how small or large, had access to clean water and a drainage system that connected to covered sewers running beneath the streets. It was a civilization that understood cleanliness as sacred geometry. The bricks themselves were uniform, same dimensions, same proportions, suggesting a centralized authority or a shared cultural standard across hundreds of miles. Mohenjo-Daro wasn't alone. It was part of a vast network of cities that stretched from modern-day Pakistan into northwest India: Harappa, Lothal, Dholavira, Kalibangan, each echoing the same sense of order. Together, they formed what we now call the Indus Valley Civilization, flourishing from roughly 2600 to 1900 BCE. But what made Mohenjo-Daro different wasn't just its scale, it was its silence. Unlike Egypt, there were no pyramids proclaiming the glory of kings. Unlike Mesopotamia, no towering ziggurats or temples dedicated to thunderous gods. No royal tombs, no inscriptions of conquest, no murals of war. The people of the Indus left behind no grand monuments of ego. They left instead the hum of life itself. Kitchens, wells, workshops, and courtyards. Their city was not a stage for rulers, but a rhythm of shared existence. And yet amid that harmony, one thing stands out. They had writing, or something like it. Thousands of small seals have been unearthed, each carved with symbols that scholars still cannot read. Tiny animals, geometric signs, abstract motifs, a script just beyond the edge of comprehension. Despite decades of study, no one has deciphered it. Who were these people and what language did they speak? Were the signs on their seals marks of ownership, prayers to forgotten deities, or fragments of a lost cosmology? Some scholars see echoes of Proto-Dravidian roots. Others imagine a separate linguistic lineage, one that may have died with the city itself. Each seal is like a whisper trapped in clay, waiting for the right ear to understand. To walk through Mohenjo-Daro today is to enter a city frozen mid-breath. The Great Bath, a massive public pool lined with baked bricks and bitumen, lies at the heart of the city's citadel. It was waterproofed with ancient engineering precision, its steps descending into a basin that once held clear, still water. Archaeologists believe it was a place of ritual cleansing, a symbol of spiritual renewal. But there are no inscriptions, no statues of priests or gods. The ritual, whatever it was, has dissolved into silence. Nearby stand granaries, vast brick platforms where the civilization's grain was stored and redistributed. The absence of palaces or royal compounds suggests a society that was egalitarian, or at least organized differently than the kingdoms of Egypt or Sumer. Power here might not have been carved in stone, but administered quietly through trade and civic structure. Indeed, trade was the lifeblood of Mohenjo-Daro. Artifacts of lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, copper from Oman, and shells from the Arabian Sea tell of vast trade routes connecting the Indus people to Mesopotamia and beyond. In the city's lower town, craftsmen shaped pottery, spun cotton, and carved intricate figurines, terracotta women with elaborate hairstyles, bulls mid-stride, and small toys that hint at children once playing in the courtyards. But then, it all stopped. Sometime around 1900 BCE, Mohenjo-Daro began to decline. The reasons remain uncertain. For decades, scholars suggested invasion, the arrival of the Indo-Aryans sweeping down from the north, as described in ancient Vedic hymns. Yet archaeological evidence tells another story. No fortifications were built, no mass graves of battle, no scorched layers of destruction. The fall of Mohenjo-Daro seems to have been quiet, gradual, and internal. Perhaps it was water, the shifting of the Indus River, or the drying of its tributaries that rendered the land uninhabitable. Perhaps floods, relentless and unending, drowned the city again and again until its people simply walked away. Or perhaps changes in trade patterns, or in climate itself, made life in the once prosperous metropolis impossible. Even today, the site bears the scars of both extremes: silt from flooding and the dry dust of desolation. Yet there are stranger theories. Some have claimed that a layer of fused clay and stone found at parts of the site could indicate sudden, intense heat, as if from an explosion. Early researchers in the mid-20th century even speculated, with fascination and fear, that it might suggest an ancient catastrophe, a weapon beyond our understanding. Such claims have never been proven and remain in the realm of myth, but they linger, feeding the imagination of those who see in Mohenjo-Daro not just a city, but a warning. Standing on the citadel mound today, the horizon feels infinite, flat desert stretching endlessly under a white sun. It's difficult to believe that this place was once alive with sound. Traders calling, water splashing in wells, footsteps on brick pavements. The ghosts here do not whisper, they listen. There's an uncanny sense that the city's builders intended it to last forever. And perhaps in a way, it has. Its design principles influenced urban planning millennia later. Its mystery inspired generations of archaeologists and dreamers. Even in ruin, Mohenjo-Daro holds a strange vitality, as though its silence itself were a form of preservation. Among the most haunting discoveries were human remains, scattered, often lying face down as if caught mid-flight or collapse. Some were found near the center of the city, clutching hands or turned toward one another. These skeletal postures gave rise to early theories of sudden death, perhaps from flood or disease. Yet even that remains speculative. The city offers no written epitaph, no lament carved in stone. Instead, its only voice is architectural, a language of balance and proportion. The homes are modest but consistent, Wells are everywhere, over 700 identified within the city, each one a quiet testament to the value of purity, of daily ritual. The drainage channels, still visible, run beneath the streets like arteries beneath skin, a civilization literally built on the flow of water. It is strange, perhaps, that such advancement left so little trace of individual identity. We do not know a single name from Mohenjo-Daro. Not a single ruler, poet, or builder has been remembered. Their achievements were collective, anonymous, as if the society itself believed in harmony over heroism. And yet, through their silence, they achieved immortality. Today, Mohenjo-Daro is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but it is dying again. Not from abandonment, but from exposure. Salt crystallizes within its ancient bricks. Each rainfall erodes the walls a little more. The once proud city, after surviving 4,000 years beneath the earth, now fades under the sun once more. Preservation efforts are ongoing, but the forces of time are patient. The Indus River, the very heart that gave the city life, has long shifted away, leaving the ruins marooned in a desert that was once a fertile plain. And so, the city remains, half buried, half remembered, a monument not to kings or wars, but to the quiet brilliance of a people who mastered order and then vanished into dust. Sometimes, as evening falls over the site, the wind moves through the empty streets, carrying with it a low hum, the sound of sand against brick. In that sound, one might imagine the voices of Mohenjo-Daro returning for a moment, speaking not in words, but in presence. What was their story? Why did they build a city so perfect only to abandon it to the desert? Was it hubris? Fate? Or simply the rhythm of civilizations? Rise, flourish, and fall? No one knows. The seals remain silent, the bath remains dry, and the Indus still flows somewhere far beyond sight, carving new paths, as it always has. Somewhere beneath those waters, perhaps, the last reflection of Mohenjo-Daro still shimmers, waiting for the world to remember. The desert wind passes over the mound, whispering through the ruins like a prayer too old to translate. Chapter 5. Petra, the rose-red city, forgotten by time. Beneath the unrelenting sun of southern Jordan, where cliffs of rose and ochre rise like frozen waves of fire, there lies a city half-carved, half-born from the stone itself. Petra, the rose-red city, a mirage of civilization hewn directly into the desert's bones. To walk its narrow gorge, the sick, is to step through a living wound in time, where light fades and silence deepens until only the whisper of sand remains. At the end of that shadowed passage, the rock opens suddenly into a great courtyard. Before you, sunlight strikes the facade of the treasury, Al-Khazna, its columns and pediments glowing as if lit from within. The sight is impossible, unreal, a temple sculpted from living rock, standing untouched for 2,000 years. Every groove and figure chiseled by Nabatean hands that have long since turned to dust. The Nabateans were not a people of conquest. They were a people of movement. Traders, desert navigators, masters of survival where life itself seemed impossible. As early as the 4th century BCE, they wandered the deserts between Arabia, Damascus, and Sinai, herding camels and carrying incense, myrrh, and spices from the southern kingdoms toward the Mediterranean world. But somewhere amid these barren cliffs, they found permanence. Here, in the hidden valleys of Wadi Musa, they carved a sanctuary. Their genius was not in war, but in water, the rarest treasure of the desert. Through channels, cisterns, and gravity-fed aqueducts, they captured every drop of rainfall, guiding it through miles of carved conduits that still run beneath the dust today. In a land where empires perished from thirst, Petra thrived. Archaeologists who study this place often marvel that it should even exist. How could a nomadic tribe of traders master such complex engineering? The Nabateans' water system was centuries ahead of its time. Covered clay pipes, pressure regulators, and terraced catchments that turned stone ravines into reservoirs. It was an invisible city beneath the visible, the hidden infrastructure that allowed life to bloom in the wasteland. Petra was not only a city of survival, it was a city of spectacle. Its facades, cut from sandstone cliffs, glow crimson at dawn and gold at dusk, a play of colour so striking that Roman travellers once called it a city born from the sun's last light. The facades blend Greek, Egyptian, and Mesopotamian motifs, a collision of cultures reflecting the trade routes that converged here. Corinthian capitals, winged lions, funerary urns, and carved eagles, seemed to guard the thresholds between life and eternity. Yet for all its grandeur, the true Petra remains half buried. Much of the city lies hidden beneath layers of sediment, sand, flood debris, and the slow accretions of time. Excavations since the early 20th century have revealed only a fraction of its expanse. Beneath the open plazas and temples, archaeologists suspect deeper chambers and older sanctuaries, perhaps remnants of a settlement that predates the Nabateans themselves. Inscriptions found in the surrounding valleys hint at older names, older gods. The Nabateans worshipped Dushara, the lord of the mountain, and Al-Uzza, the radiant goddess of mourning and fertility. Their shrines were not enclosed. They stood open to the sky, carved upon high platforms known as high places. From these summits, priests offered incense and blood to the unseen forces that governed wind, rain, and fate. As the centuries turned, Petra grew wealthy beyond measure. It became the beating heart of a trade network stretching from the Red Sea to Damascus, from the Arabian Peninsula to the Mediterranean. Caravans arrived daily, heavy with frankincense, gold, silk, and spices. In the silence of the canyons, you can still almost hear the echoes of camels and the voices of merchants bargaining in many tongues. Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean. But the desert, as always, is patient. By the 1st century CE, the world was changing. Rome's power had spread eastward, swallowing the old trade routes under its order. The Emperor Trajan, in 106 CE, annexed the Nabatean kingdom, renaming it Arabia Petraea. The Nabatean kings disappeared from record, and Petra became another Roman outpost. Prosperous still, but no longer sovereign. The Romans built roads, temples, and an amphitheatre capable of seating thousands. Yet even as they reshaped the city in marble, something essential began to fade. The great caravans dwindled as new routes opened by sea, bypassing Petra altogether. The city's pulse slowed. Then came earthquakes. The desert shifted. Around the 4th century CE, tremors shattered Petra's aqueducts, cracked its facades, and silenced its fountains. The city that had captured every drop of rain was left to thirst. Slowly, its people drifted away. By the 7th century, Petra was nearly gone, not destroyed but abandoned, left to the guardianship of wind and sand. For over 1,000 years, Petra vanished from the maps of the known world. Crusaders passed nearby without realizing what slept in the canyons. Only local Bedouin tribes knew of it, calling it Al-Batra, guarding its memory as a secret. Then, in 1812, a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as a Muslim pilgrim, convinced a guide to lead him through the Sikh under the pretense of making a sacrifice at the tomb of Aaron. When he emerged into the open, he saw the treasury's facade gleaming red beneath the noon sun. In that instant, Petra returned to the world, though it would take decades before its mysteries began to unfold. Early travelers could scarcely believe what they saw. They thought the treasury was filled with gold, shot at its urn with rifles in vain attempts to break it open. Others imagined it to be a temple of the pharaohs, a relic of Moses' time, or even the lost city of the Israelites. The truth was more complex, and in its own way, more haunting. Modern archaeology reveals that Petra was less a single city, and more a network of sacred and civic spaces spread across a labyrinth of canyons. Its monuments, like the monastery, Ad-Dir, the royal tombs, and the high place of sacrifice, align subtly with celestial paths. Some scholars suggest astronomical precision in their placements, hinting at an ancient cosmology now lost to time. There are carvings, too, that defy easy classification. Hybrid gods, faceless deities, and cryptic symbols cut deep into the stone. In the obelisk tomb, 4 obelisks rise like frozen flames above the facade, representing the souls of the dead ascending to heaven. In other shrines, cube-shaped betels, sacred stones representing the presence of a god, remain in situ, untouched for millennia. What remains striking is the silence of their language. The Nabateans developed their own script, a graceful, looping precursor to Arabic. Yet few extended texts survive. No grand histories, no manifestos, no myths. It is as if the people who carved their immortality into stone wish to leave no written voice behind. The desert speaks for them now. Every generation of archaeologists seems to peel back another layer, only to discover that Petra's enigma deepens. Beneath the main colonnaded street, ground-penetrating radar has revealed what may be foundations of older temples or administrative buildings. perhaps belonging to a pre-Nabatean settlement, and some argue that Petra's earliest sanctuaries could align with solar events dating back to the Bronze Age, long before the Nabateans carved their first facade. If true, it would mean that Petra was not simply built by the Nabateans, but reborn by them, a sacred site chosen because its power was already ancient. Even now, visitors walking the sick at dawn describe an almost spiritual stillness. Light falls in ribbons through the narrow passage, striking the sandstone in hues of red, violet, and gold. Each echo of footsteps feels like trespass, as though the city itself still dreams beneath the stone. At night, under starlight, Petra transforms again. Candles flicker along the path to the treasury, casting the facade in a trembling orange glow. The air cools. The desert becomes vast and infinite. And for a fleeting moment, one can almost believe that the Nabateans never vanished at all, that their spirits still move through these canyons, unseen but listening. What caused their final disappearance remains uncertain. Some blame the earthquakes, others, the collapse of trade or the slow shift of empires. But perhaps, like all desert civilizations, the Nabateans simply returned to the silence that birthed them, fading into the sands they once commanded. In the end, Petra is both monument and mirage. It stands as proof that human hands once tamed the desert, and as reminder that time reclaims all that defies it. Today, archaeologists still sift its dust, searching for meaning in the fragments. A broken inscription, a pottery shard, a forgotten god's name. Each discovery feels less like revelation and more like a memory resurfacing. A whisper from a people who once spoke to stone and made it live. The rose-red city remains, luminous, eternal, half asleep beneath the sun. And as the wind sighs through the seek, one cannot help but wonder what else lies buried beneath, waiting for the desert to loosen its hold, just long enough for us to remember. Chapter 6. Nia. The Silk Road outpost beneath the Taklamakan. Beneath the burning silence of the Taklamakan desert, where no rivers flow and the wind itself seems lost in memory, lie the buried bones of an ancient city. Its name was Nia, a shimmering outpost that once stood as a bridge between worlds. 2,000 years ago, this place was alive with the sound of caravan bells, traders' voices, and the soft chants of Buddhist monks. Now, only the shifting dunes whisper their secrets. The Taklamakan is called the Desert of No Return, a vast, unbroken expanse of sand stretching across the Tarim Basin in China's far west. It is both a graveyard and a guardian. For centuries, the desert has devoured kingdoms, preserving their remains in perfect, airless stillness. Nia was one of its most precious victims. Archaeologists first stumbled upon Nia in the early 20th century, led by the legendary explorer Sir Aurel Stein. In 1900, Stein crossed the frozen passes of the Kunlun Mountains and entered the sands of death, following whispers of a lost city half buried in dunes. What he found astonished the world. Wooden houses still stood upright, doors still swung on their hinges. In one home, he found a woman's dressing table, complete with combs, mirrors, and silk robes that had not rotted. The colors still glowed faintly in the sunlight, crimson, jade, and gold, as if their owner had only just stepped away. The climate that kills also preserves. In Nia's dry, salt-laden air, decay was frozen in time. Documents written in the Kharosthi script, coins stamped with the faces of Kushan kings, and delicate wooden tablets inscribed with legal decrees all survived intact. One tablet recorded a dispute over a slave girl's inheritance. Another detailed the weight of grain owed in tax. Through these fragile relics, the voices of Nia's citizens rose again. Bureaucrats, merchants, and farmers speaking across the centuries. The evidence revealed a startling truth. Nia was not an isolated desert post. It was a node in the great web of the Silk Road, the southern route that linked China with India, Persia, and Rome. Caravans carrying silk, spices, and glassware passed through its gates. In return, Nia absorbed ideas, faiths, and languages. Within its temples, one could hear Sanskrit prayers, Iranian mantras, and Chinese chants intermingling in the air. Here, on the edge of the world, civilization itself was multilingual. But who built Nia? That remains one of archaeology's quiet mysteries. The earliest occupation seems to date back to the 2nd century BCE, when the Han Empire sought to secure its western frontier. Yet the people who lived here, tall, light-eyed, with features often described as Indo-European, spoke not Chinese, but Tocharian, an extinct branch of the Indo-European family. Their graves, uncovered near Nia, contained woolen garments woven in patterns strikingly similar to those found in ancient Europe. Their mummies, with fair hair and long noses, seemed to belong to another world entirely. It was as if the Silk Road was not only a route of commerce, but a river of bloodlines flowing through time. Stein's excavations unearthed not only the practical remnants of life, but the texture of belief. Among the ruins, he found wooden effigies of local gods, small stupas, and fragments of Buddhist manuscripts. Written in Gandhari, the sacred tongue of early northern India, the walls of the temples bore faint traces of color, blues and reds, once part of murals that depicted bodhisattvas and celestial beings. This was a society balanced delicately between earth and spirit, commerce and contemplation. The spiritual life of Nia reveals something profound about the Silk Road itself, that it was not merely a line of trade, but a corridor of transformation. Here, Buddhism traveled northward, carried by monks and merchants from Gandhara into China. Here, new forms of art emerged, Greco-Buddhist in inspiration, Chinese in refinement. And here, for a fleeting century or two, Nia stood as a sanctuary of synthesis, a place where no single culture ruled, but all were absorbed and reimagined. Then, without warning, it vanished. By the 4th century CE, the city had fallen silent. The irrigation canals that once brought glacial water from the mountains ran dry, the orchards withered, houses emptied. Whether it was due to climate change, political instability, or shifting trade routes, no one can say with certainty. Some suggest that a sudden desiccation of the Tarim Basin turned fertile land into wasteland. Others point to the collapse of the Kushan Empire and the turmoil that followed. Whatever the cause, the people of Nia walked away, leaving their homes almost exactly as they had lived in them. It is this abandonment, so sudden and complete, that gives Nia its haunting power. In one dwelling, archaeologists found a child's wooden toy horse beside a cradle. In another, a half-written letter lay on a desk, still waiting to be sent. Every object seemed to whisper the same unanswered question. What drove them to leave, and where did they go? Modern archaeological work has continued to peel back the sand, though much of Nia still sleeps beneath it. Chinese teams in the late 20th and early 21st centuries re-examined the site with ground-penetrating radar and carbon dating. They confirmed the astonishing preservation and extended the timeline of occupation well into the 4th century. Yet the mystery deepened. Genetic studies of remains in the region revealed a complex ancestry, a mix of Western Eurasian, South Asian, and East Asian lineages. This convergence of bloodlines mirrored the city's role, a human crossroad, both literal and symbolic. Even the vegetation of Nia told a story of mingling worlds. Archaeobotanical studies found seeds of grapes, wheat, millet, and cotton, crops originating from vastly different regions. Here, in the most desolate desert on Earth, the Earth had once been made fertile by human will. They engineered canals that stretched for miles, channeling glacial meltwater into the oasis, a feat of desert hydrology as impressive as any monument. The sands that now bury Nia were once fertile soil, fed by human ingenuity. And yet, nothing lasts forever. The same winds that once carried the scent of spice and silk now erode the last traces of its streets. Wooden pillars rise like ribs from the sand, sun-bleached and skeletal. The silence is nearly absolute. Only the occasional traveler, archaeologist, pilgrim, or lost wanderer, disturbs it. Standing there today, one feels time collapse. The dunes shift, and for a moment you might imagine the sound of a bell, the soft clang of a camel's harness, fading across the wind. You can almost see the flicker of a torch in a distant doorway, and the ghostly outline of a figure writing by lamplight, unaware that his city would soon be swallowed whole. The Taklamakan does not erase, it entombs every lost settlement beneath its sands. Lulan, Miran, Naya, remains perfectly embalmed in the desert's dry breath. Together they form a constellation of silence, each one a reminder of how fragile human presence is against the eternal. To some, Nia represents the inevitable cycle of civilization: rise, flourish, vanish. To others, it embodies the forgotten bridges that once connected East and West, a testimony to how deeply intertwined ancient cultures truly were. The Silk Road was not a single path. but a living organism of movement and exchange, pulsing through the heart of Eurasia. And Nia, for a time, was one of its beating hearts. Today, much of the city remains buried. The Chinese government restricts excavations, preserving what remains for future generations, or perhaps to protect the desert's fragile equilibrium. Satellite imagery reveals faint traces of old walls, grid-like patterns of streets, and the ghostly outlines of orchards, like veins beneath the skin of the earth. But to unearth Nia fully might also mean to disturb the spell that has kept it preserved. Perhaps it is fitting that some stories remain half silent. Resting in the dust, Nia endures as both relic and riddle, a whisper between the dunes, speaking of a world where East met West, not in conflict, but in exchange. A place where faith and trade, language and art merged for a brief, luminous age before the sands reclaimed them all. And as the sun sinks over the Taklamakan, painting the desert in bronze light, one cannot help but wonder, how many more cities sleep beneath the dunes, their walls intact, their stories unspoken, waiting for the wind to shift once more? The desert keeps its own memory, and Nia, beneath its endless silence, still breathes. Chapter 7. Gedi, the Swahili city lost in coastal sands along. Kenya's humid coastline, veiled beneath a cathedral of green, lies a city that should not exist. Stone walls rise out of coral limestone, worn by centuries of rain and salt air. The ruins seem almost impossible. Elegant archways, coral palaces, and wells that still draw clean water. This is Gedi, a medieval city lost to time, whose sophistication rivals anything found in Europe's Middle Ages. And yet, it vanished without a trace. For centuries, the forest kept its secret. Vines swallowed streets where merchants once walked, and roots pried open doorways once carved with geometric art. The whisper of the Indian Ocean carried no memory of the people who built this place, who lived, traded, and prayed within its coral walls. When the first European explorers stumbled upon Gedi in the early 20th century, they found not a legend, but a paradox, a city of advanced architecture, hidden in a region where, according to colonial expectations, such complexity was never supposed to exist. Archaeologists date Gedi's rise to around the 11th century, roughly the same time that Norman knights were building castles in England and the Song dynasty was flourishing in China. Yet, here on the East African coast, another civilization was quietly thriving. The Swahili culture, an intricate fusion of African, Arab, and Persian influences, stretched across the coastline from Somalia to Mozambique. Gedi was one of its shining jewels, a living port in a network of maritime trade that connected Africa to the wider world. The architecture of Gedi speaks of wealth and worldliness. Coral stone, harvested from the reefs, was carved into elaborate homes and mosques. These weren't simple huts or mud brick dwellings, but multi-roomed houses with plastered walls, intricate niches, and arched doorways. Water systems ran through the city, wells, cisterns, and even rudimentary flush toilets that used gravity and stored water to clean. Few medieval cities on Earth could boast such sanitation. It's said that even nobles in Europe lived in less hygienic comfort. And then there was the palace, or rather, what archaeologists call the Great Mosque and the Sheikh's House. The structures stand at the city's heart, surrounded by coral walls that once enclosed the lives of Gedi's elite. Within those courtyards, fragments of Chinese porcelain, Persian bowls, and Venetian glass have been uncovered, proof of trade that reached across the Indian Ocean and beyond. Gedi's people were not isolated tribes. They were cosmopolitan merchants and craftsmen, participants in one of the earliest forms of globalization. Every shard, every bead, tells a story of connection. From Gedi's harbor, ivory, gold, and spices would have set sail northward, bound for Arabia, India, and China. In return came fine ceramics, silk, and glassware. This exchange flourished long before the arrival of Europeans, long before colonial maps redrew Africa's history. The Swahili cities, Kilwa, Mombasa, Lamu, and Gedi, were living testaments to a maritime world now largely forgotten. Yet, for all its elegance, Gedi fell into silence. By the 17th century, the city was deserted. Its wells remained full, its walls intact, its treasures left behind. There are no signs of invasion, no burn marks, no mass graves. It was as if the inhabitants simply walked away. Scholars have proposed many reasons. Some point to the arrival of the Portuguese in the late 15th century, whose aggressive control of the Indian Ocean trade disrupted the Swahili coast's prosperity. Others suggest that shifts in trade routes away from this stretch of Kenya left Gedi economically stranded. A few blame disease or drought, but none of these explanations fully account for the city's abrupt and total abandonment. Local tradition tells another story. The forest around Gedi is believed to be haunted, a place protected by spirits. Even today, the Giriama people who live nearby treat the ruins with reverence. They enter quietly, leaving offerings at certain trees. There is one particularly sacred fig tree, enormous and twisting, said to house the guardian of the city. Visitors who fail to show respect are warned of misfortune. In Swahili folklore, Gedi is not merely lost, it is guarded. Archaeologists, for their part, tread carefully. Excavations began in earnest in the 1940s, led by British researchers who were astonished by what they uncovered. Beneath the forest floor, entire streets emerged, complete with a town plan, drainage systems, and evidence of sophisticated urban life. Yet even they could not escape the unease of the place. The forest seemed alive, as though watching their work. One early caretaker, an elderly man named Kivumbi, claimed to hear voices at dusk. He warned visitors not to stay past sunset. "The old ones walk," he said, "but the mystery of Gedi runs deeper than superstition." Its very existence challenges assumptions about Africa's past. For centuries, colonial narratives painted sub-Saharan Africa as a land without cities, without writing, without architecture. Gedi stands as quiet defiance, a physical record that advanced. Literate societies thrived along the East African coast long before European contact. The Swahili language itself, a blend of Bantu structure and Arabic vocabulary, embodies this synthesis, a linguistic map of centuries of trade and cultural fusion. Within Gedi's walls, researchers have found inscriptions in Arabic, graves aligned toward Mecca, and fragments of the Quran, evidence of a deeply Islamic culture. Yet, intertwined with these, there are distinctly African motifs, spiral carvings, ancestor shrines, and the rhythmic geometry of indigenous art. Gedi was a meeting place of worlds, African, Arab, and Asian, all merging into something uniquely Swahili. Still, the question lingers, why was it forgotten? When European explorers began mapping the coast in the 19th century, they found no mention of Gedi in oral traditions. Its name had faded from living memory. How does a city, with hundreds of stone buildings and complex water systems, vanish so completely from history? Some suggest deliberate erasure, a people fleeing something unspeakable, leaving their city to be reclaimed by the forest. Others see in it a reflection of Africa's broader historical silence, where stories not written in European script were left to decay. The forest, in this sense, is both protector and veil. Today, walking through Gedi is a haunting experience. Sunlight filters through canopies of tamarind and baobab. The coral walls glow pale gold at noon. Lizards dart through broken archways. The silence is almost sacred, a silence not of absence but of endurance. The city breathes faintly, as though waiting for someone to remember its name. Archaeologists continue to study the site, but Gedi refuses to yield all its secrets. Its population size, once estimated at 2,500, remains debated. Its true role in the Swahili trade network is uncertain. Some researchers now believe it may have been a satellite of Malindi or Mombasa, a retreat for merchants or nobles. Others argue that it was a hidden port, perhaps deliberately concealed within the forest, safe from piracy and foreign eyes. The nearby coastline has shifted over centuries. What is now dense jungle may once have been open beach, dotted with dhows and sails. There are even whispers among fringe historians that Gedi was part of an even older tradition, remnants of pre-Islamic seafarers who once crossed between Africa and Arabia millennia before the Prophet's time. Some point to similarities in coral architecture between the Swahili coast and the ruins of southern Arabia. No definitive proof exists, but such echoes deepen the sense that Gedi's roots reach further back than we yet know. What remains undeniable is this: Gedi's story belongs not just to Kenya, but to the world. It stands as a reminder that civilization does not flow from a single source, not from Greece, nor Rome, nor the West, but rises wherever humans find the will to build, trade, and dream. The coral city of Gedi was one such dream, carved into stone and sea. When night falls over the ruins, the forest hums again, insects, wind, the distant hiss of the ocean. It's easy to imagine the sounds of life returning. Merchants bargaining in Swahili, the call to prayer echoing from the great mosque, children laughing near the wells, but then the sound fades, replaced by the murmur of leaves, the rhythm of waves against invisible shores. Jedi remains, half remembered, half erased, a city between worlds, and somewhere beneath its coral stones, perhaps the story of its end still sleeps, waiting for someone patient enough to listen. Chapter 8. Akhetaten, Akhenaten city of the sun. The heart of the Egyptian desert, between the Theban hills and the waters of the Nile, lies a place that was once called Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten. Today, it is known by another name, Amarna. But long before the wind carved its name into the dust, it was Pharaoh Akhenaten's impossible dream. A city raised not for man, but for the sun itself. Around 1350 BCE, the 18th dynasty stood at the height of Egypt's power. The old gods of Memphis and Thebes had filled the land with temples and rituals stretching back 2,000 years. Yet into this world of divine multiplicity stepped a single man who sought to overturn it all. Amenhotep IV, the young pharaoh who would rename himself Akhenaten, effective for the Aten, looked upon the ancient pantheon and declared that there was only one god worth worshipping, Aten, the radiant disk of the sun. It was an audacious heresy, a monotheistic experiment in a world of countless gods. And to make it real, Akhenaten decided he could not simply reform Egypt. He had to rebuild it. He turned his gaze north of Thebes to a wide crescent of untouched desert flanked by cliffs. Here, he proclaimed, the sun rose between two peaks, the visible horizon of Aten. It was sacred ground untouched by any prior god or king. He ordered a city built there from nothing. What followed was one of the most dramatic acts of urban creation in the ancient world. In a mere few years, perhaps less than 10, tens of thousands of workers, artisans, and scribes flooded into the desert, erecting temples, palaces, and administrative offices where only sand had lain. Unlike other Egyptian cities that grew slowly over centuries, Akhetaten was born in an instant, planned, ordered, and executed according to the vision of one man. The archaeologists who later uncovered its bones, Flinders Petrie, Ludwig Borchardt, and T.E. Peet among them, were astonished at the scale and speed of its construction. Mud brick walls ran in clean, geometric lines. Sun courts and open-air sanctuaries filled with light stood where once only dunes shimmered. There was no shadow here, no hidden chambers or inner sanctums, as in the temples of Amun or Osiris. The worship of Aten required only light. Each temple was roofless, exposed to the unfiltered sun. Priests, now stripped of their mystery and power, lifted offerings into the open air. Akhenaten himself composed hymns to Aten, lyrical, almost intimate odes to the creative power of sunlight. One of them, known as the Great Hymn to the Aten, survives on the walls of a nobleman's tomb. It speaks of the god as a universal sustainer, not just of Egypt, but of all peoples and all lands. It is strikingly modern in tone, almost humanitarian. To many, it reads as the first written expression of a truly monotheistic worldview. But Akhenaten's revolution was not merely theological. It was aesthetic, social, and deeply personal. Art in his city broke from centuries of rigid formality. Instead of the idealized, ageless images of kings and gods, artists at Amarna depicted life with startling realism. Akhenaten is shown with elongated features, narrow face, and a distended belly, a form so alien to earlier depictions that scholars once wondered if he suffered from a genetic disorder. Beside him stands his queen, Nefertiti. The beautiful one has come. Her presence dominates Amarna's art as much as the pharaoh himself. Together, they are seen cradling their daughters beneath the outstretched rays of the Aten, each ray ending in a tiny, delicate hand offering the Ankh, the breath of life. For the first time in Egyptian art, the royal family appeared not as remote divinities, but as living, breathing beings, affectionate, tender, and strangely human. The sunlight touched them directly. No priest or intermediary stood between the king and his god. Yet this intimacy masked a growing isolation. Akhenaten's reforms had shattered Egypt's priesthood, especially that of Amun, the invisible god of Thebes whose temple at Karnak had grown richer than the throne itself. By transferring power and wealth to his new city, Akhenaten alienated much of the elite. The city of the sun was radiant, yes, but it cast long shadows. Archaeology paints a vivid portrait of life in Akhetaten during its brief 20 years of existence. Excavations at the workmen's village, a small walled community southeast of the city centre, reveal the lives of ordinary Egyptians who served the royal project. Their bones tell of malnutrition, overwork and disease. The bright theology of the Aten shone less kindly on the people who built its monuments. In the main city, wide ceremonial avenues ran from the royal palace to the great temple of the Aten. Storage rooms overflowed with grain, oil, and tribute. Bureaucrats filled papyrus scrolls with accounts, inventories, and letters, many of which would later be discovered in the Amarna letters. A cache of more than 350 clay tablets unearthed in 1887 by local villagers. Written in Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the ancient Near East, these letters reveal the web of correspondence between Egypt and its vassal states, from Canaan to Babylon. They speak of tribute, rebellion, and desperate pleas for military aid, but they also reveal something more: the erosion of Egypt's influence abroad. While Akhenaten was absorbed in the worship of Aten, his empire was crumbling. Vassal kings wrote urgently to the pharaoh of the sun, begging for troops, for gold, for intervention. None came. The empire's frontiers shrank. Armies were neglected. It was as though the pharaoh had turned his face entirely toward the sun and away from the world of men. Even within Akhetaten's beauty lay unease. Many of the tombs carved into the cliffs surrounding the city were left unfinished. The walls that were meant to proclaim eternity stop abruptly in mid-scene, as if time itself ran out. The city's grand avenues lead to empty foundations, structures never completed, and then, almost as quickly as it rose, the city of the sun fell silent. After Akhenaten's death, around 1336 BCE, the spell broke. His successor, the young Tutankhaten, changed his name to Tutankhamun, restoring the favor of Amun. The court abandoned Amarna. The priests returned to Thebes. Akhenaten's temples were dismantled, his cartouches chiseled away, his name struck from king lists. It was as if Egypt itself had conspired to erase the memory of its heretic king. In later centuries, his city was swallowed by sand. The desert reclaimed its streets, its courtyards, its altars. Only the faint outlines of mud brick walls remained, fragile as the faith that built them. When 19th and 20th century archaeologists began to excavate Amarna, they found a time capsule, a city frozen at the moment of its abandonment. Chariot wheels, paint jars, sandals, the impressions of papyrus rolls, all left as if the inhabitants had expected to return. And yet they never did. To walk through the ruins today is to feel an unsettling kind of quiet. The stones still bear the warmth of the sun, as though Aten's presence has never entirely faded. The boundary stelae, carved into the cliffs, still proclaim Akhenaten's divine mission, his vow that this city would endure forever as the dwelling place of the Aten. But eternity, it seems, had other plans. Archaeologists continue to uncover fragments of what once was, fragments of correspondence, seals, and sculpture that hint at the deeper mystery of Amarna's fall. Was it simply a political backlash against religious excess? Or was there something more? Famine, plague, or divine retribution whispered through the shifting sands? The city's abrupt abandonment, the unfinished tombs, the sealed houses, all suggest a calamity, but one whose cause remains just beyond reach. Some believe that the heretic king's experiment left an echo that traveled far beyond Egypt. His vision of a single universal god may have seeded ideas that would later re-emerge in the monotheistic faiths of the Near East. Others see in Akhenaten not a prophet, but a warning of how absolute devotion to an ideal can consume a kingdom. Yet, despite Egypt's efforts to erase him, Akhenaten's face endures. It gazes out from broken statues, serene and strange, the same inscrutable smile carved in stone that once shone beneath the desert sun. And around him the city sleeps, its temples half buried, its streets untouched, its archives whispering beneath layers of time. If the sands of Amarna were ever fully excavated, what stories might they yield? Would we find new hymns to the Aten or records of dissent and rebellion hidden from the pharaoh's eye? Perhaps, deep beneath the dunes, lie the final words of those who lived and died in service of a god that vanished with the dawn. The sun rises still over Amarna, flooding the desert with the same golden fire that once defined an empire's faith. And in that light, fleeting and eternal, the dream of Akhetaten lingers, half remembered, half forgotten, a horizon where man and God once tried to meet. The city may have fallen, but the light remains. Chapter 9, Shisar, gateway to the sands of Rub al-Khaliyat, the edge of the known world, where the rugged hills of Dhofar dissolve into the shifting silence of the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. There lies a ruin called Shisar. From above, it seems modest, a cluster of weather-worn walls and sun-blasted stone. But beneath that unassuming veneer, something ancient stirs. Something that may once have been called Ubar, or perhaps another name now lost to wind and time. The desert here does not forgive. It swallows, it conceals, and in its erasure, it whispers to those who listen. Shisar is located in the southwestern corner of Oman, not far from the Yemeni border. Today, the site is a quiet anomaly in a landscape dominated by desolation. But for thousands of years, this barren land was not as lifeless as it appears. Ancient trade routes once threaded through the Arabian Peninsula like veins, pulsing with the movement of caravans bearing frankincense, myrrh and rare spices toward the empires of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Rome. Shisar was one such point along the route, a station, a hub, a sanctuary. In 1991, a team of researchers led by satellite imaging specialist Dr. Ronald Bloom and funded in part by NASA identified anomalous patterns beneath the sands near Shisar. Using remote sensing and radar data, they detected linear trails, faint but consistent, radiating outward like spokes from a central node. These trails matched the suspected paths of ancient caravan routes, and where they converged, the excavation revealed something more than desert. Archaeologists unearthed the remains of what appeared to be a fortified settlement, thick walls built of limestone blocks, the remnants of towers, and, most crucially, an immense well carved deep into the bedrock. It was this well that suggested longevity, not merely a temporary encampment, but a site of permanence, one that had supported human activity over centuries, even millennia. The water source was not a shallow affair. It delved over 60 feet into the earth, suggesting knowledge of hydrology far older than modern attribution allows. Yet it wasn't just the stone or the water that stirred deeper questions. It was the myth. For centuries, Islamic and pre-Islamic lore had spoken of a city lost to God's wrath, a fabled place called Iram of the Pillars. The Quran mentions it briefly in Surah Al-Fajr, describing Iram as a city of lofty pillars, the like of which was not created in the land. According to legend, it was a prosperous center ruled by a king whose pride became hubris. In punishment, the city was consumed, some say by wind, others by sand. But the consensus is hauntingly uniform. It vanished. Western accounts later picked up the thread. T. E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia, referred to this supposed city as the Atlantis of the sands. He believed it could be found buried somewhere in the vast, uncharted dunes of the Rub al-Khali. But unlike Atlantis, Iram had coordinates, a spiritual weight, and, as some argued, archaeological clues. When the excavations at Shisar began, the connection was immediate. Could this be the site of Iram? Was this the lost city Ubar, referenced by Ptolemy in the 2nd century AD, and spoken of in fragmented oral traditions passed down across generations of Bedouins? The early evidence was tantalizing. Ground-penetrating radar revealed additional substructures beneath the current surface level, hinting at collapsed or buried buildings. Pottery shards dated between the 3rd century BCE and the 3rd century CE suggested a long period of occupation. Charred remains hinted at destruction by fire or conflict. But for all its promise, Shisar was not definitive. It was a piece, not the picture. The settlement's layout, central tower, protective walls, access to deep water, and its position at the convergence of trade routes does align with descriptions of caravanserais, fortified inns where merchants could rest and resupply. These way stations were essential across the ancient world, dotting the Silk Roads and incense routes alike. Shisar may have been one of the last before traders entered the perilous heart of the Rub al-Khali, where even the stars seem to vanish behind walls of drifting sand. But then, there are the anomalies. The satellite data does not merely suggest isolated buildings. In infrared imaging and remote scans, there are traces, ghosts, almost, of substructures extending far beyond the currently excavated site. Some patterns suggest large rectangular formations beneath the dunes, too regular to be natural. Others point to collapsed cavities, as if something once stood tall and has since been consumed from within. And Shissa is not alone in this silence. Across the southern Arabian Peninsula, entire regions remain archaeologically unexplored. The terrain is not only inhospitable but politically volatile. Sandstorms can erase tracks within hours, and in the deepest recesses of the empty quarter, entire landscapes shift and reform without warning. Satellite scans have shown kilometre-wide dune fields moving steadily, like tides made of time. In these conditions, how much might lie unseen? And if Shissa is but an outpost, what fortress, what sanctuary, what forgotten city might still sleep deeper in the sands? Further complicating matters is the ancient climate. Paleoclimatic data suggests that the Arabian Peninsula was not always as barren as it is today. Around 6,000 years ago, during the Holocene climatic optimum, southern Arabia was greener, dotted with grasslands, seasonal lakes, and savannas. Human habitation extended into areas now inhospitable. Cave paintings in Oman and Yemen depict cattle, hunting scenes, and figures that predate formal writing systems. This means Shissa could be far older than its current strata suggest, that earlier civilizations, unknown and unnamed, may have risen and fallen here long before the incense caravans traced their routes across the peninsula. Yet much remains inaccessible. Bureaucratic hurdles, shifting political alliances, and the sheer cost of desert excavation have kept the full extent of Shissa locked beneath sand. Local oral traditions speak of collapsed cities, of entire tribes that vanished beneath the dunes. One legend describes a city of white towers that shone even under moonlight, swallowed in a single night. Another tells of a voice heard across the desert, speaking in tongues no longer understood. Myths, yes, but myths often grow in the cracks of something once real, and the deeper one peers into Shissa, the more those cracks begin to widen. The architectural features, arches that seem oversized for their function, post holes without obvious explanation, steps that descend into nothing, suggest either a more complex design or reconstruction atop even older foundations. Excavators have noted layers of occupation that shift dramatically in style and material. Could these represent different cultures over millennia, or is there something else unrecorded beneath? In recent years, renewed interest in satellite archaeology has brought Shissa back into the academic discourse. High-resolution imagery from the European Space Agency and commercial satellites continues to reveal disruptions in the sand far beyond the site's perimeter. Some of these disturbances align with ancient watercourses, now dry wadis, that may have supported larger populations in a time when the desert still breathed green. But excavations are slow. The sand is patient, and time forgets faster than it remembers. Today, standing amid the crumbled walls of Shissa, one hears almost nothing. Only the wind, brushing across stone shaped by unknown hands. The well is still there, dry now, but echoing if you listen. Around it, the sun bleaches away all certainty. No signs, no plaques, just a place, waiting. Was this truly Ubar, the Aram of pillars, or merely one whisper in a larger buried chorus? The empty quarter remains largely untouched, vast, merciless, and silent. Yet the clues are here, scattered like grains, from the satellite trails in the sky to the broken pottery underfoot. Shissa may not be the city, but it may be the threshold, a gateway, and beyond that gate, the sands wait, quiet, endless, and not yet done speaking. Chapter 10, Tel El Amarna, the desert city erased by pharaohs in the heart of the Egyptian desert. Midway between Thebes and Memphis lies a scar upon the land. A crescent-shaped plain hemmed in by cliffs and scorched by the sun. To the ancient Egyptians, this place was called Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten. To us, it is Tel El Amarna. Here, over 3,000 years ago, a dream took shape. A dream so radical that it shook the foundations of Egypt's gods, its temples, and its very soul. In a single decade, a city rose from the dust, not slowly, as cities tend to, but as if conjured. Palaces, open-air temples, residential quarters, and administrative halls spread across more than 12 kilometers of desert. It was the vision of one man, Pharaoh Akhetaten. But within 20 years of its completion, it was abandoned, dismantled, and cursed into silence, Akhetaten became a ghost before its stones had time to age. The year was around 1345 BCE. Akhenaten, born Amenhotep IV, had inherited the throne of a prosperous and deeply religious empire. For centuries, Egypt's identity had revolved around its pantheon, a harmonious network of gods led by Amun of Thebes. But the young pharaoh saw something different in the blinding disk of the sun, the Aten, a deity not as a figure, but as an idea. In his hymns, Akhenaten wrote of the Aten as the sole source of life, whose rays touched all beings equally. It was in essence the first great experiment in monotheism, and like all revolutions, it demanded a stage of its own. He turned his back on Thebes and the priests of Amun, traveling north to an untouched stretch of desert beside the Nile. There, between two cliffs that framed the sunrise, he proclaimed a sacred boundary, a horizon chosen by the god himself. In a public ceremony, stelae were carved into the limestone to mark the city's edges, declaring that this place was the Aten's alone. Construction began almost immediately. Thousands of laborers and artisans flooded the desert, raising monuments at a feverish pace. The material was not the enduring sandstone of Thebes, but a softer limestone, easy to carve but fragile. Perhaps Akhenaten believed permanence was unnecessary. Perhaps he imagined the world itself would be remade in his vision before the stone had time to crumble. Within a decade, Akhetaten was complete, a living city dedicated not to many gods, but to one light. At its heart stood the great temple of the Aten, vast courtyards open to the sun, devoid of roofs or shadows. Altars and offering tables filled its terraces, for here the sun itself was the ceiling. The royal palace, connected to the temple by a grand ceremonial road, was adorned with reliefs showing Akhenaten, his queen Nefertiti, and their daughters bathed in the rays of the Aten, the divine family, alone beneath heaven. But beyond these splendors, Akhetaten was also a place of contradictions. In its crowded suburbs, excavations have revealed the remains of ordinary homes, workshops, and cemeteries. Skeletons of laborers show signs of exhaustion and malnutrition, the cost of building paradise in haste. Children were buried in shallow graves within the city limits, a sign of lives lived and lost too quickly. In the bureaucratic quarter, a cache of clay tablets, the Amarna letters, was discovered in 1887. Written in Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the age, they record Egypt's correspondence with distant kingdoms, Babylon, Hatti, Mitanni, and the vassal states of Canaan. They speak of rebellion, of tribute delayed, of pleas for gold and troops, and of a pharaoh whose attention seemed fixed not on politics, but on his god. The letters are among the most human documents of the ancient world. They capture voices that had been buried for 3 millennia, governors begging for aid, kings flattering Egypt's power, diplomats lost in the shifting sands of empire. Together, they reveal that while Akhetaten glittered with divine light, Egypt's borders were fraying in the dark. But it is outside the city walls, in the silent desert cliffs, where the most haunting traces of Akhetaten remain. There, a string of tombs was carved for Akhenaten's courtiers, officials who had followed him into exile from the old religious order. Their unfinished chambers still bear hymns to the Aten, scenes of radiant sunlight replacing the traditional gods of the underworld. Many of these tombs were never completed. Their walls end abruptly, chisels abandoned, as if the workers simply vanished. Further out still, archaeologists have traced roads leading toward the desert's edge, toward what may have been shrines, workmen's villages, or royal retreats. Much of this perimeter remains unexcavated, lost beneath sand and time. Satellite imagery hints at faint outlines, geometric anomalies just beyond the known excavation zone. Perhaps more tombs, perhaps entire districts. And in the center of it all lies the great royal tomb, carved deep into a wadi that cuts into the eastern cliffs. Here, Akhenaten planned to be buried, not in the Valley of the Kings, among generations of Theban pharaohs, but alone, closer to the horizon of his god. The tomb's walls were decorated with prayers to the Aten, but the work was halted before completion. His mummy was never found. When Akhenaten died around 1336 BCE, the light of Aten began to fade. His successors, Shmenkhkare, then the boy king Tutankhaten, quickly abandoned Akhetaten and returned to the old religion. Tutankhaten even changed his name to Tutankhamun, living image of Amun. The temples of the Aten were sealed, their altars dismantled. Official decrees ordered Akhenaten's name erased from monuments, his memory condemned as heresy. The city he built was stripped of its wealth and left to decay under the desert sun. Within a few generations, its stones were scavenged for new settlements along the Nile. The wind filled its streets with sand. The once sacred horizon was forgotten. For over 3,000 years, Akhetaten remained buried until the 19th century, when travelers stumbled upon fragments of carved limestone scattered across the plain. In time, the site became known by its Arabic name, Tel El Amarna. Today, archaeologists have mapped much of the central city, the Great Palace, the temples, the administrative buildings. Yet even after a century of excavation, the full extent of Akhetaten remains uncertain. Ground surveys suggest the city sprawled far beyond the traditional boundary stelae. In the northern desert, faint traces of walls and pottery indicate a secondary settlement, perhaps a continuation of the royal complex, perhaps a suburb for artisans or priests. To the south, buried beneath dunes, lie the remains of smaller temples and shrines, some left unfinished at the time of the city's fall. In recent years, high-resolution magnetometry has revealed anomalies along the desert perimeter, geometric shapes too regular to be natural. Some scholars believe these could mark the foundations of lost shrines or administrative compounds. Others suspect mass burial grounds, hastily made during the city's final years. The desert keeps its secrets well. What makes Amarna unique among ancient ruins is not just its brevity, but its preservation of a single moment in human thought, the moment a civilization tried to reinvent itself. Unlike Thebes or Memphis, which evolved over centuries, Akhetaten was conceived, built, and extinguished within a single lifetime. It is a time capsule of change, frozen mid-breath. And yet, for all we know of its palaces and letters, we still stand at the edge of the known city, staring into the desert beyond. How far did Akhenaten's horizon truly reach? What lies beneath the dunes beyond the boundary stelae? Tombs of forgotten courtiers, workshops of the artisans who built the Aten's altars, or perhaps the hidden resting place of the heretic king himself. As the evening light fades over Amarna, the cliffs glow with the same golden hue that once defined Akhenaten's faith. The outlines of the city blur into the desert. Foundations of temples, doorways to empty houses, fragments of a dream that the world tried to erase. But even erasure leaves an imprint. The hymns to the Aten still survive, carved in fading hieroglyphs. You rise in perfection on the horizon of the sky, living Aten, who began life. Perhaps that is the final irony of Akhetaten. Though the city was built to glorify one god and one king, it endures not as a monument to power, but as a question about belief, impermanence, and the fragile line between light and shadow. Beneath the dunes, something still waits, and in the silence of the desert, the horizon of Aten still gleams, just beyond the reach of memory. Chapter 11. Hegra, the Nabatean sister of Petra in the northwestern deserts of Arabia, where red cliffs rise like sleeping titans from endless plains of sand. There lies a city carved not by time, but by will, Hegra. Known in Arabic as Madain Salih, it is Petra's forgotten twin, a city sculpted from living rock by the same Nabatean hands that turned stone into poetry. Yet unlike Petra, whose rose-colored facades gleam in every history book, Hegra remains a whisper in the desert wind. Here, among the cliffs of Al-Ula, the silence is immense. The air is dry, the horizon eternal. What remains of Hegra reveals an artistry so precise, so deliberate, that it feels almost defiant against the desolation surrounding it. More than 100 monumental tombs punctuate the sandstone outcrops. Facades adorned with columns, eagles, and stair-stepped crowns, all chiseled from the living rock. Each doorway leads nowhere. Each entrance is sealed. The city sleeps beneath its own sepulchres. The Nabateans built Hegra during the height of their empire, around the 1st century BCE. By then, Petra, their capital to the north, had already flourished for centuries as a crossroads of trade. The Nabateans were masters of the desert, merchants who turned arid isolation into an advantage. They controlled the caravan routes that carried incense, spices, and silk between Arabia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean. Their wealth did not come from conquest, but from the invisible flow of goods through sand. Hegra stood as their southern sentinel, strategically placed along the incense road. It marked the edge of Nabatean influence, a city of traders, artisans, and priests. Its tombs, though silent now, speak of hierarchy and devotion. Some bear inscriptions in Nabatean Aramaic, dedications to gods and families long vanished. One name repeats, Dushara, the chief deity of Petra, the god of the mountains. His consort, Al-Uzza, was worshipped here too, alongside Manat and Alat, divine figures whose echoes would later resound, transformed, through the religious landscape of Arabia. But while Petra has been studied and celebrated, Hegra long remained sealed off, first by geography, then by faith. For centuries, travelers avoided the site. Local tradition considered it cursed, haunted by the people of Thamud, a tribe mentioned in the Quran as punished by divine wrath for their defiance. Their story blurred with Hegra's stones, and so the ruins were left to the wind and sand. The silence became its guardian. It was not until the 19th century that Western explorers began to approach the site. In 1876, the British traveller Charles Doughty arrived, guided by Bedouin tribesmen. What he saw astonished him. Towering facades cut into cliffs, inscriptions weathered but legible, and the unmistakable precision of Nabatean craftsmanship. Yet he could not stay long. The land was hostile, the desert suspicious. His sketches and notes would later reveal to the world that Petra had a sister, one buried in Arabia's forbidden heart. Modern archaeology began its careful work at Hegra only in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, as Saudi Arabia slowly opened its doors to study. What they found confirmed what legends had hinted at. Beneath the sand, an entire city still lies waiting. The monumental tombs are only the outer skin, the visible bones of a far larger organism. Ground-penetrating surveys suggest streets, marketplaces, water channels, and temples beneath the dunes. The living city of Hegra remains hidden beneath its necropolis. Each tomb facade tells a story of status and pride. The largest, known as Qasr al-Farid, the lonely castle, stands apart from the rest, hewn into an isolated sandstone pillar that rises from the plain like a monument to solitude. Its perfect symmetry and unfinished lower portion give it a haunting beauty, as if the stone itself mourns the craftsman who never returned to complete it. The carved columns and crowning steps recall Greek and Egyptian influences, evidence of the cultural web the Nabateans wove across continents. But while Petra's facades glow with soft reds and rose pinks, Hegra's cliffs are harsher, more severe. The desert here is less forgiving. The sandstone bears streaks of iron and ochre, its colors deepening to rust and gold beneath the sun. Wind still moves across these surfaces, eroding inscriptions letter by letter, as though history itself is being slowly erased by the breath of the desert. The Nabatean skill was not only artistic but technological. In these dry lands, water was everything. They engineered complex systems of cisterns and channels to capture seasonal rains. Deep beneath Hegra, they carved reservoirs lined with waterproof plaster, ensuring that even in drought, life could continue. The same ingenuity that allowed Petra to bloom in barren rock sustained Hegra's people for generations. But water can only flow so long before the source runs dry. By the 2nd century CE, Rome had taken notice. The Nabatean kingdom, rich and strategically vital, was annexed in 106 CE by the Emperor Trajan. Petra and Hegra became part of the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. For a time, trade continued under new rulers. But the delicate balance that had sustained these cities began to shift. Sea routes replaced desert caravans. The incense trade dwindled. The lifeblood of Hegra, its caravans and travelers, began to fade. Archaeological evidence suggests the city declined gradually. By the 3rd century, the tombs were sealed for good. Some show signs of reuse, perhaps as shelters or hermit dwellings. Others bear faint traces of later visitors, graffiti from early travelers, invocations to forgotten gods. Then, silence. The reasons for Hegra's abandonment remain uncertain. Climate change may have played a role. The region grew drier, its wells less reliable. Shifting trade patterns diverted wealth toward coastal ports. Or perhaps, as the old stories say, divine wrath descended upon a people who had grown proud. Between the lines of archaeology and legend, truth flickers, just beyond reach. Today, Hegra stands preserved in near-perfect stillness. In 2008, it became Saudi Arabia's first UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized not only for its beauty, but for the mystery it embodies. Excavations continue cautiously, revealing fragments of daily life, pottery shards, altars, coins, the humble remnants of a civilization once radiant beneath the desert sun. But still, most of Hegra remains buried, as if the city itself chooses to keep its heart hidden. To walk among its tombs is to feel watched. The facades rise above you, immense and silent, their doorways cut so deep that shadows never fade. Each tomb bears an inscription warning intruders. "Cursed be he who disturbs this tomb." The words are still legible, their meaning still heavy. Perhaps it is superstition that kept Hegra safe for 2,000 years. Or perhaps something older still. In the evenings, when the sun sinks behind the cliffs and the desert cools, the rock turns the color of fire. The tombs seem to breathe. For a brief moment, light floods their carvings. The lions, the eagles, the geometric crowns, before darkness swallows them once more. It is a sight unchanged since the day the last Nabatean closed the final tomb. And yet, beneath this silence, the unanswered questions stir. Was Hegra a mere outpost of Petra, or an independent heart of its own? Did its priests serve the same gods, or did they shape a new faith in the southern sands? What lies beneath the dunes, beyond the reach of the archaeologist's brush? Homes, temples, archives, or something wholly unexpected? As Saudi archaeology enters a new age, with projects uncovering the deep layers of Arabia's pre-Islamic past, Hegra may soon begin to speak again. Already, inscriptions and carvings hint at cultural links stretching far beyond Nabatean borders, to the Lihyanites, the Manaeans, perhaps even the mysterious kingdoms of southern Arabia. Hegra may not have been alone, but part of a greater network of desert powers, each now reduced to dust and memory. Still, the city resists revelation. The sand conceals what stone remembers. To uncover too much would be to disturb a balance, the delicate silence that has protected Hegra for 2 millennia. Like its sister Petra, it stands between myth and history, between the seen and the buried. Perhaps that is its true secret, that some cities survive not by being found, but by remaining half-hidden, suspended between memory and forgetting. And so Hegra endures, carved into eternity, its doors forever closed, its story still unfinished beneath the desert stars. Chapter 12, Sais, Egypt's vanished delta. Capital in the fertile chaos of the Nile Delta, where river meets sea, and soil becomes a shifting mirror of the heavens. There once stood a city that carried the memory of worlds before Egypt, Sais. To the ancient Greeks, it was a city of secrets. Herodotus called it the seat of the goddess Neith, whom the Greeks equated with Athena, the mother of wisdom and war. Plato went further still. In his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, he described a conversation between Solon and the priests of Sais, who told him a story of a civilization long forgotten, Atlantis, destroyed in a single day and night of catastrophe. If those priests truly spoke for Egypt's deep memory, then the sands of Sais once held more than temples. They held the echo of time itself. Today, the city has nearly vanished. The modern village of Sail Hagar covers its remains, surrounded by farmland and reeds. To the casual eye, there is little to see. A few scattered mounds, fragments of stone, faint outlines of walls emerging when the sun lowers over the delta. Yet, beneath these fields lies one of Egypt's most mysterious unexcavated capitals, buried beneath millennia of silt and human habitation. During Egypt's late period, around the 7th century BCE, Sais was the heart of the 26th dynasty, the Sate period, a final flowering of native Egyptian rule before the Persian conquest. It was from Sais that kings like Psamtik I and Amasis II sought to revive the old glories of the pharaohs, reaching back toward the past with reverence and desperation. They reopened temples, restored hieroglyphic inscriptions, and reasserted Egypt's pride after centuries of foreign domination. Sais, then, was both a resurrection and a farewell. The last true Egyptian capital before the long night of empire. The city's goddess, Neith, was among the most ancient deities in Egypt's pantheon. Her worship stretched back to the earliest dynasties, perhaps even to the pre-dynastic era. She was the weaver of creation, the one who spun the universe from the threads of chaos. Her emblem, 2 crossed arrows over a shield, symbolized both war and protection, balance and opposition. In the Temple of Neith at Sais, she was said to have inscribed a phrase that baffled philosophers for centuries. "I am all that has been and is and shall be, and no mortal has ever lifted my veil." A statement both divine and defiant. A promise that Sais guarded truths deeper than mortal understanding. Archaeologists have long searched for that temple. Herodotus described it as immense, filled with grand halls and sacred lakes where rituals of life and death were reenacted. Within it, he wrote, were the tombs of kings and a shrine containing records of times before the Nile Valley rose to greatness. Yet almost nothing remains above ground. The delta, unlike the desert, does not preserve the past. Its waters shift, its soil buries. Mud brick crumbles under the weight of centuries, and rising groundwater devours what the pharaohs built. Much of Sais lies entombed beneath layers of farmland and sediment so deep that traditional excavation is almost impossible. Still, whispers remain. In the 19th century, early Egyptologists such as Flinders Petrie visited the site and noted colossal stone fragments, granite blocks inscribed with the name of Psamtik I and Amasis II. Traces of enclosure walls, pillars, and statue bases suggested a temple complex of staggering scale. Later surveys confirmed that Sais once spanned hundreds of hectares, a metropolis equal to Thebes or Memphis in its prime. Yet, even as explorers mapped its ruins, they found themselves confounded. Many stones had been quarried away, repurposed into later villages or mosques. The city's sacred core had vanished beneath layers of habitation. It was as if Sais itself wished to retreat from the gaze of history, returning to the silence of the earth. And still, there are signs that something immense remains hidden. In recent decades, remote sensing technologies, magnetometry, ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging have revealed geometric anomalies beneath the modern fields. Rectangular outlines, long corridors, and substructures aligned with celestial north. Some archaeologists believe these to be the foundations of Neith's temple complex, possibly extending over several city blocks. Others suspect an even deeper layer, an older settlement upon which the site capital was later built. If so, Sais may have been sacred long before the 26th dynasty, a site of ritual and memory, stretching back to the dawn of Egyptian civilization. The Ai, priests of Sais, told Solon that Egypt had recorded the rise and fall of civilizations 9,000 years. Before your time, they spoke of floods, of fire, of entire nations wiped away and reborn. To Plato, this became the myth of Atlantis. But to Egypt, it may have been something else. The remembrance of prehistory itself, encoded in myth and temple inscription. Was Sais truly the keeper of those records? Or did Plato merely project his own philosophy upon Egyptian legend? Modern scholars are divided. Many dismiss Plato's account as allegory, a moral tale disguised as memory. Yet others note that the Egyptians were, indeed, meticulous chroniclers. Their temples were archives of myth, astronomy, and geography. If any city could have preserved knowledge of a forgotten age, it would have been one devoted to Neith, goddess of creation's fabric. And perhaps that is precisely why it vanished. Throughout Egypt's long history, waves of reform and suppression swept through the temples. Under the Amarna period, Akhenaten's religious revolution erased entire pantheons. Under foreign rule, Persian, Greek, Roman, the temples of the Delta were plundered, their scrolls burned or dispersed. Sais, vulnerable in its watery plain, may have been stripped of its sanctity long before it crumbled. By the time of Alexander's conquest, its temple stood silent. Only fragments remained to testify. Stelae naming its kings, scarabs bearing Neith's sigil, a few shattered statues retrieved from irrigation canals. But every so often, when a field is ploughed near Sa el-Hagar, a farmer's blade strikes stone. An inscribed block, a piece of granite once polished and divine. The earth still exhales its secrets in fragments. In 2018, Egyptian archaeologists discovered traces of massive limestone foundations beneath the site, along with pottery shards dating from the Old Kingdom to the Late Period. Evidence that Sais had been inhabited for more than 2,000 years before its recorded rise. Layers upon layers of civilization, compacted beneath the delta's shifting veins. And so the question deepens. Was Sais a late revival of something far older, a resurrection, not a beginning? If we could lift the veil of Neith, what might we find? The records Herodotus described, scrolls chronicling floods and stars, architectural alignments pointing to constellations no longer visible in Egypt's night sky, or perhaps only silence, and the humbling realization that the earth forgets faster than we remember. The people of Sais are gone, their voices dissolved into the Nile's waters. Yet the city endures in mythology, in the words of philosophers, in the imagination of seekers. Every era returns to its name, searching for something beyond history. Proof that our stories did not begin where we think they did. Sais may yet reveal its heart. Excavations are slow, hindered by high groundwater and dense habitation, but remote data continues to grow. Each year, new shapes appear in radar scans, outlines of chambers, the shadows of walls beneath the soil. It is as if the city is whispering from below, offering glimpses and then retreating again. Perhaps it is fitting that the city of Neith remains veiled. She was, after all, the goddess who wove both beginnings and endings. To uncover Sais entirely might be to tear that ancient fabric, to unravel the myth too soon. For now, the Nile flows quietly past, unaware of the civilizations buried beneath its breath. Farmers till the soil, children play among low mounds of brick, and beneath their feet, the lost capital sleeps, its temples sealed, its secrets intact. When the rains fall, the ground darkens and softens, and for a brief moment, the outlines of the ancient walls glisten beneath the puddles, as though Sais itself were remembering. And in that reflection, fleeting, half-buried eternal, the goddess still whispers, "I am all that has been, and is and shall be." The veil remains unlifted, but somewhere in the delta's shifting sands, the truth waits, quiet, patient, and alive. Chapter 13, Dura Europos. Desert fortress on the Euphrates, on the windswept plains of eastern Syria, where the Euphrates River cuts its slow, timeless path through barren desert, lie the broken bones of a forgotten city, Dura Europos. To the untrained eye, it appears as nothing more than a low rise of sand and stone, a scattering of ancient walls weathered into dust. Yet beneath these ruins sleeps one of the most extraordinary archaeological enigmas of the ancient world. A place where civilizations, religions and empires once collided, and where, in silence, they were all entombed. Dura Europos was once called the Pompeii of the desert, not for its wealth, but for its preservation, a city sealed away by time itself. For nearly 17 centuries, it remained buried beneath layers of windblown sediment, untouched, unseen, forgotten. And when it was uncovered in the 1920s, it revealed something astonishing. Not just the physical traces of empire, but fragments of belief, paintings, scriptures, and symbols from some of humanity's earliest houses of worship. The story of Dura begins in the 4th century BCE, when it was founded by Seleucus III Akhetaten, one of Alexander the Great's generals. Positioned high on a bluff overlooking the Euphrates, the city was born from strategy, a frontier fortress guarding the shifting borders between Greek rule and the eastern lands beyond. Its name reflected its dual heritage: Dura, the Semitic word for fortress, and Europos, a nod to Seleucus's Macedonian homeland. For centuries, Dura existed as a crossroads, a living mosaic of cultures. Greek settlers mingled with Persians, Arameans, Jews, Arabs, and Romans. Its streets echoed with many tongues. Its temples honored many gods. Zeus and Artemis shared space with Mithras, Bel, and the Babylonian Nanaya. It was a city where worlds met, and eventually, where they would collide. By the 2nd century CE, Dura had passed into Roman hands, transformed into a frontier garrison along the empire's easternmost edge. Yet even as Roman soldiers walked its ramparts, the city retained its hybrid soul. Frescoes in homes showed Greek gods painted beside Persian motifs. Latin inscriptions appeared alongside Aramaic graffiti. In a single house, one might find Roman armor, a Jewish scroll, and the faint image of a Christian shepherd, all existing in fragile harmony. Then, suddenly silence around 256 CE, the Sasanian Persians swept westward, besieging the city. For months, the defenders held the walls, fortifying the ramparts with earth and rubble. The Romans, knowing the danger, reinforced the outer walls with massive embankments, tons of sand and debris packed tightly against the stone to absorb enemy assault. The city became a cocoon of earth, but in protecting itself, it sealed its own fate. When Dura finally fell, it was never rebuilt. The survivors fled or perished, the victors moved on, and the desert began its slow reclamation. The defensive earthworks remained, and in doing so, preserved the city beneath them. Rooms, murals, and temples were buried whole, shielded from centuries of wind and weather. It wasn't until 1920, when British soldiers dug trenches across the barren plateau, that Dura was rediscovered. The first reports spoke of painted walls emerging from the dust, of inscriptions still bright with pigment, of entire streets frozen in time. Soon, teams from Yale University and the French Academy of Inscriptions arrived to excavate. What they found would rewrite the history of early religion. In one modest home, sealed since antiquity, archaeologists uncovered what is now known as the Dura Europos House Church, the oldest known Christian church in the world. Its walls were painted with scenes from both Old and New Testament, Christ walking on water, healing the sick, and leading his flock. One image, the Good Shepherd, may be the earliest visual representation of Jesus ever found. This was Christianity before cathedrals, before icons, before empire, practiced in secret rooms, on the margins of the Roman frontier. Nearby, another discovery stunned the world, a Jewish synagogue, its walls completely covered in vibrant frescoes, scenes from Genesis to Exodus, painted in colors that still glowed after nearly 2 millennia. Scholars had long believed Jewish tradition forbade figural art, yet here were depictions of Moses, Abraham, and Elijah, standing amid fields of ancient ochre and blue. It was as though Dura had preserved a moment when faith itself was fluid, before boundaries hardened, before doctrine divided the world. Within a few hundred meters stood a Christian house, a Jewish synagogue, a Roman temple to Jupiter, a shrine to Mithras, and a ziggurat to Mesopotamian gods, all coexisting, side by side. Archaeologist Michael Rostovtsev, who led the early excavations, called Dura a mirror of the ancient world. And yet, as the spades dug deeper, a darker pattern began to emerge. The city's final moments were desperate. Skeletons were found in tunnels beneath the walls. Roman soldiers, still in armor, suffocated by smoke from Sasanian fire attacks. The defenders had dug counter-tunnels to stop enemy sappers. Both sides died underground, entombed in collapsed passages. The synagogue and church, preserved only because of the earth ramparts, bore the marks of haste, as if people had sealed their most sacred spaces before abandoning them. And then, nothing. No rebuilding, no resettlement. Dura vanished from history's pages. Why? Some suggest that the Persians deliberately buried it, turning the ruins into a silent frontier grave. Others believe the desert itself was its guardian, that the river shifted course, and sand slowly consumed what was left. But there are stranger theories too. Whispers among scholars that the city's unique mixture of faiths made it symbolically dangerous, that it embodied an era of spiritual cross-pollination, later erased by orthodoxy. In the centuries after its fall, both Christianity and Judaism grew into formalized, divided traditions. Dura's strange syncretic world, where a Jewish painter depicted the Red Sea with Hellenistic waves, and a Christian artist gave Christ the pose of Apollo, no longer fit the narratives that followed. Perhaps it was easier, some muse for history to forget. Today, Dura Europos lies once again beneath the sands. Much of what was excavated in the 20th century now sits in museums, in Damascus, in Paris, at Yale. But vast sections of the site remain untouched. Satellite imagery suggests entire districts still hidden. Markets, baths, temples, and homes. An ancient map sealed under the desert floor. And yet, the modern world has not been kind to Dura's resting place. In recent years, conflict and looting have scarred its surface. What began as archaeological trenches now mingle with the wounds of war. The fortress that once guarded empires has become a battlefield once more. Its secrets, again, slipping into silence. For the archaeologists who studied it, Dura remains unfinished, a half-read book whose remaining pages may never be opened. In its painted walls, we glimpse the first steps of faith, the mingling of cultures, the human attempt to find meaning at the edge of empire. And in its burial, we see the other face of civilization. How swiftly memory can be erased when sand and war conspire together. If you walk there today, nothing moves. The Euphrates still flows far below, winding through the plains as it did in Alexander's time. The wind hums softly through the broken ramparts, the painted gods, the shepherd Christ, the synagogue's prophets, all gone, hidden once more beneath layers of dust. Perhaps that is how Dura wishes to remain, half remembered, half forgotten, suspended between worlds. A fortress not only of stone, but of memory. For in the desert, forgetting is a kind of protection, and what Dura Europa's guarded may not have been its walls at all, but the fragile coexistence of worlds it once held within. Chapter 14. Hamukar, the Desert War. City of northern Mesopotamia. In the northern deserts of Syria, near the edge of the ancient Mesopotamian plain, lies a mound of dust and silence. It is unremarkable at first glance, a low hill of crumbling clay, half swallowed by sand and time. But beneath it lies one of the oldest and most violent mysteries of civilization. This is Hamukar, a city that may have stood before the Sumerians, before Uruk, before writing itself. And somewhere beneath its ruins, sealed in ash, is the memory of war. Archaeologists came to Hamukar expecting the remnants of a modest settlement. What they found rewrote the story of early civilization. The first signs of the city's existence emerged in the late 1990s during joint excavations by Syrian and American teams. They unearthed traces of walls, kilns and pottery layers dating back nearly 6,000 years to around 4000 BCE. At that time, southern Mesopotamia was just beginning to develop into what we call the Sumerian world, the cradle of cities like Ur and Uruk. Yet here, hundreds of kilometers to the north, Hamukar already pulsed with urban life. Its discovery was more than a surprise. It was a challenge. For decades, scholars believed that the idea of the city, of organized governance and craft specialization, had originated in the south and spread outward. But Hamukar told another story, that the north, too, had birthed cities of its own, independent and sophisticated, with trade networks and administrative systems every bit as advanced as those of the Sumerian heartland. The excavation revealed sprawling streets lined with mud brick buildings, workshops for toolmaking, and storehouses packed with clay jars once filled with grain and oil. Thousands of small clay tokens, primitive counting tools, lay scattered near storage areas, hinting at an early form of accounting. There were kilns for pottery, metal fragments for tools, and even evidence of long-distance trade, obsidian, the volcanic glass prized for its sharp edge, brought from sources nearly 400 kilometers away in Anatolia. Such detail spoke of an organized, thriving society, a city-state before the city-state. Then came the shock. While excavating a layer of collapsed walls, the team uncovered a field of destruction, a horizon of burnt clay and ash stretching across the site. Charred beams, broken pottery, and shattered architecture all pointed to a sudden, catastrophic event. But it was the discovery of thousands of sling stones, round and smooth, each carefully shaped from river pebbles, that froze the breath of the archaeologists. These were not tools, they were weapons. The stones were concentrated around the city's perimeter, especially near collapsed walls. Their sheer number, estimated at more than 1/200 in a single excavation trench, suggested not a skirmish, but an organized siege. The attackers had rained them down in waves, pummeling the defenses until the walls gave way and the city burned. The fire was so intense that parts of Hamukar fused into vitrified brick. The evidence was unmistakable. This was one of the earliest urban battles in recorded history, fought more than a millennium before the Bronze Age empires, long before iron, and long before the concept of war was even written down. But who were the attackers? That question remains suspended in the desert air. One theory points to the Uruk culture of southern Mesopotamia, the first known state-level civilization. Around the same time Hamukar fell, Uruk artifacts began appearing in the region. Clay ceilings bearing Uruk-style symbols, beveled rim bowls, and cylinder seals were found in post-destruction layers at Hamukar. To many, this is no coincidence. It suggests that Uruk's expansion northward was not peaceful, that the rise of civilization itself was born in conquest. If so, Hamukar may have been an early rival city-state, competing for the same obsidian routes that connected Mesopotamia with Anatolia. The siege, then, was not a random act of violence, but an economic war, a battle for control over resources that would fuel the birth of urban power. In this light, Hamuka's ashes are not merely the ruins of a city, but the scars of civilization's first empire building. The image is haunting. Two early cities, both emerging from the Neolithic twilight, both inventing governance, craft, and trade, meeting on the battlefield for the first time. The sound of slingstones striking mud brick, the roar of fire consuming streets that had never known war before, a city's end, and the beginning of a pattern that would repeat throughout human history. Yet even in its destruction, Hamuka left behind signs of a life both ordinary and profound. In one home, archaeologists found a clay jar still sealed with bitumen, containing traces of oil. In another, a potter's workshop held half-finished vessels, abandoned mid-craft. Bones of sheep and goats lay near hearths, and spindle whorls showed the presence of women weaving in domestic courtyards. These fragments capture a moment frozen in terror. A community interrupted mid-breath. The siege layer, dating roughly to 3500 BCE, marks the city's fiery collapse, but beneath it, older strata reveal centuries of growth and complexity. Hamuka's people had already mastered urban planning, agriculture, and administration, the very building blocks of what would later define the Mesopotamian world. This suggests that civilization was not a singular invention, but a convergence. Multiple centers rising simultaneously, like stars in a darkening sky. After its destruction, the city was never the same. Later settlers reoccupied the mound, bringing with them unmistakable artifacts of the Uruk culture. The conquerors may have rebuilt Hamuka as a northern outpost of their growing trade empire. The same empire that would give birth to writing, bureaucracy, and the mythic kings of Sumer. If so, the ashes of Hamuka lie beneath the foundation stones of human history, but much of the city remains buried. Only a small fraction of the site, a few hectares of an area over 750 acres wide, has been excavated. The rest lies untouched under centuries of wind-blown dust, its streets and walls still sealed beneath the earth. And with Syria's long years of conflict, excavation has nearly halted. The site now sleeps once more, guarded by the same silence that preserved it for millennia. Satellite imagery hints at more: long walls, hidden compounds, and the outlines of canals that once watered the city's fields. But for now, the desert keeps its secrets. Each new season of wind reshapes the mound, erasing the faint scars of trenches and human footprints. To stand at Hamuka today is to feel the breath of deep time. The horizon stretches empty, the sky pale with dust. No river runs nearby, no vegetation breaks the monotony of sand. Yet underfoot, unseen, lies the echo of a city that once thrived, traded, fought, and burned. In that silence, one can almost imagine the scene. The clash of stone against wall, the cries of defenders, the dull thunder of fire sweeping through narrow streets. And when the noise fades, the wind returns, covering everything with sand. Civilization began not only with temples and trade, but with destruction. Hamuka reminds us that the dawn of cities was also the dawn of war, that even as humans learned to build, they learned to conquer. Its ruins speak of ambition, ingenuity, and the cost of becoming powerful. The site's name, Tel Hamuka, now marks a hill of dust, but beneath it lies a layered archive of humanity's first great conflict. When archaeologists sift through its ashes, they are reading the earliest page of a story that never ended. The story of human competition, expansion, and survival. And yet, despite the fire, despite the fall, Hamuka's memory endures. For in that ancient desert, civilization itself took its first breath and its first wound. As the winds sweep endlessly across northern Syria, carrying grains of sand over the forgotten city, one question still drifts unanswered. Was Hamuka's fall the tragedy of a rival, or the birth cry of an empire? The desert gives no reply, only silence and the whisper of slingstones buried beneath the dust. Chapter 15, Petra. The submerged desert of Laconia, beneath the clear turquoise waters of southern Greece, lies a city lost to both time and tide. Just off the coast of Laconia, near the modern village of Elefonisos, the outlines of streets, courtyards, and chambers shimmer faintly beneath the waves. This is Petra, a city older than Homer's heroes, older even than the great palaces of Mycenae and Knossos. It is a place that once stood dry beneath the Mediterranean sun, only to be swallowed by the sea thousands of years ago. In the stillness of the shallow bay, the seabed reveals its secret to those who look closely. Faint stone lines trace what were once walls. Crossroads appear where sand meets weed. Divers drifting above can see the ghostly map of a vanished civilization. A whole town plan lying nearly intact beneath just 4 meters of water. It feels almost impossible, this juxtaposition of air and sea, ruin and reef. The ocean has preserved what time on land would have long destroyed. Pavlopetri is more than a curiosity. It is the oldest known submerged city in the world, dating back nearly 5,000 years, to around 3000 BCE, in the Bronze Age dawn. To grasp its antiquity is to realize that it was already ancient when the pyramids were young. Its existence suggests that the roots of European urban life may stretch far deeper than history books have allowed. The city was first noted in 1904 by a Greek geologist, but it wasn't until 1967 that archaeologists began to recognize what lay beneath the waves. In 1968, a British team led by Dr. Nicholas Fleming mapped the ruins for the first time, sketching out a pattern of streets and buildings spread across nearly 9 acres of seabed. What they found astonished them. Pavlopetri wasn't just a scattering of walls or the remnants of a small settlement. It was a fully formed city, complete with avenues, courtyards, temples, and water channels. The urban layout reflected intelligence and order. Main roads intersected at right angles. Houses were arranged around open courtyards. There were even drainage systems, suggesting an understanding of sanitation far earlier than previously thought for Europe. Pottery fragments recovered from the site dated the occupation from the early Bronze Age through to the Mycenaean era, roughly 3000 to 1100 BCE. What's most striking, however, is not simply Pavlopetri's sophistication, it's its preservation. Unlike most ancient ruins, eroded by weather or rebuilt by later generations, Pavlopetri has remained untouched since the moment it sank. Its walls still stand a meter high in places. The outlines of rooms remain visible, perfectly preserved by the sea's gentle sediment. It is as if a breathless moment of prehistory was caught in amber, a city frozen at the instant of its disappearance. But how did an entire city end up beneath the sea? The prevailing theory points to tectonic activity. The southern Greek coast lies along the edge of the Hellenic plate, where shifts in the Earth's crust have shaped the region for millennia. Earthquakes and slow subsidence may have gradually lowered Pavlopetri until it slipped beneath the rising waters. Other scholars believe that rapid, coastal change or a sudden seismic event could have submerged it in a single catastrophic moment. The Mediterranean has always been a place of uneasy balance between land and sea, permanence and loss. Over the centuries, shorelines have shifted, harbors have vanished, and islands have risen and fallen. Yet in Pavlopetri's case, the scale of preservation suggests something gentler, not a violent destruction, but a slow drowning. Like a desert engulfing a city grain by grain, the sea crept forward, erasing Pavlopetri inch by inch. For local fishermen, the ruins were no mystery. They had long known of the stone city beneath the shallows, visible on calm days through the crystalline water. They spoke of it with a mixture of familiarity and reverence. A ghost city resting beneath the waves. Yet for archaeologists, Pavlopetri opened a new frontier. It proved that the sea, like the desert, could be an archive, a silent keeper of forgotten chapters in human civilization. When researchers returned in the 21st century, armed with modern technology, sonar mapping, underwater photogrammetry, and 3D modeling, the city revealed even more secrets. Digital scans exposed previously unknown structures, megaron-like buildings, possible workshops, and large storage spaces, perhaps for trade goods. Pavlopetri seemed to have been a coastal hub, part of a web of commerce that linked early Greek communities with Crete, the Cyclades, and the wider Mediterranean. Fragments of pottery show a society deeply engaged with its world. Minoan-style vessels hint at contact with Crete. Mycenaean motifs suggest later influence or coexistence. What these exchanges carried, whether obsidian, oil, textiles, or stories, remains uncertain, but they speak to an early form of connectivity, long before the written records of classical Greece. It's possible that Pavlopetri was not unique, that dozens of similar coastal towns once dotted the Aegean, now lost beneath the rising sea. If so, Pavlopetri is merely the one that time forgot to destroy, a submerged relic of a forgotten age when the ancestors of Greece's heroes still shaped their world in stone and clay. And yet, for all our knowledge, mystery lingers. Why was the city built so close to the shifting sea in the first place? Did its people sense the danger? Did they watch helplessly as tides encroached upon their walls year after year? Or did they vanish before the water came, leaving their city to sink, empty, into the shallows? The answers may lie buried beneath layers of silt still untouched. Large portions of the site remain unexplored, protected now as a UNESCO zone. Excavation underwater is painstaking, every brushstroke slowed by current and visibility, every discovery fragile in the face of salt and time. For now, Pavlopetri keeps its deeper stories close. Its silence resonates with the same quiet majesty as the desert cities swallowed by sand. Though its tomb is of water, not dust, the effect is the same. A civilization sealed away, suspended between memory and oblivion. The sea, like the desert, is not an enemy of history, but its mirror, preserving what it consumes. Divers who visit Pavlopetri today describe a strange sensation. Swimming not through nature, but through architecture. Shafts of sunlight cut through the water, tracing the outlines of ancient streets. The rhythmic pulse of the waves above mimics the breath of time itself. Each ripple distorts the past, bending walls and rooms into shimmering illusion. It is both real and unreal, a mirage beneath the surface. Some have compared the experience to walking through Atlantis, that mythic island said to have vanished beneath the sea. But Pavlopetri needs no legend to be wondrous. Its existence is proof enough that cities have risen and fallen long before our histories began. If Plato's Atlantis was ever meant as a warning, Pavlopetri is the quiet echo of that truth, that even the most advanced societies can vanish, leaving only faint lines on the seabed. Perhaps that is why it feels so hauntingly familiar. It reminds us that the boundary between land and sea, between memory and forgetting, is thinner than we like to believe. Today's coasts shift, just as ancient ones did. Towns rise by the water's edge, confident, permanent, yet one tremor, one slow tide, could one day turn them too into ghost cities beneath the waves. In Pavlopetri, time stands still. The city lies just below the surface, visible, reachable, yet forever out of reach. It exists in a dreamlike space between discovery and loss. And as the sun sets over Laconia's coast, the sea glows gold, concealing beneath its calm the ancient heartbeat of a world that once was. No sand buries it. No storm erases it. The sea itself is its desert, and Pavlopetri sleeps within it, the oldest drowned memory of Europe, waiting in silence for its story to rise again with the tide. Chapter 16. Leptis. Magna, Rome's forgotten jewel in the desert, where the golden dunes of the Sahara meet the blue horizon of the Mediterranean. A city sleeps beneath the Libyan sun. Its streets are silent, its colonnades half buried, yet still radiant with the majesty of empire. This is Leptis Magna, once called Lepsis Magna, Rome's greatest city in Africa, and perhaps the best preserved vision of what the Roman world truly looked like at its height. For nearly 2,000 years, Leptis Magna has endured, not in the bustling rhythm of life, but in the stillness of preservation. While earthquakes and wars erased other Roman cities, the sands of the Libyan desert covered this one gently, almost reverently. In that long sleep, the marble and mosaics were shielded from time's decay. Today, the city lies in near-perfect ruin, a paradoxical monument, both alive and buried. But how did such a city come to exist here, so far from the Tiber and the Seven Hills of Rome? Long before the legions came, this place was Punic, founded by Phoenician traders from Tyre around 1000 BCE. They called it Lpqy, a harbour of commerce between Carthage and the Berber hinterlands. The city thrived on olive oil, grain, and the trade of desert caravans. When Rome destroyed Carthage in 146 BCE, Leptis fell under the shadow of the Republic, and then the Empire. For centuries it remained provincial, one among many African ports. But in the year 193 CE, fate shifted. A man born in this very city, Lucius Septimius Severus, ascended to the imperial throne. Rome itself now had an emperor from Africa. Severus never forgot his birthplace. Under his reign, Leptis Magna became a city transformed, a showcase of African grandeur and Roman ambition combined. The desert was reshaped in marble. Wide avenues stretched from the harbour to the inland gates. The old Punic town was engulfed by new forums, temples, and triumphal arches. At its heart rose the Severan Basilica, an immense hall of justice and ceremony, its columns carved from imported granite and local limestone. Nearby, the Severan Forum gleamed with imperial statuary, inscriptions, and the emblem of the emperor's dynasty. To the east, the Arch of Septimius Severus still stands today, its reliefs depicting the emperor's campaigns in Parthia, his triumphs immortalized in stone. Its craftsmanship rivals any monument in Rome itself. But Leptis Magna was not merely a city of ceremony. It was alive with water, with sound, with heat and shade. The Hadrianic baths, among the largest in the empire, once echoed with voices, laughter, and steam. The Caldarium and Frigidarium were fed by aqueducts that stretched more than 20 kilometers from the Wadi Labda. Nearby, the amphitheater carved into a natural hollow could hold 16,000 spectators, a sea of faces cheering beneath the North African sun. And then there was the harbour, the reason for all of it. Built at the mouth of the Wadi Labda, it was a marvel of engineering, lined with warehouses and piers. From here, olive oil flowed north to Italy, and Roman luxury flowed south: marble, glass, silk, and ideas. In the age of Severus, Leptis Magna stood as the imperial dream made flesh, Rome reborn in the sands of Africa. But empires, like deserts, shift with the wind. By the 3rd century, the tides began to turn. The death of Severus left his city without its patron. Rome itself faltered under civil wars and invasions. The Mediterranean trade routes broke apart. The Sahara, once held at bay, began to advance. Sand filled the streets, storms buried the fields. The city's once busy harbour silted up, strangled by the desert's slow encroachment. By the time of the Arab conquest in the 7th century, Leptis Magna was already a ghost. The conquerors found its walls standing, its temples intact, but its people gone. And so they left it to the sand, an open-air tomb of empire. For more than 1,000 years, the city lay hidden. Travellers who passed along the coast spoke of marble ruins glimpsed through dunes, of broken statues staring into nothing, but few dared to enter. It was not until the early 20th century, during the Italian occupation of Libya, that systematic excavations began. Between the 1920s and 1930s, Italian archaeologists uncovered vast sections of the city: the Severan Forum, the Basilica, the Market Square, the Arch. It was like uncovering Pompeii, but on an imperial scale. Entire streets appeared, lined with columns and mosaics untouched since the 3rd century. In the decades that followed, the image of Leptis Magna astonished the world. Photographs of its golden colonnade standing stark against the desert sky seemed to capture the very soul of lost Rome. Unlike the ruins of the Eternal City, crowded and eroded, Leptis Magna was pristine, its silence a kind of perfection. But what is visible today may only be a fraction of the whole. In recent years, archaeologists have used ground-penetrating radar and aerial imaging to probe beneath the sands that still cover vast portions of the ancient city. What they've found is tantalizing: the outlines of additional neighborhoods, warehouses, and possibly entire districts extending far beyond the excavated zone. Some layers appear older than the Roman phase, perhaps remnants of the Phoenician or Punic city that preceded it. Others might hold the remains of later Byzantine or early Islamic structures, still sealed in the desert earth. Beneath the main forum, scans suggest deep substructures, vaults, passages, or storage chambers whose purpose remains unclear. Were these simply utilitarian basements, or something more? Some researchers speculate they might have served ritual or administrative functions during the Severan period, their access later buried by shifting ground. The sense of concealment here is almost deliberate, as if the desert, having preserved the city so faithfully, now guards its final secrets. Leptis Magna is a paradox of exposure and mystery. So much has been revealed, and yet so much remains unseen. Every column that stands above the surface is a reminder of the unseen thousands still buried below. Whole streets entombed in sand, inscriptions unread, frescoes that have not seen light for 1,800 years. And there is another kind of mystery too, one not of architecture, but of memory. Why was Leptis Magna so completely forgotten? Other Roman cities in North Africa, Sabratha, Cyrene, Carthage, survived in some form, their names preserved by local communities or medieval travelers. But Leptis vanished almost entirely from record, as if erased from collective awareness. Even when medieval geographers mapped the coast, its name was gone. Some historians suggest that its very perfection, its grandeur, sealed its fate. When the desert came, the inhabitants had no reason and perhaps no ability to rebuild. Others see its fall as emblematic of the larger unraveling of Roman Africa. The shift from a Mediterranean empire to an Islamic world centered elsewhere. Whatever the reason, the silence endured, and in that silence, the city became timeless. Today, standing amid the fallen columns of the Severan Forum, one can still hear the faint whisper of the Mediterranean wind passing through marble doorways. The light falls on the same stones that Severus once knew, though his empire has turned to dust. The sand drifts through the basilica, soft as time itself. Leptis Magna remains astonishingly intact, not as a ruin of decay, but as a city in suspended animation. In the soft evening light, when the shadows of columns stretch across the ancient streets, it is easy to imagine the sound of footsteps, the scent of olive oil, the murmur of traders calling out prices in Latin, Greek, and Berber. The past does not feel distant here. It feels paused, waiting. Archaeologists speak of returning one day with new technologies, multispectral scanning, digital stratigraphy, even micro-drone mapping, to peel back the remaining layers without disturbing the stillness. For now, the site remains largely untouched, its deeper chambers unentered. Perhaps beneath those sands lies something more than architecture, something that could rewrite the map of Rome's reach into Africa. Maybe hidden archives, records of trade, or inscriptions naming local rulers long forgotten. Or perhaps simply the bones of the city's last inhabitants, who stood at the edge of empire and watched the desert come. Whatever lies beneath Leptis Magna, it waits patiently, as it has for more than 15 centuries, for the light to return. And until that day, the city endures as a mirror in the sand, reflecting the dream of Rome not in marble, but in silence. A forgotten jewel, gleaming softly beneath the desert sky, its brilliance muted but never gone. Chapter 17. Merv, the oasis city, swallowed by time in the arid heart of Central Asia, where the Karakum Desert stretches like a golden ocean beneath the sky, lie the broken bones of a city that once rivaled the greatest metropolises of the world. This was Merv, the queen of the world, as the Persians called her, an oasis city that glimmered with mosques, libraries and markets along the ancient Silk Road. Today, only wind and sand move through its silent ruins. Yet beneath these shifting dunes, Merv still breathes, a buried world layered with millennia of human ambition, faith and loss. The story of Merv begins long before the rise of Islam, long before the Seljuks and the caravan routes that made it rich. Archaeological traces suggest human presence here as early as the 3rd millennium BCE, when nomadic tribes settled near the Murghab River delta, drawn by its life-giving water. By the time of the Achaemenid Empire, around the 6th century BCE, Merv had become a fortified administrative centre known as Margu, part of the satrapy of Bactria. It was a city of crossroads. To the east lay Persia's heartlands, to the north the steppes of nomads, to the west the Caspian world, and to the south the mountains of Afghanistan. Merv was both a boundary and a bridge, a meeting point where civilizations collided and converged. When Alexander the Great marched eastward in the 4th century BCE, Merv became a Hellenistic outpost, renamed Alexandria Margiana. Later, under the Parthians and then the Sassanids, it grew into a thriving oasis capital. Zoroastrian fire temples flickered in the desert night, while the city's irrigation canals spread like veins across the sand. Even then, Merv was not one city, but many, layers upon layers of settlement, each built atop the ruins of its predecessor. This layering is what gives Merv its haunting character today. Standing among its crumbling mud brick ramparts, one can see the shadows of centuries, circular citadels from the Achaemenids, Sasanian walls buried under Islamic fortresses, and still deeper, the ghostly outlines of settlements older than recorded history. But it was under the Abbasids, and, later, the Seljuks that Merv ascended to greatness. By the 11th and 12th centuries CE, Merv was one of the largest cities in the world, a glittering hub of trade, learning, and culture. The Seljuk Turks, who made it their capital, transformed the oasis into an intellectual beacon. Scholars, astronomers, and poets filled its madrasas and mosques. The city's libraries were said to rival those of Baghdad and Cairo. In this age, Merv was often called Marv al-Shahijan, Merv, the soul of kings. Its bazaars overflowed with goods from every corner of the Silk Road. Silk from China, spices from India, glass from Byzantium, and manuscripts copied by hand in perfumed ink. Caravanserais, massive inns for travelers, lined the desert approaches, their courtyards echoing with the voices of traders speaking Persian, Arabic, Turkic, and Chinese. To walk through Seljuk-era Merv would have been to walk through the living heart of the world. At its center rose the great citadel of Sultan Kala, with its massive walls enclosing palaces, gardens, and mosques. Nearby stood the Great Kiz Kala, an immense mud brick structure with corrugated walls, whose purpose remains mysterious even today. Perhaps a palace, perhaps a fortress. Its sheer size and distinctive ribbed facade give it a presence both regal and strange, like something carved from the bones of the earth. Yet prosperity can be as fragile as the river that feeds it. By the 13th century, the Murgab's waters were beginning to recede. Centuries of irrigation had altered its course, and the once vast canals clogged with silt. At the same time, the Silk Road itself began to shift, trade routes bending toward new powers rising to the east and west, and then came the Mongols. In the year 1221, Merv fell to the forces of Genghis Khan. What happened next was so brutal that it haunted the chronicles of every civilization that heard of it. The Mongol general Tolui, son of Genghis, promised the inhabitants mercy if they surrendered. They opened the gates. Then, according to accounts from Persian historian Juvaini, the entire population, men, women, and children, was massacred. Some sources speak of 700,000 dead, others more. The numbers blur into myth, but the devastation was real. Merv was burned, its libraries reduced to ash, its gardens trampled to dust. For centuries afterward, travelers described it as an ocean of ruins. Even the river seemed to flee from the horror. Merv never truly recovered, though rebuilt in fragments under later dynasties. The Timurids, the Safavids, the Khans of Khiva. Its greatness was gone. The canals that had once sustained its life dried up one by one, and the desert reclaimed what remained. By the 18th century, the last inhabitants abandoned the old city altogether, retreating to nearby villages. The wind erased their traces. Today, the ruins of Merv spread across a vast plain, marked by the remains of 5 distinct cities: Urk Kala, Gyaur Kala, Sultan Kala, Abdullah Khan Kala, and Bayram Ali Kala, each representing a different era. Together, they form a palimpsest of human history, Achaemenid beneath Parthian, Parthian beneath Islamic, and beneath them all, perhaps, something older still. Modern archaeologists have only begun to probe the deepest layers. Beneath Urk Kala, the oldest citadel, magnetometric scans suggest structures far older than those of the Persian period. Circular foundations and hearths that could date to the Bronze Age. If confirmed, it would mean that Merv's roots stretch back nearly 5,000 years, to a time when the first urban societies of Central Asia were emerging from the dust. And still, much of Merv remains unexcavated. The site's sheer size, over 600 hectares, is daunting. Many of its mounds rise like sleeping giants, untouched by trowel or brush. Some are believed to hide temples, granaries, or administrative buildings. Others, entire neighborhoods. The desert both conceals and preserves, its dryness keeping ancient walls intact beneath a thin veil of sand. Walking through Merv today, one feels a strange tension between presence and absence. The walls of Gyaur Kala, built of sun-baked clay, still stand in silence against the horizon. In the distance, the twin towers of Kiz Kala rise like petrified waves. The air is dry, heavy with heat and memory. At sunset, when the light turns copper and the shadows stretch long across the ruins, the city seems to flicker, as if its old life still lingers beneath the surface. One can almost hear the murmur of the bazaar, the call to prayer echoing from distant minarets, the rustle of palm trees along vanished canals. It is here that Merv's greatest mystery endures, not merely why it fell, but how it could vanish so completely after having once been so central. How does a city that was once the envy of kings become a footnote in the desert? Part of the answer lies in geography. The Murgab River, Merv's lifeblood, was a fragile artery, dependent on seasonal snowmelt from the distant mountains of Afghanistan. As climate patterns shifted and irrigation intensified, the river's flow weakened. Without it, the oasis dried, the crops failed, and life withdrew. But perhaps there is also something deeper, a pattern that echoes through the rise and fall of desert civilizations. Cities like Palmyra, and Petra all thrived in arid landscapes, made fertile by ingenuity and will. Yet when water waned or trade routes moved, they became ghosts almost overnight. Merv was part of that lineage, a testament to human brilliance and its fragility. And still, beneath its silence, there are hints that Merv may hold secrets older than Empire. Ground penetrating. Surveys have detected anomalies under the oldest citadel, mound, faint traces of circular, dwellings and kiln sites that do not match the known, layouts of Persian or Hellenistic design. Some archaeologists speculate these could belong to an earlier, forgotten culture, perhaps linked to the Bactria Margiana archaeological complex, a Bronze Age civilization whose mysterious urban centers once flourished across this region, only to vanish around 1800 BCE. If this connection is ever confirmed, it would mean that Merv was not merely an Islamic jewel or Persian outpost, but part of a continuum of human settlement stretching back to the dawn of Central Asian civilization, a place where memory itself has been built, buried and rebuilt across 5,000 years. Today, UNESCO protects Merv as a World Heritage Site, but the desert continues its slow, relentless work. The wind scours the old walls. The Murgab trickles away, ever smaller each year. Archaeologists race against erosion, documenting what they can before the sands reclaim it once more. Yet even as the city fades, its echo remains powerful. For travelers who stand atop the ramparts of Sultan Kala and gaze across the empty plain, it is hard not to feel the weight of time pressing from beneath the surface. The sense that under each grain of sand lies another story, another city, another world. Perhaps Merv was never truly swallowed by time, but only sleeping beneath it, waiting for the world to remember. The desert keeps its counsel well, and Merv, the queen of the world, remains silent. But in that silence, one can almost hear the hum of the ancient canals, the murmur of forgotten prayers, and the faint, unending whisper of a civilization that refuses to die. Chapter 18. Gao, the desert capital of the Sahelat, the edge of the Sahara, where the dunes dissolve into the slow bend of the Niger River, lies the ancient city of Gao. Quiet, sun-baked, and heavy with forgotten majesty, the river still curves gently around its banks, the same lifeline that once fed an empire. But the voices that once filled its markets, the caravans that once glittered beneath the Sahelian sun, are gone. What remains is dust, and beneath that dust, the promise of a story still unfolding. Long before the world knew of Timbuktu, before the chronicles of Arab travelers gave the Western Sudan its mythic glow, Gao was already a capital, a royal seat whose origins vanish into prehistory. Its foundations rest where desert and river meet, a place of both trade and transition. Here, the North's golden sands met the black soil of the Niger Basin. From this meeting came power, and from that power, legend. Archaeologists believe Gao was first settled around the 7th century CE, perhaps earlier. The site known today as Gao Ancien, or Old Gao, sits a few kilometers east of the modern city. Excavations there have revealed traces of urban life. Pottery, iron slag, glass beads, and imported ceramics from as far away as the Maghreb and the Middle East. Yet radiocarbon dates whisper of an even older stratum below, one that may predate the rise of Islam in West Africa. Beneath the sand lies a deeper Gao, unseen, its story held in silence by the instability of the region and the weight of time. By the 10th century, Gao was the heart of a vast Sahelian kingdom, the Gao Empire, or Kaukau, as it appeared in Arabic chronicles. Travelers such as Al-Yaqubi and Al-Bakri wrote of it with awe. They described a land rich in gold, with rulers who controlled the trade routes stretching from the Sahara to the forests of the south. Caravans carried salt northward from the desert mines of Tagahaza and brought back gold, ivory, and slaves from the riverlands. Gao was their meeting point, a city where the world's edges converged. At its height, Gao thrived on exchange. Its markets overflowed with goods that crossed continents: copper from Takeda, textiles from Egypt, perfumes from Arabia, and glassware from Syria. The city's artisans worked metal and leather. Its merchants spoke in many tongues. The Niger, broad and brown, was the artery that kept it all alive, a natural highway binding the inland Sahara to the Gulf of Guinea. Islam arrived early. By the 11th century, Gao had become one of West Africa's first Islamic capitals. Its rulers adopted Arabic names and corresponded with North African dynasties. Mosques rose beside older shrines, blending Saharan architecture with Sahelian earth. The Askia dynasty, which emerged later, built on this fusion, and their most enduring monument still dominates the skyline, the Tomb of Askia. Erected in the late 15th century by Askia Muhammad I, the pyramid-shaped mausoleum stands as both tomb and symbol, a monument of mud, brick, and devotion. Its steep tiered walls are supported by wooden beams that jut outward like ribs, casting shadows that shift with the sun. Each year, during the rains, these timbers are used as scaffolding to replaster the tomb, a ritual that has continued for centuries, binding the living to the dead through preservation. Askia Muhammad ruled during the zenith of the Songhai Empire, which absorbed Gao and extended its dominion from the Atlantic coast to the fringes of the Sahara. Under his reign, Gao became an imperial capital once more, filled with scholars, traders, and emissaries from across Africa and the Islamic world. Chronicles speak of libraries and mosques, of gold flowing like water, of a city that glimmered on the edge of the desert. Yet even then, decline was already written in the sand. The river that nourished Gao also betrayed it. Periodic floods buried older layers beneath thick alluvial mud, while shifting dunes encroached from the north. The very forces that had made Gao fertile began to smother it. When the Moroccan invasion shattered the Songhai Empire in 1591, Gao's voice dimmed. Its scholars fled, its traders dispersed, and its monuments slipped quietly into ruin. For centuries afterward, Gao lived only in memory, a name preserved in the chronicles of Ibn Khaldun, al-Bakri, and Leo Africanus, but little more. When European explorers reached the Niger in the 19th century, they found a modest settlement of mud brick houses and a crumbling mosque where an empire had once stood. The sands had reclaimed the rest. Modern archaeology has begun to peel back that sand, but cautiously. Excavations at Gao Sani, just east of the old city, have revealed extensive burial grounds, royal tombs, beads of carnelian and glass, fragments of imported pottery. Carbon dating places some of these burials in the 8th or 9th century, hinting that Gao was already a cosmopolitan hub when Europe still lingered in the early Middle Ages. Trade links with North Africa are evident in the imported materials, yet the style of the tombs remains distinctively African, rooted in the Sahel's own sacred geometry. Beneath these burials lie still older layers that current excavations have not yet reached. Political instability and regional conflict have paused deeper digs, but the clues already unearthed suggest that Gao may conceal a pre-Islamic civilization, one perhaps older than the earliest written records of West Africa. There are hints of local kingdoms, perhaps those that preceded the Ghana Empire to the west, whose names are lost, but whose memory may yet be sleeping beneath Gao's alluvial blanket. The earth here is deceptive. Each flood of the Niger leaves a fresh layer of silt. Over centuries, the river has quietly entombed the city's past, preserving it in soft sediment. Ground radar surveys show buried walls and anomalies beneath the surface, the ghosts of buildings yet unseen. It is a library written in mud, its pages unreadable until the day they are uncovered. To the people who still live along the river, Gao is not a ruin, but a continuum. The great mosque of Gao, rebuilt many times over, still calls the faithful to prayer. Fishermen cast their nets from dugout canoes, as they have for generations. In the evenings, when the heat fades and the wind drifts in from the desert, children play among the old stones. The city breathes quietly, its ancient pulse faint but unbroken. And yet, the mystery persists. Why does Gao's story feel incomplete? Perhaps because its timeline does not fit neatly into the maps drawn by historians. It appears suddenly in Arabic texts, already powerful, already wealthy, with no clear origin. Its language, before Arabic took root, remains unknown. Its earliest kings are shadows, their names preserved only in faint oral echoes. Some scholars speculate that Gao's first rulers may have been linked to the Zaghawa or Takeda peoples of the Central Sahara, others to an even earlier cultural matrix that stretched eastward toward Nubia. Trade, migration, and myth blur these boundaries. The Sahel, after all, has always been a frontier, not a line dividing cultures, but a zone of exchange where ideas flowed like rivers. Gao may have been one of its first great crucibles. What lies beneath the sands could transform our understanding of Africa's ancient world, of how kingdoms rose independent of the Mediterranean gaze, of how urban life thrived along the Niger long before outsiders recorded it. But until those layers are reached, Gao remains a question, a city both known and unknowable, suspended between what is remembered and what is buried. As the sun sets over the Niger, the light turns gold, the same hue that once drew merchants across the desert. The tomb of Askia glows softly, its tears catching the last fire of the day. Around it, the city exhales, settling into the hush that follows centuries of forgotten glory. The desert creeps closer, the river keeps flowing, and beneath them both, Gao sleeps, waiting for the patience of time to lift its veil. And perhaps, one day, when the sands are finally brushed away, the first stones of an even older Gao will emerge, whispering of a civilization whose memory still lingers in the Sahel's wind. Chapter 19. Qatna. The royal desert city of Syria, across the windswept plains of central Syria, where the horizon shimmers in waves of ochre heat, lies a mound known to the locals as Tel Mishrifa. To the untrained eye, it is merely another rise of earth, one among thousands scattered across the Levant. But beneath its dusty crest sleeps the memory of a kingdom, Qatna, a name once spoken in the same breath as Ugarit, Ebla, and Mari. For centuries, the sands preserved it in silence. The storms passed, civilizations fell, and Qatna's name faded from maps and memory alike. Yet when archaeologists began to dig, what they uncovered was not a ruin in decay, but a palace of astonishing scale, a world of bronze and stone still echoing faintly with the voices of kings. Qatna's story begins in the Bronze Age, around the early 2nd millennium BCE. Situated near modern Homs, it occupied a strategic corridor between the Orontes River and the Great Desert beyond, a natural crossroads between Mesopotamia to the east and the Mediterranean to the west. Its rulers controlled fertile lands and commanded caravans that carried timber, copper, and lapis across the ancient world. Here, amid the dry hills, rose a city of power, one that dealt with the great empires of its age. Clay tablets unearthed from neighboring archives record Qatna's envoys in the courts of Egypt and Babylon, its kings exchanging gifts with pharaohs, its armies marching beside the Hittites. To be ruler of Qatna was to sit at the hinge of worlds, yet the city itself remained a legend until the 20th century. Explorers in the 1920s identified Tel Mishrifa as a promising site, but it was not until 1999 that a joint German-Syrian team began large-scale excavation. What they found beneath the soil stunned the world of archaeology. The palace of Qatna was vast, over 1 hectare in area. Built of massive limestone blocks, its corridors lined with plastered floors and painted walls. Staircases rose to upper levels, while courtyards opened onto storerooms and throne rooms. The precision of its architecture spoke of an organized court, a bureaucracy versed in record-keeping and ritual. But it was what lay beneath that palace that would reveal Qatna's greatest secret. In 2002, archaeologists probing one corner of the palace floor struck upon a sealed shaft. Descending into darkness, they discovered a stone-cut passage that led to a series of underground chambers untouched for over 3,000 years. Inside lay the royal tomb of Qatna, astonishingly intact, never looted, its treasures preserved as if time itself had forgotten them. 4 rooms opened from the central hall, their walls carved into the bedrock. There, on limestone benches, lay the remains of more than 30 individuals, kings, queens, and nobles of Qatna's royal line. Around them were objects of extraordinary craftsmanship, gold and lapis jewelry, alabaster vessels, scarabs bearing Egyptian hieroglyphs, and imported pottery from Cyprus and the Aegean. Among the finds were 2 golden funerary masks, faces frozen in serenity, their features faintly visible beneath centuries of corrosion. Each object told of far-reaching connections: the lapis from Afghanistan, the ivory from distant Africa, the gold likely traded through Egypt. The tomb was not only a royal resting place, It was a map of an entire Bronze Age world. No written text was found within the tomb, but the artifacts themselves spoke eloquently. Scarabs bearing the names of pharaohs such as Amenemhat and Thutmose hinted at diplomatic ties stretching across deserts and seas. The craftsmanship of the objects revealed not isolation, but participation in a complex network of trade, artistry, and belief. And yet, the silence of Qatna's records remains haunting. While cities like Mari and Ugarit left behind vast libraries of cuneiform tablets, their bureaucratic lifeblood pressed into clay, Qatna's archives, if they existed, are still buried or lost. Only a handful of fragments have been found. Their Akkadian script naming kings whose existence was once known only through foreign records. The city's own voice remains faint, broken, and incomplete. Who were the kings entombed beneath its palace? What gods did they invoke as they sealed their dead in the rock? And what catastrophe ended their reign? By the mid-14th century BCE, the name of Qatna disappears from surviving documents. The city is last mentioned in correspondence between the great powers of the Late Bronze Age, Egypt, Mitanni, and the Hittites. Then, silence. Some scholars believe it was destroyed during the violent upheavals that swept across the Near East, the wars between Hittites and Egyptians, or the raids of the enigmatic sea peoples that toppled empires around 1200 BCE. Others suggest environmental collapse, drought, or the slow unraveling of trade routes that sustained its wealth. Whatever the cause, Qatna fell, and the desert reclaimed its walls. Today, from the air, the outline of the city is faint but discernible. A circular mound rising from the plains, its edges scarred by ancient fortifications. Remote sensing has revealed the ghost of a once grand urban layout. Concentric walls, outer districts, and wide streets, now buried beneath meters of silt and dust. Around the central palace, archaeologists have traced the remains of workshops, storage buildings, and domestic quarters. Beyond them lie cemeteries, hundreds of graves extending toward the horizon, only a fraction of which have been explored. What lies beyond those limits, deeper in the unexcavated earth, remains unknown. Some suggest that beneath Qatna may lie an even older settlement, a predecessor from the early Bronze Age, or perhaps from a forgotten era before written history. The mound's stratigraphy hints at successive phases of occupation, civilizations built atop one another, each using the bones of the last as foundation. In the Near East, such layering is common, but here, the lower levels remain sealed, their contents unstudied, their age uncertain. There are moments when the excavation's silence feels intentional, as if the desert itself guards its own memory. The discoveries at Qatna, though partial, already challenge old assumptions. The royal tomb suggests a city of wealth rivaling the great powers of its time. Its artistic and trade connections reveal that the Bronze Age was far more interconnected than once believed. A web of relationships stretching from the Nile to the Zagros, from Crete to the Levant. And yet, this sophistication lay hidden beneath a simple hill for more than 3 millennia. One of the archaeologists who first entered the tomb later described the experience as walking into the breath of the past. The air inside had been sealed since the Bronze Age, thick with the scent of ancient resin and dust. In that stillness, the line between present and past dissolved, as if the kings of Qatna had been waiting for their story to be retold. Today, much of Qatna remains unexcavated. The war that scarred modern Syria halted exploration, leaving the site once more in silence. Satellite imagery suggests further structures, perhaps temples, perhaps older tombs, still lying untouched beneath the sands. But for now, they remain unreachable, protected by conflict and time alike. To look upon Tel Mishrife today is to see nothing of that ancient splendor. The wind moves over low ridges of earth. A few fragments of limestone glint beneath the sun. The modern landscape has reclaimed the ancient one, and yet beneath those ridges, the great city still sleeps. Its kings still resting in darkness, their treasures a testament to an age of forgotten glory. Was Qatna merely one kingdom among many, or was it heir to something older, something erased by the centuries? Did its rulers inherit their traditions from the earliest cities of Mesopotamia, or from even deeper layers of prehistory, now lost beneath the desert floor? Archaeology, for all its precision, often ends in silence. Each layer uncovered only deepens the mystery of what came before. And so, Qatna endures, half known, half buried, a royal city waiting for its full resurrection. Beneath the shifting sands, the tombs and walls still hold their secrets, patient as the desert itself. When the wind rises over the plains of Homs, it carries the faint sound of something long forgotten. Not the voice of kings, but the murmur of a civilization remembering itself. Fragment by fragment, bone by bone, Qatna waits, as all ancient cities do, suspended between oblivion and remembrance, between dust and eternity. Chapter 20. Tel Brak, urban giant in the Syrian desert in the heart of northern Syria, where the Kaba River once wound its silver thread through arid plains, rises a mound so immense that it seems less the ruin of a city than the fossil of an entire civilization. It is called Tel Brak, a vast accumulation of human time layered upon itself, rising nearly 40 meters above the desert floor. From its windswept summit, one can see the horizon curve endlessly, a landscape of dust, silence, and invisible memory. Yet beneath this quiet hill lies one of the oldest cities on Earth. Long before rose upon the Euphrates, before Uruk's ziggurats pierced the Mesopotamian sky, there was Tel Brak. Archaeologists date its origins to around 6000 BCE, in the Neolithic age, when humanity still lived mostly in small farming villages. And yet here, at the edge of the Syrian desert, a strange transformation began. By 4000 BCE, Tel Brak had become something no one expected to find so early, an urban giant, spreading across more than 100 hectares, filled with monumental buildings, workshops, temples, and streets. The city's earliest layers are unlike anything else of their time. Instead of growing outward from a single core, Tel Brak appears to have formed as several separate communities that gradually merged, clusters of villages drawn together into one sprawling metropolis. Archaeologists call this dispersed urbanism, a model of city building that predates the centralized states of Sumer. It suggests a kind of federation, a coming together of clans and tribes, not by conquest, but by cooperation. And at its center stood a mystery, a temple filled with eyes. Excavations in the mid-20th century uncovered a structure unlike any other, a sanctuary known today as the Eye Temple. Its floors and altars were buried beneath thousands of small alabaster figurines, each one shaped like a stylized human form with enormous staring eyes. Some were single figures, others dual or multi-eyed. None bore mouths. They seemed to watch you, even now, from the cases of museum displays, expressionless, silent, and endless. The meaning of these eye idols remains unknown. Some scholars see them as votive offerings, representations of worshippers left before a deity. Others suspect something deeper, an early form of divine abstraction, where the eye itself symbolized perception, omniscience, or the all-seeing power of gods. Perhaps they were not offerings to the divine, but fragments of it, eyes through which the gods beheld the world. Whatever their purpose, the sheer number is staggering. More than 10,000 of these tiny effigies were found in one deposit alone, carefully placed layer upon layer, as if generations had come to the temple to add their gaze to the growing multitude. The Eye Temple, in its strange simplicity, feels less like an archaeological site and more like a dream preserved in stone. Around the temple rose a city of astonishing scale. Excavations reveal wide streets, monumental buildings, and complex zoning, residential quarters, workshops, and administrative areas. The distribution of imported materials, obsidian from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and shells from the Gulf, points to a trade network spanning thousands of kilometers. Tel Brak was not an isolated desert outpost. It was a hub in a vast web of exchange connecting the earliest civilizations of the Near East. At its height, around 3800 BCE, the city may have held tens of thousands of inhabitants. The scale is comparable to early Uruk, yet Tel Brak predates Uruk's full rise by several centuries. It forces historians to reconsider the very birthplace of urban life. The conventional story of civilization flowing northward from southern Mesopotamia begins to blur. Perhaps instead, the world's first cities were not born in one place at all, but emerged like twin stars across the ancient Near East, one in the fertile south, one in the northern desert. But for all its grandeur, Tel Brak's history is not one of continuous ascent. By around 3000 BCE, signs of strain appear. The The great mound's outer settlements began to thin, as if its people were withdrawing inward. Trash heaps grow more abundant. Fine pottery gives way to coarse ware. The once glorious eye temple was rebuilt repeatedly, each reconstruction smaller than the last. And in the layers that follow, archaeologists find traces of fire, of sudden abandonment, of silence. What happened here? Some suspect climate, a shift toward aridity that drained the life from northern Syria's plains. Others see political collapse. The rise of southern city-states like Uruk and Kish may have drawn trade and power away from the north. Still others sense something more internal, evidence of social tension, perhaps even conflict between the different communities that had once formed the city's foundation. In one layer, hundreds of scattered skulls were discovered, some of women and children, without accompanying bodies. These were not burials but remnants of violence. Excavators found arrowheads lodged in walls, buildings collapsed by fire. It may have been one of the world's first recorded urban uprisings, the moment when the fabric of a fragile city-state tore itself apart. After its decline, Tel Brak did not vanish completely. Like many ancient mounds, it lived multiple lives. In the Akkadian period, around 2300 BCE, it became a regional center once more, occupied by imperial administrators under the rule of Sargon of Akkad and his successors. Tablets found on the site record officials, trade goods, and offerings to distant gods. Later, during the Mitanni and Hurrian periods, it re-emerged again as Nagar, a city known in cuneiform texts as a royal seat. Each rebirth added another layer to the mound, another civilization built upon the dust of the last. By the time of the Assyrians, Tel Brak's original identity was already ancient legend. Empires came and went. The mound endured. Even in abandonment, it remained visible on the horizon, a silent landmark known to shepherds and caravans. The desert may erase, but it also preserves. Modern archaeology at Tel Brak began in the early 20th century, but the site's true magnitude was not understood until the 1970s, when British teams led by Max Mallowan and Joan Oates conducted large-scale excavations. They mapped the outer town, revealing that the city once extended nearly 2 kilometers beyond the central mound. This lower town was hidden beneath centuries of alluvial deposit, invisible from the surface. Beneath those layers lay the remnants of an organized metropolis, evidence of streets, kilns, and storage complexes. Perhaps the most haunting discovery came from the Eye Temple's surroundings. Altars made of gypsum plaster, still bearing traces of burning and incense. It seemed the people of Tel Brak worshipped not through idol statues or ziggurats, but through sensory experience, light, smoke, and the invisible presence of countless watching eyes. Yet despite decades of excavation, only a fraction of Tel Brak has been explored. Modern conflict has halted work entirely. The desert winds sweep across the site once more, filling trenches, softening walls, returning the mound to silence. What lies beneath remains unseen. Layers upon layers of history stretching back 8,000 years. Somewhere under that earth may rest the earliest temples of organized religion, the first city council chambers, or the oldest markets where goods were exchanged not by barter but by agreed value. The seeds of governance, economy, and faith. And perhaps, somewhere in the deeper strata, the secret of the Eye Temple itself, who built it, and why they filled it with 1,000 watching souls. The very layout of Tel Brak suggests something beyond survival, an attempt to order the human world according to unseen principles. Its streets radiate outward like veins. Its temples stand on high terraces, aligned roughly to the sun's path. In this geometry, one senses an early human attempt to map the cosmos upon the earth, to bring divine order to the chaos of life. And yet, all that order dissolved into dust. When archaeologists climb its summit today, the air is eerily still. The mound is silent but alive, alive with the memory of footsteps that once crossed it by the thousands. Under the surface, layers of compacted earth mark millennia of birth and decay. Houses built, burned, buried, and rebuilt. To stand there is to feel the weight of time pressing upward through your feet. The eye idols now rest behind glass in museums, small, fragile, almost featureless. Yet they seem to carry something vast within them, the gaze of an ancient world that once looked out upon creation and tried to understand it. Who were they? Farmers, priests, kings, or perhaps something earlier, the first citizens, learning what it meant to live together, to build, to believe. No one can say for certain. Tel Brak keeps its secrets. Its story, like the sand that covers it, is deep and shifting. In the end, what remains is the paradox of all ancient cities, that the closer we come to uncovering their beginnings, the more distant they feel. Tel Brak stands as both cradle and tomb, the birthplace of urban life, and a warning that even the greatest cities can be forgotten. And somewhere beneath its sun-baked mound, beneath layers of clay and ash and time, the eyes still wait, watching, as they have for 6,000 years, for someone to remember. Chapter 21. Abarim, biblical city of the Moabite. Desert high in the eastern deserts of Jordan, where the wind moves through barren ridges and the land falls away toward the Dead Sea, there lies a range the ancients called Abarim. It is a place of transition, between wilderness and promise, between memory and myth. For in the old stories, it was from these heights that Moses, the prophet of Israel, looked across the Jordan Valley and saw the land he would never enter. Today, the mountains of Abarim remain silent, their stones still holding secrets older than Scripture itself. The Bible speaks of Abarim as a borderland, a threshold at the edge of the known world. From Mount Nebo, one of the peaks within this range, Moses is said to have glimpsed the promised land before his death. But beyond its biblical resonance, Abarim was also part of a real and once powerful kingdom, Moab, an ancient desert civilization that flourished along this arid frontier. Here, where limestone cliffs meet the plateau of the Arabian desert, archaeologists find scattered ruins, fragments of walls, toppled columns, and faint traces of stone enclosures that suggest a past much denser than the landscape reveals. The region's name, Abarim, is ancient Semitic, thought to mean the regions beyond. To the Israelites, it was the land across the Jordan. To the Moabites, it was home, a high, dry world of fortresses and shrines, overlooking the fertile lands below. Even now, the traveler who stands on these ridges can see for miles Jericho shimmering faintly in the west, the salt plains of the Dead Sea glinting like broken glass. It is a landscape made for revelation and for forgetting. Archaeological attention has long passed Abarim by. Nearby sites like Petra and Jerash command fame and funding, but Abarim remains an afterthought, a series of unmarked mounds and half-buried tells scattered across the high desert. Yet what little has been uncovered speaks to a civilization of surprising sophistication. In the early 20th century, surveyors recorded clusters of ruins across the plateau, stone foundations of circular towers, fragments of pottery dating to the late Bronze and Iron Ages, and the remains of fortified settlements perched on defensible hills. Some of these sites, Khirbet el-Mudaina, Diban, and Balua, may once have been part of a Moabite network of cities guarding the desert approaches. Inscriptions found nearby bear witness to a culture deeply intertwined with Israel and Edom, yet distinct in its language, art, and gods. The most famous of these inscriptions is the Mesha Stele, discovered in 1868 at Diban, just west of Abarim's heartland. Carved in basalt and written in the Moabite tongue, it records the victories of King Mesha over the Israelites, victories he attributes to his god Chemosh. Its words echo with pride and defiance. Omri, king of Israel, had oppressed Moab many days, but I have triumphed over him. This stele, the longest known Moabite text, provides one of the clearest windows into the political and religious world that once flourished among these highlands, and it suggests that Abarim was not a marginal desert, but a vital frontier where rival kingdoms met in both conflict and exchange. Yet, despite such hints, Abarim itself remains largely unexcavated. Satellite imagery reveals dozens of unexplored mounds, some circular, some rectangular, scattered across the ridges like forgotten tombs. Archaeologists suspect that beneath these tell-like hills lie the remains of small cities, administrative centers, trading outposts, perhaps even sanctuaries where desert pilgrims once paused to worship. The dry climate, as elsewhere in the Near East, has likely preserved layers of history beneath a thin veil of dust. A few exploratory digs have uncovered Iron Age pottery, ashlar masonry, and cistern systems cut into the limestone. These finds, though limited, point to an organized society that harnessed scarce water through channels and reservoirs. Evidence of resilience in a harsh environment. Their architecture speaks of adaptation, not opulence. Rough-hewn stones forming thick defensive walls. Storage rooms built to outlast drought. But even these modest ruins carry echoes of something larger. A people who carved permanence from the edge of survival. For the Moabites, the desert was not a void, but a frontier of meaning. Their culture emerged in dialogue with the Israelites to the west and the Edomites to the south. Trade routes wound through the Abarim hills, connecting copper mines in the Arabah Valley to the incense caravans that passed north toward Damascus. Over these routes came not only goods, but gods, symbols, stories, and rituals that merged and transformed in the desert wind. It is in such a liminal space that myth and memory blur, where the spiritual geography of the Bible meets the physical remains of forgotten kingdoms. Even today, Mount Nebo stands as a sacred sentinel. Excavations there have revealed Byzantine mosaics, church ruins, and ancient monastic cells, later echoes of the mountain's holiness. Beneath them, deeper still, lie layers from earlier ages, Iron Age pottery shards, foundation stones, perhaps remnants of pre-Israelite altars. Archaeologists walk these layers like priests descending through centuries, searching for the faint line where history meets revelation. Yet for every stone uncovered, a dozen questions remain buried. Was Abarim once home to an organized Moabite capital, a city lost to erosion and time? Were its scattered ruins outposts of a wider desert confederation that bridged Canaan, Edom, and the highlands of Jordan? Or is Abarim's emptiness itself the point, a sacred wilderness preserved precisely because it was never fully claimed? Some scholars suggest that the biblical writer's choice of Abarim as Moses' final vision was no accident. From its summits, the land of promise spreads before the eye like a map. The Jordan Valley, the hills of Judah, the shimmer of water and greenery in a sea of rock. To stand there is to feel history compress into a single breath, the end of one journey, the unfulfilled beginning of another. In that sense, Abarim is not only a geographical place, but a spiritual one, the threshold between the known and the unseen. Perhaps that is why it remains so underexplored, for to excavate Abarim is to risk unearthing more than stones. It is to disturb the boundary between myth and memory, faith and fact, and yet, somewhere beneath its ridges, there may lie tablets, fortresses, or shrines that could illuminate the Moabite world as vividly as the ruins of Nineveh or Ugarit. A single discovery here, a new inscription, a temple foundation, a sealed tomb, could rewrite the story of the desert kingdoms that shadowed early Israel. But for now, Abarim endures in quiet neglect. The wind moves through the wadis, the sun burns away all color by noon. A shepherd's path crosses an unmarked mound, unaware that beneath his feet might lie a lost city of the Moabite kings. At dusk, when the light softens, the hills turn bronze and ancient, as if remembering themselves. In the silence that follows, one can almost believe the old stories, that a prophet once climbed these slopes, that his eyes fell upon a horizon shimmering with promise, and that he, too, sensed what lay buried beyond. The stones of Abarim have not spoken yet, but they wait, as all deserts wait, holding the past in perfect stillness until someone listens deeply enough to hear it. Perhaps when the wind shifts again, it will whisper what the scriptures left unsaid. Chapter 22. Tushpa, capital of Urartu by Lake Vanin, the shadow of Anatolia's eastern highlands, where volcanic cliffs descend toward the pale waters of Lake Van, stand the silent ruins of Tushpa, the forgotten heart of the kingdom of Urartu. Here, amid windswept stone and thin mountain air, one can still trace the outlines of a vanished power that once rivaled mighty Assyria. The lake mirrors the sky in still, blue silence, but the black basalt cliffs that rise above it remember. They remember an age of kings, carved into rock and sealed in a language only half understood. Tushpa was not built for beauty, though it possesses it in abundance. It was built for endurance, a city of strength, hewn from the mountain itself. Founded in the 9th century BCE by King Sarduri I, Tushpa became the fortress capital of Urartu, an Iron Age kingdom that flourished across the Armenian highlands, from the shores of Lake Van to the valleys of modern-day Iran and Armenia. Its founders chose this site for a reason. The towering cliffs offered protection, and the nearby lake provided life, a mirror of eternity in a harsh, semi-arid land standing at the foot of Van Fortress today. It is difficult to imagine the city as it once was, yet ancient inscriptions written in cuneiform across the cliff face still whisper its name. These inscriptions, carved in both Urartian and Assyrian, tell of victories, temples, and kings who sought divine favor. They speak of Haldi, the supreme god of war whose temples crowned the citadel, and they speak of a people determined to defy the empires that surrounded them. Urartu's builders were masters of stone. Their walls, formed of vast unmortared blocks, rise with the precision of geometry and the stubbornness of eternity. Archaeologists call them Cyclopean, a style so monumental it was once believed to have been the work of giants. Within these walls lay palaces, arsenals, and royal tombs. Beneath them ran tunnels and reservoirs, carved through rock to store water in times of siege. These underground systems, still intact in places, are testaments to the city's engineering genius. But the Urartians were not only builders of fortresses, they were also dreamers of order. Their irrigation canals snaked across the Van Basin, transforming dry hillsides into farmland. Their smiths forged iron weapons and bronze ornaments. Their scribes recorded deeds on clay tablets. And their kings built temples aligned to the mountains and stars. In the midst of their harsh landscape, they created a realm of balance and law, a fragile oasis of civilization between rival powers. To the south lay Assyria, the empire of Nineveh and Nimrud, fierce, imperial, and ever hungry. To the north, tribal confederations roamed the steppes. Between them, Urartu stood defiant, its mountain citadels like watchtowers between worlds. For over 2 centuries, it resisted Assyrian conquest. Even when the armies of Tiglath-Pileser and Sargon II swept through the valleys, burning and razing, Urartu endured. From the top of Van Fortress, one can look down upon the lake that sustained this civilization. Its waters are saline, without outlet, shimmering in shades of turquoise and silver beneath the high plateau light. Somewhere beneath its waves, legend says, lie the ruins of more ancient settlements, perhaps even the earliest layers of Tushpa itself. Divers have found stone walls and carved blocks beneath the lake's surface, suggesting that the shoreline has shifted dramatically over millennia. Some scholars believe these are remnants of pre-Urartian cultures, swallowed by rising waters or earthquakes long before Saduri's reign. The air around Tushpa carries a strange, lingering stillness, as if the mountains themselves are listening. The cuneiform inscriptions etched into the rock, though weathered, still bear the names of kings long forgotten. Menua, Argishti, Rusa. Each built new walls, extended the city, or founded fresh fortresses across the highlands. At its height, Urartu controlled a network of citadels stretching from Lake Savan to the plains of Tigris, a mountain empire bound by stone and faith. The heart of Urartu's spiritual life was the god Haldi, often depicted standing upon a lion. His temple crowned the fortress, its walls once adorned with bronze plaques and sacred offerings. Below, the city spread in tiers, administrative quarters, storehouses, and dwellings cascading down toward the plain. Excavations have uncovered pottery, bronze tools, and carved ivories, but only fragments. The greater part of Tushpa still lies buried beneath centuries of sediment and stone, its lower layers sealed from the light. Urartian writing remains a partial mystery. Though written in a form of cuneiform adapted from Assyria, the language itself is neither Semitic nor Indo-European. Scholars have deciphered much of its grammar, but not its heart. The words that once filled its royal decrees now echo in half-understood syllables. Each inscription is a voice from a kingdom that refuses to be fully known. The decline of Urartu was as swift as its rise. By the 7th century BCE, the Assyrians had grown stronger, and new powers stirred in the east, the Medes, and soon the Persians. The mountain citadels that had defied empires began to fall, one by one. Tushpa too was abandoned, though not destroyed. The people vanished, the temples fell silent, and the wind reclaimed the fortress walls. When the Persians came, they built anew upon its ruins. When the Armenians rose centuries later, they too built their fortresses upon the same cliffs. Yet beneath each layer of conquest, the bones of Urartu remained, quiet, waiting. Today, archaeologists walk those slopes with care. The fortress still looms high above Lake Van, its stones honeycombed with tunnels and cisterns. Some chambers plunge deep into the rock, echoing with the drip of hidden water. Others open into the light, where fragments of carved reliefs lie half buried. There is a sense, always, that something immense lies just beneath, not only physically, but historically. The deeper layers of Tushpa have never been fully excavated. Beneath the modern citadel, there may lie entire districts of the ancient city, sealed chambers, archives, perhaps even royal tombs. But time, politics, and the delicate balance of preservation slow the search. Much of the site remains untouched since early excavations in the 20th century. In recent years, Turkish archaeologists have resumed study, revealing new evidence of fortifications, water channels, and buried foundations that extend far beyond the visible ruins. Yet for every stone unearthed, more questions rise. What language did the people of Tushpa speak in their homes beyond the formality of inscriptions? What myths did they tell of their gods and mountains? Why did their empire vanish so completely, leaving behind no successor state, no continuity of record, only broken scripts and the mute endurance of stone? Some whisper that the story of Urartu was deliberately erased by its conquerors, its records destroyed, its gods silenced. Others see its disappearance as a quieter tragedy, a slow assimilation into the cultures that followed. The Armenians who later inhabited the Van region may have inherited more from Urartu than they knew. The fortress style, the water engineering, perhaps even fragments of its myths, reimagined in new tongues. In the twilight hours, as the sun sinks over Lake Van, the fortress of Tushpa glows red against the basalt cliffs. The lake reflects its image, a city of fire mirrored in still water. The air cools and the mountains darken, but the sense of presence remains. It is as though the stones remember, not only the hands that shaped them, but the prayers, the fear, the pride of a kingdom that dared to stand against empires. Tushpa endures, half excavated, half dreaming. Its tunnels breathe the memory of the past. Its inscriptions whisper in half-forgotten words. Beneath its rock and sediment, beneath the layers of conquest and time, the capital of Urartu waits, not dead, but dormant. And as the night wind moves across Lake Van, the old fortress listens, a dark sentinel keeping watch over a story still buried, a riddle still unsolved in the geography of forgotten empires. Chapter 23. Girsu. Sumerian metropolis in the dust across, the dry plains of southern Iraq, where the Euphrates once ran thick with life. The wind carries whispers older than empires. This is the land of Sumer, cradle of the written word, the plough, and the city itself. And among its forgotten mounds lies a place that may hold the true beginnings of civilization. Girsu. To the untrained eye, Girsu is little more than a cluster of low, sun-baked hills, dusty ridges breaking the horizon. But beneath those ridges lies one of humanity's first great cities. Older than Babylon, older than 4,500 years ago. Its streets were alive with priests, scribes, and merchants, all bound by the rituals and governance of a world just learning to be urban. Here, in the age of kings like Urukagina and Gudea, power and piety intertwined in forms we can still trace, though barely comprehend. Girsu was not a mere settlement. It was a vision of order, a city shaped by divine geometry, built for gods as much as for men. The earliest records place Girsu as part of the kingdom of Lagash, a federation of Sumerian city-states that flourished around 2500 BCE. Its patron deity was Ningirsu, the mighty warrior god, son of Enlil, whose temple, the Aninu, or White Thunderbird House, stood as one of the most sacred sanctuaries in the land of Sumer. To walk through Girsu then would have been to move through the very blueprint of civilization. Broad avenues led to temple platforms. Canals carved through the city carried both water and trade. Granaries and administrative courts formed the rhythm of daily life, and all of it, every measure of grain, every transaction, every prayer, was recorded on clay. From these tablets came the first whispers of writing, cuneiform. Pressed into wet clay by the stylus of a scribe, these marks began as mere tallies, numbers of sheep, jars of oil, days of labor, but in time they evolved into symbols of ideas, laws, and myth. In Girsu's ruins, archaeologists have uncovered tens of thousands of such tablets, archives that bridge the border between prehistory and history. One of the earliest known legal codes emerged here. Under the reformer king Urukagina, he wrote of fairness, of protecting widows and orphans, of restraining the powerful from exploiting the weak. concepts astonishingly modern for a world only recently acquainted with cities. In Girsu, humanity's moral vocabulary began to take shape. But the city story is also one of rediscovery, a resurrection from oblivion. In the late 19th century, when Western explorers first turned their gaze toward Mesopotamia, Girsu was among the earliest sites to yield the treasures of Sumer. In 1877, French archaeologist Ernest de Sarzec began digging at a mound the locals called Tello. What he found would stun the scholarly world: fragments of temples, statues of kings, and tablets inscribed in a script that few could yet read. Among them was the famous statue of Gudea, a serene ruler seated in devotion, his hands clasped, his garments inscribed with prayers to Ningirsu. That statue became an icon of Sumer itself, the moment the ancient world began to speak again after 4 millennia of silence. For decades, Girsu was a source of marvels. Archaeologists uncovered the ruins of the Aninu temple complex, with its ceremonial courtyards and foundation cones inscribed with dedications to the gods. They found evidence of advanced canal systems, suggesting not merely settlement, but engineered urban planning. Irrigation on a scale capable of sustaining tens of thousands of people. Yet, as wars and shifting sands swept over Iraq in the 20th century, Girsu once again faded into obscurity. The desert reclaimed what had been unearthed. Looters stripped artifacts from the site. The city that once recorded every harvest and offering was left unrecorded itself, a ghost buried beneath dust. But in the last few years, that silence has begun to break again. Under renewed international collaboration, led by the British Museum, the Getty Conservation Institute, and Iraqi archaeologists, Girsu has re-emerged as a focal point of ancient studies. Drone mapping, satellite imaging, and LiDAR scans are revealing what the eye cannot see. Vast outlines of walls, temples, and ziggurats still intact beneath layers of clay. The new data suggests that less than 15% of Girsu has ever been excavated. The rest, perhaps kilometers of ruins, remains untouched. These technologies are painting an image of a city far larger and more sophisticated than once believed. Aerial surveys reveal a network of canals radiating from the city center, feeding into agricultural zones, the lifeblood of Sumer's economy. Thermal imaging has traced buried foundations aligned with astronomical precision, possibly marking ritual or calendrical functions. And near the central mound, a massive rectangular anomaly, likely a ziggurat base, appears to match descriptions in Gudea's inscriptions of a mountain rising to heaven, the lost ziggurat of Ningirsu. If confirmed, this would make Girsu one of the earliest examples of a true ziggurat, the architectural ancestor of all Mesopotamian sacred towers. It may even predate the great ziggurats of Ur and Uruk. Each discovery raises questions older than time itself. Was Girsu the prototype for all later Sumerian cities? The first attempt to merge religion, governance, and economy into a single system? Did its temple bureaucracies invent writing not merely to count, but to rule? In the fragments of baked clay, we glimpse the beginnings of something both extraordinary and familiar. The administrative mind. Lists, decrees, receipts, the machinery of civilization. Yet in the same tablets lie hymns to gods, laments for fallen kings, invocations for rain. Girsu was both a city of ledgers and a city of dreams. Modern archaeologists now believe that the site may also conceal archives never seen by modern eyes. Deep storage rooms sealed when the city fell into decline. Ground-penetrating radar suggests chambers beneath collapsed structures, possibly undisturbed since the 3rd millennium BCE. If those rooms hold tablets, they could rewrite the early chronology of Sumer. Somewhere under the dust may lie records of the very moment writing itself was born. The transition from symbol to sentence, from memory to history. Standing amid the eroded bricks of Girsu today, one feels the weight of deep time pressing through the silence. The sun burns overhead, and the wind moves fine grains of dust over the same earth once shaped into temples. It is a landscape both dead and alive, where each mound hides the heartbeat of a civilization that never truly vanished. Archaeologists describe the site with awe, almost reverence. They say the walls still breathe when the light shifts at dusk, revealing faint shadows of long collapsed towers. Among the shards of pottery and clay tablets, one can trace the fingerprints of ancient scribes, literal impressions of the hands that first turned language into permanence. In a sense, Girsu is not only the ruin of a city, but the ruin of thought itself, the residue of humanity's first experiment in collective order. And the more we uncover, the less certain we become of our own beginnings. Did civilization arise from necessity, the need to count grain and manage irrigation? Or from belief, from the urge to commune with unseen gods? Girsu stands at that crossroads, where faith and function first intertwined. Its temples were also treasuries, its priests also accountants. The divine and the bureaucratic were born together here, in the dust. As the new excavations continue, the question deepens. What more lies beneath? Could Girsu still hold the missing prologue of Sumer, a record of its founders, its gods, its myths, before the flood legends of later ages? Each tablet unearthed may be a sentence from the world's first book. And somewhere in the sand, sealed beneath millennia of oblivion, the rest of that book still waits. For now, the drones trace their grids in silence, capturing the ghostly contours of a buried metropolis. The archaeologists mark coordinates and wait for the right season to dig, mindful that every spadeful of earth removes more than dirt. It lifts the veil between us and our beginnings. Girsu sleeps on, its ziggurat mounds glowing faintly in the late light, its gods long gone but never entirely forgotten. In the stillness of evening, when the wind moves over the plain and the sky turns bronze, it is possible to imagine that the city remembers. Perhaps the dust itself is its language, a form of cuneiform too vast to read, the birthplace of writing, buried beneath words, a city of gods and grain, of tablets and silence, and maybe, just maybe, still the key to where the story of civilization truly began. Chapter 24, Tiahuanaco, highland city with deserted origins. High on the windswept plains of the Bolivian Andes, more than 12,000 feet above sea level, stands a city that should not exist. It is called Tiahuanaco, or Tiwanaku, a place so ancient and enigmatic that even the mountains seem to guard its secrets. The air here is thin, sharp, and filled with silence. The landscape stretches in vast tones of ochre and stone, with the distant glimmer of Lake Titicaca lying like a mirror to the sky. It is a world of extremes, too cold, too dry, and too high for easy habitation. And yet, thousands of years ago, a people carved a city from this desolation, shaping stones so precisely that they fit together like the facets of crystal. No mortar, no metal tools that we know of, only intention, geometry, and a mastery of stone that defies the imagination. Tiahuanaco is not merely an archaeological site. It is a riddle carved in basalt, a wound in time where myth and science meet and disagree. The ruins lie at 3,150 meters above sea level, on what was once the southern shore of Lake Titicaca. Today, the water has receded, leaving the site marooned in an arid plain. The ancient people who built here did so with astonishing foresight. Massive platforms, cyclopean walls, and stone gateways aligned to the solstices and equinoxes. The site's most famous monument, the Gateway of the Sun, stands alone in the wind, a single block of andesite weighing over 10 tons, carved with intricate reliefs that seem to speak of calendars, gods, and celestial cycles. Its central figure, known as the staff god, radiates energy, surrounded by winged attendants that scholars identify as solar deities. The entire structure appears to have functioned as both temple and observatory, a clock of stone marking the turning of the heavens. Nearby rises the Akhetaten pyramid, a stepped mound once faced with finely cut stones, its summit holding a sunken court filled with conduits that may have carried ritual water. South of it, the Kalasasaya temple, a vast rectangular enclosure, was designed with perfect astronomical precision, its western wall oriented to capture the sun's setting light during equinox. These are not random alignments. They reveal a deep, almost mathematical understanding of the cosmos. Yet the question remains, who built them and when? Conventional archaeology dates Tiahuanaco to between 500 and 1000 CE, the heart of the Tiwanaku culture that ruled the Andean highlands long before the Inca. Radiocarbon samples from organic materials found within the site suggest this timeline. During this period, Tiahuanaco flourished as the spiritual and political center of a vast highland empire that stretched into modern Peru, Chile, and Argentina. The city was not a fortress, but a pilgrimage center, a place of ceremony, trade, and shared reverence. People came from across the Andes bearing offerings of gold, pottery, and grain. Its art and architecture radiate a sense of order, geometry, and cosmic symbolism. But the deeper layers tell another story. Beneath the known Tiwanaku structures lie older foundations, megalithic in scale, built from stone so large that modern engineers still puzzle over their transport and placement. Some blocks at the site weigh over 100 tons and are made of andesite quarried from the Copacabana Peninsula, nearly 10 miles away across what was once open water. How such stones were moved across the high plateau remains unexplained. No evidence of wheeled transport has been found, and the people of the region are not believed to have used draft animals capable of bearing such loads. The mystery deepens when one considers the precision, joints so tight that not even a sheet of paper can pass between them. Early explorers and scholars were stunned by what they saw. In the 19th century, French archaeologist Charles Weiner described Tiahuanaco as the work of a civilization so old that its memory is lost even to the Indians. Arthur Posnanski, an Austrian-Bolivian researcher in the early 20th century, spent decades studying the site. His measurements of the Kalasasaya temple's astronomical alignments led him to propose an origin date not of 500 CE, but closer to 10,000 BCE, far older than any accepted Andean civilization. Posnanski believed that the temple's layout aligned with the rising and setting of the sun at solstices, corresponding to a period when Earth's axial tilt was different, a claim later contested by mainstream archaeologists, but still whispered among those who sense that the Andes hold deeper timelines than textbooks allow. Even more compelling are the sediments themselves. Layers of wind-blown silt and lake deposits suggest that Tiahuanaco once lay beside a much higher Lake Titicaca, a lake that, by geological measure, stood at that level over 10,000 years ago. If true, it would imply that the earliest structures at Tiahuanaco were built when the climate, the shorelines, and perhaps even humanity itself were very different. Yet, despite its mysteries, Tiahuanaco is not a myth. It is tangible. The ruins remain, the stones endure, and each year archaeologists uncover more of its buried world. Beneath the Acapana mound, ground-penetrating radar has revealed chambers and passageways still sealed by sediment. Nearby, the semi-subterranean temple, a sunken courtyard lined with monolithic stone heads embedded in its walls, has yielded carvings of faces so diverse they seem to represent people from across the known world. Some bear bearded features, others distinctly Andean, others still of unknown origin. Were these depictions of travelers, deities, or symbolic ancestors of a cosmopolitan world long before recorded history? We do not yet know. In the surrounding landscape, satellite imagery shows faint geometric patterns beneath the soil, traces of walls, roads, and terraces extending far beyond the known boundaries of the site. It suggests that ancient Tiahuanaco was once part of a far larger complex, possibly a metropolitan region connected to the nearby site of Pumapunku, where the stonework reaches a level of precision unmatched anywhere else in the pre-Columbian world. Pumapunku lies less than a kilometer southwest of Tiahuanaco, yet it feels like another world. Its blocks are vast, some cut into interlocking H-shapes with machine-like regularity. The surfaces are perfectly smooth, the corners exact. Some faces bear drill holes or recesses that appear engineered. The precision is such that a blade of grass could not slip between them. To many researchers, Pumapunku represents the height of Tiwanaku engineering. To others, it is something else entirely, a relic of an even older civilization, perhaps the one upon which Tiwanaku itself was later built. If this is true, then the high plains of Bolivia may hold evidence not of one civilization, but a continuum, cultures rising and falling across thousands of years, each reusing the stones of the last, each inheriting a fragment of a greater design now lost to time. The Tiwanaku culture eventually collapsed around 1000 CE, long before the Incas rose to power. The cause remains uncertain. Climate studies suggest that the region experienced a prolonged drought beginning around 950 CE. The once lush Altiplano sustained by intricate canal systems and raised agricultural fields, dried up. Without water, crops failed, and the city's population dwindled. But drought alone cannot explain everything. The fall of Tiwanaku seems to have been accompanied by social and religious fragmentation, as if the very cosmology that had bound the highland peoples together had unraveled. The temples were abandoned, the gods no longer fed. Over the centuries that followed, local myths would recall a city of the giants that predated the Incas, a place of stones too large for ordinary men to move. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they found the ruins already ancient, their meaning forgotten. Chroniclers wrote that even the local Aymara had no memory of the builders. It is said, one early account notes, that these stones were not made by men, but by gods. Today, Tiahuanaco is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, yet it remains largely unexcavated. Beneath the thin crust of soil lie deep layers of history, perhaps tens of thousands of years of it. Every new survey, every magnetic scan, seems to widen the mystery rather than resolve it. Archaeologists continue to debate, was Tiwanaku the origin point of Andean civilization, or the inheritor of something much older? A culture erased by flood, wind, or time? The Altiplano offers few answers. The wind moves ceaselessly, carrying dust across the stones, burying what is revealed as quickly as it is found. And still, the stones endure. To stand before the gateway of the sun at dawn is to feel something timeless stir in the silence. As the first rays of light pass through its carved niches, the shadows shift across the figure of the staff god. A vision of power and renewal echoing across the centuries. Around you, the land is bare, the air thin, the mountains eternal. It is a place that humbles the body and awakens the imagination. One cannot help but wonder what other monuments still sleep beneath the plain. Pyramids entombed in silt. Temples forgotten by both empire and myth. Perhaps Tiahuanaco was never just a city, but a palimpsest, each generation adding its mark, each age burying the last. Perhaps what we see today are only the bones of a civilization that reached further back than history dares to remember. Chapter 25. Diban. Forgotten. Capital of the Moabite. Kingdom south of Amman, beyond the limestone hills and the stillness of Jordan's high desert, lies a mound the color of bone and dust. To a traveler's eye, it is unremarkable, a low hill rising above olive groves and scattered shepherd paths. Yet beneath this quiet landscape lies Diban, the ancient heart of the Moabite kingdom, a city once named in scripture, then lost to centuries of sand and silence. The tell of Diban holds time in layers. From its summit, the winds sweep across the Wadi Mujib, the biblical Arnon Gorge, a natural boundary that once divided kingdoms and histories. Here, the desert air feels older, as if it carries memories from the Iron Age and beyond. Archaeologists who have walked these slopes say that Diban is not one city, but many, a palimpsest of civilizations rising and falling atop the same sacred ground. It was here, around the 9th century BCE, that a Moabite king named Mesha inscribed his triumph in black basalt. The Mesha stele, discovered in 1868 by a Bedouin tribesman, remains one of the most important inscriptions of the ancient Near East. Its 34 lines, written in the Moabite language, a dialect close to ancient Hebrew, recount how Mesha freed his people from Israelite domination. The stele speaks in proud, unflinching tones. I am Mesha, son of Chemoshgad, king of Moab. Omri, king of Israel, had oppressed Moab many days, but I triumphed over him and over his son. It was a voice pulled from the dust, older than parchment, more defiant than prophecy. For centuries, the Moabites had existed only in the biblical imagination. The antagonists across the Jordan, known for their idol worship and uneasy relations with Israel. But the discovery of the Mesha stele proved they were not myth. They were real, literate, and proud, with gods, kings, and victories of their own. The stele itself came from Diban, once called Dibon, the royal capital of Moab. In its time, Dibon commanded the high plateau between the Dead Sea and the Arabian Desert, a vantage point from which caravans, armies, and traders could all be seen approaching from afar. Its location was strategic, controlling the route that connected the northern kingdoms of Israel and Ammon with Edom to the south. It was a crossroads of faith, power, and survival. Yet despite its fame in text, Diban's physical ruins remain largely untouched. The tell rises nearly 40 meters above the surrounding plain, a mound built from millennia of human habitation, collapsed walls, burned timbers, and the slow accumulation of dust. Archaeological teams have probed its surface for over a century, but only fragments of its story have emerged. Pottery shards, wall foundations, and scattered inscriptions hint at continuous settlement from the early Bronze Age through the Roman period. Beneath those layers, however, lie deeper, older worlds that no spade has yet reached. In the 1950s and 1960s, small-scale excavations revealed traces of Iron Age fortifications, perhaps remnants of Mesha's own rebuilding campaigns. Later digs uncovered fragments of Moabite pottery and seals, but instability and limited funding forced many projects to halt before reaching the tell's lower strata. What lies beneath those levels, the Bronze Age settlements that may have preceded Moab itself, remains unknown. Some archaeologists suspect Diban's earliest foundations could date back over 4,000 years, connecting it to the pre-Israelite cultures that once roamed this high desert. Local legend adds its own layer of intrigue. Villagers speak of underground chambers, sealed passages, and ancient wells said to connect to forgotten sanctuaries below the hill. Some claim that strange stones, carved with unreadable markings, have surfaced after heavy rains, artifacts swallowed again by the earth before they could be studied. Whether these stories are memory or myth, they echo a truth archaeologists already know. Diban has not yet revealed its depths. The desert has been both its curse and its preservation. The dry climate has kept what lies buried remarkably intact. Mud brick walls, once eroded by rain, have been hardened by time. Organic remains, seeds, textiles, even faint traces of ash, have survived in sealed contexts. Yet this same environment makes excavation arduous. Each layer must be sifted slowly, each find recorded before the wind erases its trace. In Diban, patience is not just a virtue, it is a necessity. The site's long dormancy has also allowed its mystery to deepen. The Mesha Stele remains the city's loudest voice, but it speaks only of war and divine favor. Of daily life, we know almost nothing. What were Diban's homes like? What music echoed through its courtyards? What gods were worshipped alongside Chemosh, the fierce Moabite deity whom Mesha thanked for victory? Archaeology may one day answer, if the sands allow. During the Iron Age, the Moabite kingdom stood as both rival and mirror to ancient Israel. They shared language, geography, and even ancestry, descendants, the Bible says, of Lot. Yet the Moabites followed their own gods, their own paths. The Mesha inscription mentions temples and high places built in honor of Chemosh, whose favor was thought to bring rain and victory. Diban's elevated position, overlooking the desert's edge, made it an ideal stage for such worship. One can imagine the smoke of offerings rising from its heights, visible for miles across the plateau. In later centuries, Diban changed hands many times. The Babylonians swept through after the fall of Jerusalem in the 6th century BCE. The Persians, and later the Nabateans, left their marks in pottery and coinage. Under Roman rule, it became part of the Provincia Arabia, connected by road to the great city of Philadelphia, modern Amman. In Byzantine times, Diban remained a modest but enduring settlement, its old Moabite name nearly forgotten. Yet beneath each new era, the old one still slept. The Moabite stones endured, their memory waiting to be rediscovered. When the Mesha Stele was first found, its story nearly ended in tragedy. The Bedouin who unearthed it, unaware of its significance, attempted to sell it. European scholars, competing for ownership, caused tensions that led to the stones shattering. Only fragments survived, many of which were later recovered and pieced together in the Louvre. Even broken, its message remains clear, a rare voice from a kingdom that had otherwise vanished into myth. In recent years, archaeologists have returned to Diban with new tools, ground-penetrating radar, remote sensing, and drone mapping. These technologies have begun to reveal subsurface anomalies, geometric outlines suggesting buried walls, courtyards, and possibly temple foundations. But access is limited, funding is scarce, and each year, wind and erosion reclaim more of the mound. The city remains caught between rediscovery and oblivion. Standing atop the tell today, one sees both ancient and modern worlds at once. To the north, the lights of Amman shimmer faintly on the horizon. To the south, the desert stretches toward the Dead Sea. Below, Goats wander among stones that once marked palace walls. The silence feels thick, the kind that carries memory. It is here that the Moabite story lingers, not as a finished history, but as an unfinished question. What lies beneath Diban's surface may yet change what we know about the early kingdoms of the Levant. Those fragile desert realms that shaped the world's first written faiths. Perhaps older inscriptions still wait in the bedrock, older than Mesha's boast, speaking of a time when gods and kings were not yet divided by nations or names. Until that earth is opened, Diban remains a city of echoes. Its stones speak in fragments, its texts in pieces, yet its silence too tells a story, of memory preserved by desolation, of history kept intact by neglect. As dusk falls over the tell, the wind moves through the scrub, and the faint call to prayer drifts across the valley. The mound darkens to shadow, and the ancient city sleeps once more beneath its layers of dust and legend. Somewhere below, the old capital of Moab waits, still proud, still hidden, its truth sealed beneath centuries of unbroken stone. Chapter 26, Tanis, Egypt's sand-choked city of silver pharaohs in the far northeastern reaches of the Nile Delta, where the river dissolves into a labyrinth of reeds, silt, and shifting channels, lies a city swallowed by time, Tanis. Once a royal capital, now a ghost of stone and dust, it stands as one of Egypt's strangest paradoxes, a city both resplendent and forgotten, its treasures rivaling those of Thebes, yet its history still half buried beneath the mud of the delta. To walk upon its cracked ground is to feel the pulse of a place long lost to both desert and flood, a city where silver kings were buried in gold's shadow, and where the past still shimmers beneath layers of silt and myth. Tanis rose to prominence during the Third Intermediate Period, around the 11th century BCE, a time of fragmentation following the collapse of Egypt's great new kingdom. The pharaohs of Thebes ruled the south, their counterparts in Tanis the north. The empire had fractured, yet Egypt endured, and in that endurance, Tanis became a symbol of adaptation, a new capital for a nation caught between memory and survival. The kings of the 21st and 22nd dynasties, rulers like Susenes I, Amenemope and Shoshenq the Soni, made Tanis their seat of power. Here they built temples, palaces, and tombs in the old style, as if trying to restore the lost grandeur of earlier ages. But the delta was not Thebes. The land was unstable, the Nile's channels forever shifting, burying monuments in silt even as they were built. Over centuries, the city's stones slowly sank, its monuments consumed by the same earth that had nourished its people. When European explorers first arrived in the 19th century, they found scattered obelisks, colossal statues, and fragments of temples lying half buried in mud. The landscape was desolate, but the ruins bore royal cartouches. It was enough to ignite wild speculation. Many early Egyptologists, including Flinders Petrie, believed they had found Pi-Ramesses, the great capital of Ramesses II, long sought by explorers. The massive granite statues of the warrior pharaoh seemed to confirm it. But over time, as archaeological methods improved, it became clear that these monuments had been moved to Tanis, recycled from the ruins of Ramesses' original city further east. Tanis, it seemed, had been built from the bones of another capital. It was a city of inheritance, a kingdom built upon the relics of greater ages. Yet Tanis' greatest revelation came not from its temples, but from the darkness beneath them. In 1939, the French archaeologist Pierre Montet made a discovery that stunned the world. Beneath the ruined courtyards of the main temple complex, his team unearthed a series of underground chambers, royal tombs untouched by thieves. It was one of the rarest finds in all Egyptian archaeology. Intact royal burials. Inside the first tomb lay the sarcophagus of Pharaoh Susenes I, encased not in gold, but in silver. Silver, rarer and more precious than gold in ancient Egypt, gleamed faintly beneath centuries of corrosion. The mask that covered the king's face was beaten from pure metal, its craftsmanship delicate and haunting. Around him lay jewels, amulets, canopic jars, and ceremonial weapons. His coffin was nested within gilded wooden cases, surrounded by treasures that seemed to belong to a bygone era of splendor. For a brief moment, it was as if Tutankhamun had a twin, a northern counterpart crowned in silver instead of gold. In neighboring chambers, Monte's team found further burials, those of kings Amenemope, Shoshenq II, Takalot, and Osorkon II. Though less famous than Tutankhamun's, these tombs yielded artifacts of extraordinary beauty: necklaces of lapis and carnelian, golden uraei, silver vessels engraved with hieroglyphs, and ceremonial daggers that once rested at the sides of forgotten pharaohs. Monte's discoveries should have reshaped the world's understanding of Egypt's late dynasties, but fate intervened. As the excavations continued into the early 1940s, the world fell into war. News of the silver pharaohs was buried under headlines of global conflict. By the time peace returned, Tutankhamun's golden treasures had already captured the world's imagination, and Tanis, despite its wonders, faded quietly into scholarly obscurity. Yet archaeologists who studied the finds knew what they represented: a dynasty not of decline, but of resilience. The silver coffins and jewels of Tanis told of kings who ruled amid political division, but never abandoned the old rites. They replicated the grand rituals of burial, the spells of the Book of the Dead, and the architecture of eternal kingship, even as Egypt's empire crumbled around them. In Tanis, the traditions of the pharaohs continued to the very end, as if the city itself were Egypt's last heartbeat. Still, much of Tanis remains buried. The visible ruins cover only a fraction of the site's true extent. Beneath the fields and delta clay lie the rest of the city, its residential quarters, workshops, and earlier temple complexes. Satellite and geophysical surveys reveal outlines of streets, massive enclosures and substructures stretching far beyond the main mound. Some archaeologists now suspect that the Tanis we see may conceal older layers beneath, perhaps even settlements dating back to the New Kingdom or earlier. The reuse of Ramesside monuments may not have been mere opportunism, but continuity. The reoccupation of an older sacred landscape, its memory too potent to abandon. The delta, however, guards its secrets well. Excavating here is unlike working in the desert. The ground is wet, soft and unstable. Each trench fills with groundwater. Each stone foundation sits on the edge of collapse. The land both reveals and conceals a shifting skin that resists the touch of time. In the ancient world, the delta was a living maze of waterways. Over centuries, those rivers changed course, burying cities beneath thick layers of silt. Some lie meters deep, invisible even to modern instruments. Tanis is one of many. A jewel half buried in the mud, its past distorted by both geography and history. Even the stones tell conflicting stories. Obelisks inscribed with Ramesses' name stand beside stelae of Psusenes and Shoshenq. Fragments of New Kingdom reliefs mingle with hieroglyphs from the Libyan dynasties. The city's ruins are a palimpsest, a text rewritten again and again, each ruler layering their story upon the last. In this mingling of eras lies a deeper mystery. Was Tanis truly a creation of the Third Intermediate Period? Or did it rise upon foundations far older? Could it have been a regional center during the New Kingdom? Perhaps even a shadow capital, as Pi-Ramesses declined. Some scholars believe that when the Nile shifted, leaving Pi-Ramesses stranded from the river, its monuments were physically moved to Tanis, following the new course of the water. In that migration, Egypt's royal heart may have shifted too. If so, Tanis would not just be a city of successors, it would be the direct inheritor of Ramesses' imperial dream. Today, the ruins of Tanis lie silent. A few colossal statues still stand, half buried, their faces eroded by centuries of wind. Fragments of hieroglyphs mark fallen blocks, their meanings fading like echoes in sand. The site's modern isolation is striking. No pyramids rising, no obelisks gleaming, only a flat open horizon, punctuated by low mounds and fragments of ancient stone. And yet, beneath that silence, an empire's memory stirs. The coffins of silver now rest safely in Cairo's museums, their surfaces polished by modern light. Visitors rarely realize that these relics come not from the golden age of the pharaohs, but from their twilight, a reminder that Egypt's brilliance never truly dimmed. Even as its power waned, perhaps Tanis still has more to reveal. The rest of its royal necropolis, its temples, or even the buried layers of earlier dynasties that remain sealed beneath the delta's veil. For now, it waits, half swallowed by earth, half remembered by history. And when the wind moves across its plain, carrying with it the faint scent of river mud and salt. It feels as though the silver pharaohs themselves still dream beneath the ground, their coffins glinting faintly in the dark, reflecting a light that has not touched the surface for 3,000 years. Tanis, Egypt's city of silver, buried in silence, waiting for the Nile to remember its name. Chapter 26. Tanis, Egypt's sand-choked city of silver pharaohs in the far northeastern reaches of the Nile Delta, where the river dissolves into a labyrinth of reeds, silt, and shifting channels, lies a city swallowed by time, Tanis. Once a royal capital, now a ghost of stone and dust, it stands as one of Egypt's strangest paradoxes, a city both resplendent and forgotten, its treasures rivaling those of Thebes, yet its history still half buried beneath the mud of the delta. To walk upon its cracked ground is to feel the pulse of a place long lost to both desert and flood, a city where silver kings were buried in gold's shadow, and where the past still shimmers beneath layers of silt and myth. Tanis rose to prominence during the Third Intermediate Period, around the 11th century BCE, a time of fragmentation following the collapse of Egypt's great new kingdom. The pharaohs of Thebes ruled the south, their counterparts in Tanis the north. The empire had fractured, yet Egypt endured, and in that endurance, Tanis became a symbol of adaptation, a new capital for a nation caught between memory and survival. The kings of the 21st and 22nd dynasties, rulers like Susenes I, Amenemope and Shoshenq II, made Tanis their seat of power. Here they built temples, palaces, and tombs in the old style, as if trying to restore the lost grandeur of earlier ages. But the delta was not Thebes. The land was unstable, the Nile's channels forever shifting, burying monuments in silt even as they were built. Over centuries, the city's stones slowly sank, its monuments consumed by the same earth that had nourished its people. When European explorers first arrived in the 19th century, they found scattered obelisks, colossal statues, and fragments of temples lying half buried in mud. The landscape was desolate, but the ruins bore royal cartouches. It was enough to ignite wild speculation. Many early Egyptologists, including Flinders Petrie, believed they had found Pi-Ramesses, the great capital of Ramesses II, long sought by explorers. The massive granite statues of the warrior pharaoh seemed to confirm it. But over time, as archaeological methods improved, it became clear that these monuments had been moved to Tanis, recycled from the ruins of Ramesses' original city further east. Tanis, it seemed, had been built from the bones of another capital. It was a city of inheritance, a kingdom built upon the relics of greater ages. Yet Tanis' greatest revelation came not from its temples, but from the darkness beneath them. In 1939, the French archaeologist Pierre Montet made a discovery that stunned the world. Beneath the ruined courtyards of the main temple complex, his team unearthed a series of underground chambers, royal tombs untouched by thieves. It was one of the rarest finds in all Egyptian archaeology. Intact royal burials. Inside the first tomb lay the sarcophagus of Pharaoh Susenes I, encased not in gold, but in silver. Silver, rarer and more precious than gold in ancient Egypt, gleamed faintly beneath centuries of corrosion. The mask that covered the king's face was beaten from pure metal, its craftsmanship delicate and haunting. Around him lay jewels, amulets, canopic jars, and ceremonial weapons. His coffin was nested within gilded wooden cases, surrounded by treasures that seemed to belong to a bygone era of splendor. For a brief moment, it was as if Tutankhamun had a twin, a northern counterpart crowned in silver instead of gold. In neighboring chambers, Montet's team found further burials, those of kings Amenemope, Shoshenq II, Takalot, and Osorkon II. Though less famous than Tutankhamun's, these tombs yielded artifacts of extraordinary beauty. Necklaces of lapis and carnelian, golden uraei, silver vessels engraved with hieroglyphs, and ceremonial daggers that once rested at the sides of forgotten pharaohs. Montet's discoveries should have reshaped the world's understanding of Egypt's late dynasties, but fate intervened. As the excavations continued into the early 1940s, the world fell into war. News of the silver pharaohs was buried under headlines of global conflict. By the time peace returned, Tutankhamun's golden treasures had already captured the world's imagination, and Tanis, despite its wonders, faded quietly into scholarly obscurity. Yet archaeologists who studied the finds knew what they represented, a dynasty not of decline, but of resilience. The silver coffins and jewels of Tanis told of kings who ruled amid political division, but never abandoned the old rites. They replicated the grand rituals of burial, the spells of the Book of the Dead, and the architecture of eternal kingship, even as Egypt's empire crumbled around them. In Tanis, the traditions of the pharaohs continued to the very end, as if the city itself were Egypt's last heartbeat. Still, much of Tanis remains buried. The visible ruins cover only a fraction of the site's true extent. Beneath the fields and delta clay lie the rest of the city, its residential quarters, workshops, and earlier temple complexes. Satellite and geophysical surveys reveal outlines of streets, massive enclosures and substructures stretching far beyond the main mound. Some archaeologists now suspect that the Tanis we see may conceal older layers beneath, perhaps even settlements dating back to the New Kingdom or earlier. The reuse of Ramesside monuments may not have been mere opportunism, but continuity. The reoccupation of an older sacred landscape, its memory too potent to abandon. The delta, however, guards its secrets well. Excavating here is unlike working in the desert. The ground is wet, soft and unstable. Each trench fills with groundwater. Each stone foundation sits on the edge of collapse. The land both reveals and conceals a shifting skin that resists the touch of time. In the ancient world, the delta was a living maze of waterways. Over centuries, those rivers changed course, burying cities beneath thick layers of silt. Some lie meters deep, invisible even to modern instruments. Tanis is one of many, a jewel half buried in the mud, its past distorted by both geography and history. Even the stones tell conflicting stories. Obelisks inscribed with Ramesses' name stand beside stelae of Psusenes and Shoshenq. Fragments of New Kingdom reliefs mingle with hieroglyphs from the Libyan dynasties. The city's ruins are a palimpsest, a text rewritten again and again, each ruler layering their story upon the last. In this mingling of eras lies a deeper mystery. Was Tanis truly a creation of the Third Intermediate Period? Or did it rise upon foundations far older? Could it have been a regional center during the New Kingdom? Perhaps even a shadow capital, as Pi-Ramesses declined. Some scholars believe that when the Nile shifted, leaving Pi-Ramesses stranded from the river, its monuments were physically moved to Tanis, following the new course of the water. In that migration, Egypt's royal heart may have shifted too. If so, Tanis would not just be a city of successors, it would be the direct inheritor of Ramesses' imperial dream. Today, the ruins of Tanis lie silent. A few colossal statues still stand, half buried, their faces eroded by centuries of wind. Fragments of hieroglyphs mark fallen blocks, their meanings fading like echoes in sand. The site's modern isolation is striking. No pyramids rising, no obelisks gleaming, only a flat open horizon, punctuated by low mounds and fragments of ancient stone. And yet, beneath that silence, an empire's memory stirs. The coffins of silver now rest safely in Cairo's museums, their surfaces polished by modern light. Visitors rarely realize that these relics come not from the golden age of the pharaohs, but from their twilight, a reminder that Egypt's brilliance never truly dimmed. Even as its power waned, perhaps Tanis still has more to reveal. The rest of its royal necropolis, its temples, or even the buried layers of earlier dynasties that remain sealed beneath the delta's veil. For now, it waits, half swallowed by earth, half remembered by history. And when the wind moves across its plain, carrying with it the faint scent of river mud and salt, it feels as though the silver pharaohs themselves still dream beneath the ground, their coffins glinting faintly in the dark, reflecting a light that has not touched the surface for 3,000 years. Tanis, Egypt's city of silver, buried in silence, waiting for the Nile to remember its name. Chapter 27. Hilly, desert city of the Al Ain Oases. At the edge of the empty quarter, where the desert stretches into infinity, there lies a landscape of quiet fertility, the oases of Al Ain. Amid the dunes and barren hills, palms rise from the earth, their roots fed by ancient channels of water. Beneath this unexpected green lies something older still, the buried memory of a civilization that once thrived here, long before recorded history began. Its name is Hili, a desert city whose origins reach back more than 5,000 years. When travelers pass through modern Al-Ain today, they often see only the calm order of the gardens and the whisper of palm leaves. Yet just beyond the city's edge, the ground swells into low mounds of dust and stone, the remains of a Bronze Age world that flourished when the Great Pyramids of Egypt were still young. This was Hili, part of the Uman culture, a civilization that spread across southeastern Arabia between 3000 and 2000 BCE, building circular tombs, trading with Mesopotamia, and mastering the art of living where survival seemed impossible. The desert, though harsh, does not forget. Archaeologists began to uncover Hili in the 1960s, guided by fragments of pottery and collapsed walls rising from the sand. What they found astonished them. Immense circular tombs, some over 10 meters wide, constructed from finely cut stone blocks fitted with geometric precision. Their entrances faced the rising sun. Inside, chambers were built for dozens of individuals, entire families or lineages entombed together. Carvings of oryx and human figures adorn some of the doorways, faint yet unmistakable. These were not simple burials. They were monuments to memory, built by people with social organization, artistry, and faith in continuity. One of the largest, known as Tomb Hili 8, still stands partly reconstructed, a great ring of stone rising from the desert plain. When viewed from above, its symmetry mirrors the circular order of the sun itself. To stand beside it is to sense both intimacy and vastness, the quiet hum of time passing through stone. Nearby, archaeologists uncovered traces of settlements, mud brick houses, workshops, and the remains of what appears to be an administrative complex. Pottery shards imported from Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley testify to far-reaching trade networks. Copper tools, beads, and decorative objects suggest skilled craftsmanship and organized production. In a region once dismissed as peripheral to the great civilizations of the Fertile Crescent, Hili tells another story of an Arabian heartland connected to the ancient world through trade, technology, and belief. Central to Hili's survival was something even more extraordinary: water management. In this arid landscape, every drop was precious, and the people of Hili learned to harness underground flows through a system that may predate even the later Persian Falaj or Qanat systems. Channels carved through gravel and clay carried water from the foothills to the oasis fields, sustaining crops and livestock year-round. These early irrigation works suggest not only engineering skill, but also collective governance, a social structure capable of maintaining shared resources. The oasis system itself became a living organism. Water, palms, and people woven together in a fragile equilibrium. The green of the Al-Ain oases we see today is not an accident of modern cultivation. It is a continuation of an ancient pulse that began here in the Bronze Age. Yet, despite decades of study, only a fraction of Hili has been excavated. Beneath the dunes, ground-penetrating surveys hint at buried structures stretching far beyond the visible ruins. Additional tombs, domestic quarters, and perhaps temples whose outlines remain blurred beneath the sand. Scholars suspect that what we now call Hili Archaeological Park is only the heart of a much larger settlement that once covered kilometers of desert plain. To imagine Hili in its prime is to envision a city shimmering with life, bronze tools ringing against stone, the fragrance of date palms heavy in the air, caravans arriving from distant lands with copper from Oman, shells from the coast, and lapis from far-off mountains. The people of Hili likely spoke an early Semitic or pre-Arabic tongue, now lost to time. Their writing, if they had one, has yet to be found. What remains speaks through architecture, the universal language of stone. Among the discoveries, one object stands out: a small, finely crafted copper bull's head. Its eyes once inlaid with shell or stone. Found within a tomb, it echoes symbols of fertility and strength seen across ancient Mesopotamia. Was this evidence of shared mythology, or of traders carrying beliefs as readily as goods? The bull, in many cultures, was the companion of gods, the emblem of cosmic order. Its presence here ties Hili to a vast spiritual continuum stretching across the ancient world. But perhaps the most haunting symbol of all is the silence that follows. Around 2000 BCE, as the Umanar culture declined, Hili too began to fade. The reasons remain unclear. Climate change may have dried the aquifers. Trade routes may have shifted, or internal strain may have fractured the delicate balance of oasis life. Whatever the cause, the people who once filled these tombs and houses left behind little but their stones. The desert closed over them slowly, patiently, until only the oases remained. Green islands floating above forgotten graves. Centuries passed. New peoples came, the Iron Age tribes who built Falaj irrigation systems, the traders of Dilmun and Magan, and later the Islamic settlers whose palm groves still thrive today. Yet the Bronze Age foundations beneath Al Ain endured, unseen, forming the deep roots of continuity that few realized existed. Only in recent times has archaeology begun to restore that missing chapter. Excavations led by Emirati and French teams have revealed the outlines of a planned settlement, with streets oriented toward the rising sun and distinct zones for craft, storage, and ceremony. The precision suggests an early form of civic organization, perhaps even governance. Hili, it seems, was not merely a village, but a proto-city, one of the oldest urban experiments in the Arabian Peninsula. And yet, the more that is uncovered, the more questions arise. How did such complexity emerge in this desert, so far from the great rivers of Mesopotamia? Was Hili an independent center of innovation, or part of a broader network of forgotten Arabian cities still buried beneath the sands? The Sharjah, Ras Al Khaimah, and Bat sites reveal similar tombs and artifacts, hinting at a cultural landscape much larger than previously imagined, an Arabian civilization parallel to those of Sumer and the Indus. Modern researchers now speak of a lost Bronze Age of Arabia, obscured not by myth, but by geography, a story hidden beneath dunes and neglected by history's narrow focus on river valleys. Hili stands as a sentinel of that lost narrative, one that may yet rewrite the origins of urban life in the Arabian Peninsula. To walk through the Hili ruins today is to feel the convergence of worlds, the murmur of irrigation water beneath the palms, the echo of Bronze Age footsteps in the sand. The desert wind carries the same dry heat that once shaped their days, and the sun falls on the same stone walls. Beneath your feet lie tombs of the first desert citizens, their bones resting in circular chambers of light and shadow. The oasis hums softly, timeless. Somewhere beneath, ancient channels still guide water through unseen veins of earth, as they have for 5,000 years. We speak often of the great cradles of civilization, Mesopotamia, the Nile, the Indus, but rarely of Arabia. Yet here, in the silent heart of the desert, stands proof that another cradle once existed, its songs carried away by the wind. Hili's story is unfinished. Vast areas remain unexcavated, and many of its secrets sleep beneath the dunes. Perhaps new technology will one day reveal the full extent of the settlement, its temples, its workshops, its unknown script. Or perhaps, like the desert itself, it will choose to keep some mysteries buried. For now, what remains is the whisper of water beneath the sand, the ring of stone against sky, and the sense that history here is deeper than we have been taught to imagine. The people of Hili built monuments that outlasted their names, and through them, the desert still remembers, watching, patient, waiting for its lost city to be seen again. Chapter 28, Ebla, the clay tablet. City buried for millennia, in the windswept plains of northern Syria, a low mound rises above the dust, unremarkable, silent, its contours softened by centuries of neglect. Yet beneath this hill once stood one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, a metropolis whose voice, pressed into clay, still whispers from the deep. Its name was Ebla, and when it was rediscovered in the 1970s, the world's understanding of early civilization shifted forever. Archaeologists arrived at Tel Mardik, 55 kilometers southwest of Aleppo, expecting another minor Bronze Age ruin. Instead, they uncovered a buried city-state older than most of recorded history, one that flourished around 2500 BCE, at the dawn of urban life in the Near East. For decades, Sumer had stood alone as the supposed cradle of civilization, but Ebla, in the heart of Syria's dry plains, told a different story, that civilization had many cradles, and some of them had long been forgotten beneath the sand. In 1974, Italian archaeologist Paolo Mattiai and his team struck upon the royal palace. Within its collapsed chambers lay something extraordinary, a room filled with thousands upon thousands of clay tablets. They were not arranged in chaos. They were shelved, catalogued, organized. The remnants of an archive so vast and deliberate that it seemed modern in its precision. Over 17,000 tablets and fragments were eventually unearthed, each inscribed in cuneiform script, perfectly baked by the very fire that destroyed the palace. What had once been a catastrophe, the palace's fiery collapse, had become its preservation. The discovery of Ebla's archives was unlike anything seen before. For the first time, the lost voice of a third millennium kingdom emerged in full sentences, full systems, letters, treaties, inventories, myths, hymns. The tablets revealed a world humming with life and administration. Records of diplomatic correspondence with Egypt and Mesopotamia, trade accounts listing silver, copper, and textiles, and decrees from a king whose word reached from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean. It was a revelation that rippled across the academic world. Ebla, once an unknown name, now stood alongside Uruk, and Akkad as one of the earliest urban civilizations. But there was something else, something far more mysterious. Among the tablets were words written in a language no one had ever seen before. It was related to Akkadian and Sumerian, yet distinct, a previously unknown Semitic tongue scholars called Eblate. Its grammar, its vocabulary, its subtle differences, all hinted at a missing chapter in the story of human speech. Ebla had not merely borrowed the civilization of others, it had created its own. The city's layout reflected that same independence. Rising from the plain, Ebla was encircled by a double wall and fortified gates, enclosing an area of nearly 140 acres. The Acropolis at its center held the royal palace, a monumental complex of administrative offices, storerooms, and courtyards, while residential quarters spread across the lower city. Excavations revealed workshops, temples, and evidence of extensive craft production. Lapis lazuli beads from Afghanistan, cedar wood from Lebanon, tin from Anatolia. Even at the dawn of the Bronze Age, Ebla was part of an international world. The tablets spoke of a bureaucracy both complex and human. There were lists of offerings to the gods, accounts of grain distribution, instructions for ritual processions, and inventories of palace servants and livestock. One text recorded the birth of royal children, another detailed the rations for singers, bakers, and scribes. The archives even included educational texts, lexical lists pairing Sumerian and Eblate words side by side, perhaps the oldest known bilingual dictionaries. Through these, we glimpse a civilization consciously preserving and transmitting knowledge. And yet, for all this order, Ebla's story is shadowed by destruction. The palace burned, sealing its archives in ash. The city, once powerful, vanished from history. Later, Mesopotamian texts speak vaguely of northern kingdoms destroyed by the Akkadian ruler Sargon the Great and his grandson Naram-Sin, conquerors who expanded their empire westward around 2300 BCE. Many believe Ebla was among their victims. Others suggest natural disaster, rebellion, or gradual decline. Whatever the cause, the fire that ended Ebla also preserved its memory for 4,000 years. But the greatest enigma lies not in what was found, but in what remains buried. Only a small fraction of Ebla has been excavated. Beneath the known palace lies an older layer, untouched and sealed. Geophysical surveys reveal foundations beneath the existing royal complex, suggesting that Ebla was already ancient when its scribes began writing. Who built the earlier city? What language did they speak before cuneiform arrived? And what events compelled the scribes to record so much so suddenly? Archaeologists suspect that the earliest occupation of the site dates back to 3000 BCE or earlier, perhaps contemporary with the earliest phases of Sumer. If these lower layers were fully uncovered, they might reveal a civilization even older, a proto-Ebla, whose roots extend deep into the Neolithic and Chalcolithic ages. But the wars of the modern world have halted such dreams. Ebla lies today in a region scarred by conflict. The same winds that once carried traders and envoys across the plains now carry dust and ruin. Excavations have been paused for years, and the site, once alive with scholars, students, and local workers, stands deserted. The tell endures. Its ancient palace now an empty wound beneath the sky, its secrets sleeping once more under the desert crust. Still, what has been recovered continues to speak. The tablets of Ebla open not only a window onto the city itself, but onto a vast network of Bronze Age power. They mention dozens of other cities: Mari, Byblos, Ugarit, Damascus, some known, some otherwise forgotten. Ebla's reach stretched across trade routes linking Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Levant. Its merchants dealt in wool, metals, and luxury goods. Its kings exchanged letters and gifts with distant courts. This was not a provincial outpost, but a capital, a hub in an interconnected world that would give rise to empires. The gods of Ebla, too, reveal a fascinating bridge between cultures. The city worshipped deities known from both Semitic and Sumerian pantheons: Dagon, Ishtar, Kura, and others now nearly lost to time. The rituals recorded in the tablets describe festivals, sacrifices, and processions that mirror those of later Canaanite and Mesopotamian faiths. In their hymns, one can almost hear the first echoes of religious traditions that would shape the Near East for millennia to come. And then there is the question that lingers, the mythic undercurrent that has always haunted Ebla's discovery. Some early interpretations of the tablets suggested names that resembled those of biblical places: Sodom, Gomorrah, Jerusalem, Hazor. For a brief moment in the 1970s, scholars wondered if Ebla's archives held the earliest references to the cities of Genesis. Though later research cautioned against such direct links, the idea left a mark, the sense that Ebla might stand at the crossroads between myth and history, between the remembered and the forgotten. Today, what survives of Ebla's treasures rests in museums, fragile clay inscribed by ancient hands, their wedge-shaped marks still sharp after 5,000 years. When read aloud, their language returns to life, rhythmic, formulaic, almost incantatory. They speak of contracts, marriages, taxes, and gods, the mundane and the divine side by side. They remind us that even at the dawn of cities, humanity was already writing its own memory into the earth. But beyond the translated tablets and museum cases lies a greater silence. Beneath the palace floor, deeper layers of mud, brick, and stone remain untouched. Strata that may contain the missing prelude to Ebla's story. Perhaps another archive waits there, older still, sealed under centuries of collapse. Perhaps there are tombs, foundations, or temples that could reveal the origins of one of the world's earliest kingdoms. For now, those questions remain locked beneath the ground, as unreachable as they were before the first spade struck the soil. Standing on the mound today, under the wide Syrian sky, one feels the weight of all that has been lost, and all that might yet be found. The land is quiet. The air carries the dry scent of dust and memory. Somewhere below, the clay tablets still sleep, holding their words against the ages. Civilization, it seems, began not with monuments or armies, but with memory, with the urge to write, to record, to preserve. And in that sense, Ebla endures not as a ruin, but as a heartbeat, faint but persistent, beneath the sands of time. As the desert wind sweeps across the tell, it seems to whisper through the broken walls that there are still words buried deeper, still stories unread, waiting for the world to remember how to listen. For beneath the dust of Ebla lies not only a city, but the origin of human remembrance itself. Chapter 29, Ain Assil, the Dakhla Oasis, urban complex in the heart of Egypt's western desert, where endless dunes meet the mirage of green palms, lies a city of mud and memory, Ain Assil. Hidden deep within the Dakhla Oasis, far from the Nile's fertile banks, it endures as one of the most complete Old Kingdom towns ever found. Its walls still stand, its alleys still curve, its storerooms still hold the traces of ancient administration. And yet, like so much of Egypt's desert world, Ain Assil is both revealed and concealed, a city caught between sand and silence. At first glance, this oasis feels impossibly remote. To the north stretch the empty plains of the Great Sand Sea. To the east, the mountains and escarpments that guard the Nile Valley. But 4,500 years ago, this place was not an exile's refuge. It was part of a living network of desert life, a web of settlements that connected the Egyptian heartland with the trade routes and mineral wealth of the Sahara. Ain Assil was its nerve center, the governor's capital, and the desert's bureaucratic heart. The city dates to Egypt's Old Kingdom, around the 6th dynasty, roughly 2300 BCE. This was the age of the great pyramid builders, when the pharaohs ruled from Memphis, and their influence reached from the delta to the distant oases. In this vast realm, the Dakhla Oasis was more than a patch of green in the sand. It was a vital outpost of agriculture, administration, and control. Ain Assil served as its command post, a microcosm of Egypt's centralized power, transposed into the desert's silence. Approaching Ain Assil today, one sees a low rise of sun-baked mud brick walls, half consumed by the dunes. The desert wind sighs over what was once a governor's palace, storage depots, and workshops. Excavations by French and Egyptian archaeologists have revealed a complex unlike any other in the Western Desert. 2 walled enclosures, an older Old Kingdom sector and a newer expansion from the first intermediate period, when central authority in Egypt began to falter. The earliest section was the residence and administrative seat of the Oasis governor, or Hattusa, who ruled here on behalf of the pharaoh. His domain was both political and spiritual, responsible for collecting taxes, organizing irrigation, and maintaining the delicate balance between the desert and the cultivated land. The mud brick structures were built with precision and purpose, storerooms lined with massive pottery jars, sealed corridors, and broad courtyards designed to store grain and oil, to weigh goods, and to register the desert's produce. In the heart of the complex stood the governor's palace, a 2-story mud brick building with staircases, reception halls, and storage chambers beneath. Fragments of inscribed ceilings found in the rubble bear the names of officials and of Pepi II, one of the last pharaohs of the Old Kingdom. They show that Ain Assil was not isolated. It was part of the same administrative world that managed pyramid construction on the Nile. To build in mud brick in such a climate was an act of faith. The desert erodes, but it also preserves. The dryness that devours life also embalms it. At Ain Assil, this paradox has worked in archaeologists' favor. The walls, though fragile, retain their form. Even the impressions of doorways and niches remain visible, a rare survival of domestic architecture from over 4 millennia ago. Here, amid the hum of cicadas and the whisper of sand, one can still imagine the rhythm of life. Scribes recording shipments of dates, servants carrying amphorae, guards pacing the ramparts beneath a burning sun. Beyond the palace, the town spread outward, a cluster of workshops, bakeries, and living quarters for the laborers and administrators who sustained the oasis economy. Excavations have revealed grinding stones, ovens, and pottery kilns. The air once smelled of baking bread and wet clay. Archaeobotanical remains show cultivation of barley and emmer wheat, while nearby wells provided water drawn from the deep desert aquifer. It was, in its own way, a miniature Egypt, complete with agriculture, hierarchy, and ceremony, all sustained in the middle of the sands. Yet even as the walls speak of order and permanence, the surrounding dunes tell another story, of encroachment, of abandonment, of time's slow reclamation. Archaeologists have long suspected that Ain Assil was not alone. Scattered across the Dakhla Basin are the faint traces of other sites, small villages, way stations, and burial grounds half buried beneath wind-blown sand. Some lie only a few kilometers away, their outlines visible only in satellite imagery. They hint at a network, a constellation of desert communities bound to Ain Assil by trade, kinship, and governance. If so, the Dakhla Oasis may once have supported a far more complex system than the archaeological record yet shows. A full survey of the region, still incomplete, could reveal caravan routes leading west toward the Gilf Kabir and beyond. Routes that may have linked the Nile Valley with sub-Saharan Africa long before the pharaohs of the New Kingdom formalized such expeditions. The desert, though barren, was never empty. Beneath its surface lies the geography of forgotten movement. During the first intermediate period, as Egypt's central authority crumbled, Ain Assil seems to have been fortified. Walls were thickened, gateways narrowed, and the governor's compound became more defensive in design. This may have reflected the growing instability of the time, local rulers asserting power as the unity of the two lands fractured. Eventually, however, the site was abandoned. By the Middle Kingdom, the oasis political center had shifted elsewhere, and Ain Assil fell into quiet ruin. The reasons remain uncertain. Climate change may have played a role. Shifting dunes and declining water sources could have made the settlement less viable. Political upheaval in the Nile Valley likely severed the flow of goods and communication. What is certain is that by the dawn of the New Kingdom, the town was already a memory, preserved not by intention, but by neglect. Today, archaeologists tread carefully through its crumbling corridors. Each layer of mud reveals new details, a seal impression here, a potsherd there. Together they paint a portrait of daily life at the edge of empire. The governor of Ainasil may have lived hundreds of kilometers from Memphis, but his duties mirrored those of officials at the heart of power. The desert did not isolate. It extended the reach of the state. Through places like this, Egypt learned to master the margins, to bring law and irrigation, record and ritual into the frontier. Yet despite decades of study, the story of Ainasil feels incomplete. The dunes around it hold their own silences, potential satellite towns, farms, or shrines yet to be unearthed. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed faint anomalies nearby, suggesting buried structures beneath the sand. Are these outposts of Ainasil's administration, or remnants of an older, pre-pharaonic occupation? Each possibility widens the horizon of Egypt's desert history, hinting at an invisible web of settlements that once thrived beyond the Nile's green borders. The Dakhla Basin itself is an archaeological paradox, a desert archive still sealed by its own geography. While the Nile's temples and pyramids have been exposed and studied for centuries, the oases remain largely untouched. Sand has both hidden and preserved them. What lies beneath could reshape the story of Egypt's expansion, from a river-bound civilization to one that mastered its deserts through ingenuity, governance, and trade. At dusk, the light over Ainasil turns the mud brick walls to gold. The palms shimmer in the wind, and beyond them the dunes stretch endlessly westward, rippling like the surface of an ancient sea. Standing among the ruins, one can sense the quiet order that once governed this place, the rhythm of water wheels and ink-stained scribes, the hum of an oasis made civilized by intention and will. And as the wind stirs again, lifting a veil of dust over the old walls, it's easy to imagine what remains unseen: the buried roads, the unmarked wells, the undiscovered towns that may yet sleep beneath the sands of Dakhla. Ainasil is not an end, but a beginning, a doorway into the lost geography of Egypt's western deserts. Perhaps the dunes will one day yield their secrets. Until then, the city of the governor rests in silence, its mud walls dreaming beneath the shifting gold, watching over a desert that remembers far more than it reveals. Chapter 30, Reflection. How many cities lie beneath the sands? The wind moves slowly across the desert. It carries no voice, yet it whispers of things once alive, of walls that stood, of markets that hummed, of prayers that rose to unseen gods. Beneath the endless dunes and plains of silence, an older world still lies sleeping. For every site unearthed, for every Girsu, Tanis, or Hili we rediscover, there are 100 more still hidden, nameless beneath layers of dust and time. What the deserts conceal is not absence but abundance. The earth itself has become a vast archive, sealed in sand. In the 21st century, our tools of discovery have become almost godlike. From the orbit of satellites, archaeologists now peer into what no eye could once see: ghostly outlines of streets, the geometry of vanished walls, the faint discolorations that betray a buried temple's foundation. Drones sweep over dunes in the empty quarter and the Sahara, tracing the contours of what could be cities erased before history began. And yet, the deeper we look, the greater the mystery becomes. Across North Africa, radar imaging has revealed networks of lost rivers beneath the desert crust, dry arteries that once nourished civilizations we have no record of. In Egypt alone, hundreds of potential sites dot the Nile's western fringes, places where the sand hides not just tombs, but entire urban grids. Under the dunes of the Fayum and the oases of Dakhla, archaeologists have detected rectangular patterns too precise to be natural. The data points to habitation, to people, communities, perhaps even kingdoms erased from memory. In Arabia, in Oman's empty quarter and the Rub al-Khali, satellite imaging has uncovered faint traces of caravan routes and circular enclosures, the ghosts of early desert cities that may have flourished when these lands were green. In the north, under the Syrian and Iraqi plains, entire Bronze Age metropolises remain unexcavated, known only through the regular lines that betray human design beneath the soil. Some are older than Girsu, older even than the flood myths that later defined Mesopotamian lore. What lies beneath may not merely expand history, it may change it, because each buried city is not just a place, it is a chapter missing from humanity's collective memory. Every time a site like Akhetaten or Leptis Magna is rediscovered, the boundaries of what we know shift a little farther outward, and what we thought was the beginning recedes like the horizon itself. The sands are not just obstacles to discovery. They are timekeepers. They preserve and conceal in equal measure. They hold ruins in stasis, pausing them between decay and revelation. The desert buries, but it does not destroy. Consider the fate of the cities we've traveled through. Girsu, buried under centuries of silt and silence, now rising again under drone light. Leptis Magna, Rome's jewel in Africa, preserved so perfectly by the sand that it appears frozen in mid-breath. Akhetaten, Egypt's forbidden capital, erased by decree yet still glowing beneath the cliffs of Amarna. Each one was thought lost forever. Each one proves that nothing in history is ever truly gone, only hidden, waiting for the right eyes to see. But if these cities, grand, monumental, royal, could vanish so completely, what of the countless smaller ones, the villages, the ports, the trade outposts that left no pyramids, no ziggurats, no inscriptions? How many stories have dissolved into the wind without ever being written down? Even our written history, vast as it seems, is a fragment of what once existed. Of the clay tablets of Sumer, perhaps 1 in 1,000 survives. Of the scrolls of Alexandria, none remain. The deserts of Egypt and the Levant are strewn with the ashes of lost words. Papyrus turned to dust. Carvings eroded by sandstorms. Entire languages vanished without trace. And yet, the silence feels deliberate, almost sacred, as if the earth itself guards its memories until we are ready to understand them. Modern archaeologists speak of a second discovery, not of new cities, but of new methods to see the old ones differently. Infrared scanning now pierces the surface to reveal buried layouts invisible to the naked eye. Magnetometry and hyperspectral imaging detect changes in soil composition caused by ancient foundations. Every dune, every barren hill is no longer just a feature of landscape. It is a possible ruin, a potential civilization. Somewhere under the sands of Turkmenistan, radar has detected what may be the remains of an enormous Bronze Age metropolis, unknown to any text. In the deserts of Sudan, near the lost kingdoms of Kush, archaeologists have found traces of city walls hidden for 3,000 years beneath the shifting Nile silt. Even in the western deserts of China, under the Taklamakan, ancient Silk Road settlements, long swallowed by the sands, continue to emerge in eerie preservation. From Libya to Iraq, from the Sinai to the Gobi, the earth seems to murmur the same truth. We have uncovered only the surface of our own past, and beneath that surface lies a deeper one still, a world where myth and memory converge. For every discovered ruin, there are legends, cities that glittered with gold before being swallowed by storms, kingdoms that vanished overnight, leaving no trace but stories whispered by nomads. Even Plato's Atlantis, often dismissed as allegory, may be one of countless echoes of this archetype. The lost city, the civilization erased but not forgotten. The question, then, is not whether more cities lie beneath the sands. It is how many. How many once stood proud beneath suns now forgotten? How many wrote laws, worshipped gods, raised children and vanished? Their names unrecorded, their lives reduced to grains of dust that now shift under our boots. How many Atlantean dreams lie scattered not beneath oceans, but beneath the deserts that once were seas themselves? Because these deserts were not always barren. Climate records show that many were once fertile, laced with rivers and forests, thriving with life. The Sahara, 5,000 years ago, was a green savanna. The Arabian Peninsula was dotted with lakes and wetlands. Where there is sand now, there was once water. And where there is water, there is life, and often, civilization. Somewhere in those vanished landscapes may lie the true ancestors of our cities, forgotten experiments in settlement and trade, predating the oldest ruins we know. To think of this is to feel the scale of what remains undiscovered. The known history of humankind is like a constellation, bright points of knowledge surrounded by infinite darkness. But those points, Thebes, Carthage, Mohenjo-Daro, Leptis Magna, hint at something vaster beyond. Archaeology, for all its rigor, is an act of listening. We are learning, slowly, how to hear the silence of buried cities. Every trench opened, every aerial scan completed, is a conversation across time, between the living and the long dead. Perhaps the greatest discoveries of the coming century will not be gold or jewels, but knowledge, the recovered voices of those who built the first roads, who measured the stars, who carved their gods into stone and then vanished into the sand. And maybe that is why these deserts continue to call us back. Because they are not wastelands. They are archives. Every dune is a page. Every ruin, a sentence half buried, waiting to be read. The more we uncover, the more we realize how little we know, and how much has yet to surface. There may be cities out there still untouched since the dawn of time, their streets intact, their walls sealed, their stories preserved in clay and dust. And when they are found, they will remind us once again that history is not a straight line, but a spiral, always circling back to its beginnings. The ancient world is not dead. It is sleeping, deeply, patiently, beneath the sands. And if we listen closely enough, if we learn to see beyond what is visible, we might yet wake it. The cities are waiting. The dunes breathe over them like a slow tide. And somewhere, under a sky unchanged for millennia, the first light of a buried temple still flickers, unseen, eternal. A heartbeat beneath the desert, calling us home.